The story began with the end of the world. Cities once bright with life were now buried beneath ash and silence. Corpses littered the land. Nothing remained, except one. A single survivor stood amidst the wreckage, covered in blood, staring at the corpse of the creature that destroyed everything. The heavenly demon. That lone man, Awakener Lee Shin-yuk, had managed to kill him. And yet, standing over the body, tears filled his eyes. He cursed aloud. Why the fuck did everyone have to die just so he could be the one left alive? As if the universe cared, a blinding light broke through the darkness. From it emerged a woman, skin like starlight, outfit like sin. Her name was Vega, the celestial of Lyra. A goddess wrapped in mystery, divine authority, and a disturbing amount of thigh. She congratulated him, claimed he had saved the world. Shin-yuk spat in fury. If this was saving the world, then it wasn't worth a damn. The heavenly demon had massacred everyone. There was no world left to save. And dear listener, if you're wondering how the hell things got this fucked up, well, let's rewind. About 10 years earlier, gates had started appearing around the world. Ruptures that connected Earth to other realms. From these gates, monsters poured out like roaches from a cracked sewer. Panic followed. Societies crumbled. Half the world was nearly lost. That was when the Celestials descended. Each one bore the mark of a constellation, and could bestow their stigma upon chosen humans, giving them supernatural power. Those humans became Awakeners, elite soldiers with cosmic firepower. Earth began to push back. But just when humanity started to crawl towards salvation, he showed up, the bastard who broke the world, the sky's devil. His real name was Guan Ojin, and he had started as just another Awakener. But unlike the rest, he had something special. A skill called Black Heaven, a freakish ability that let him steal the stigmas of others, even from the Celestials themselves. It didn't take long for him to become unstoppable. 10,000 Awakeners joined forces. The Celestials, despite centuries of petty squabbles, united. But the heavenly demon annihilated all of them. Apostles, warriors, gods. Crushed like ants. That was the end. Back in the present, Shin-yuk was still trembling with rage. Vega insisted that the heavenly demon was dead now, thanks to him, and that, under the pledge of Star, she could grant him a single wish. He didn't hesitate. He wanted to go back, to the past. Regression. Vega's face hardened. She demanded to know if he truly meant it. If he seriously wanted to relive that nightmare and risk making it even worse. Shin-yuk didn't blink. He said he would change everything. And Vega agreed. She would send him back. But before that, Shin-yuk added something else. Not a wish, but a demand. He wanted her stigma of Lyra. Vega snapped. She reminded him that no human could withstand her stigma. Not even the fucking heavenly demon could absorb it. But Shin-yuk pushed back. He said returning to the past without power was pointless. He needed that edge. After a heavy silence, Vega relented. She said that if he bore her stigma, her past self would recognize him, even if her memories had reset. If he could survive, she might even accept him as her apostle. Shin-yuk was stunned. This was more than a second chance. This was a goddamn cheat code. He claimed he was ready. He knew where the heavenly demon had first awakened. All he had to do was find him, and kill him before the monster rose. Vega lifted her hand. Wheels of time spun behind her, radiant and cold. She declared that she would now activate the pledge, and warned the heaven-defying Star to be careful. Shin-yuk, full of resolve, muttered to himself that everything he lost, everyone he failed to protect, he'd take it all back. The world folded. Inside the void path, the system announced that the stigma of Lyra had been granted to Awakener Lee Shin-yuk. But immediately, another message followed. His previous stigma of Pixis was being overwritten, and worse, the system issued a red warning. The new stigma was too strong. His body was collapsing. As it happened, fragmented memories broke through. He saw his younger brother, Lee Woo-yun, back when he was still a prodigy, chosen by a celestial of Lyra. In that memory, Shin-yuk had knelt, asking why Woo-yun had gone down such a dark path. Woo-yun's reply cut deep. If Shin-yuk hadn't abandoned him, none of this would have happened. Pain surged. The system flagged his emotional disturbance. His unstable state was worsening. Suddenly, when he was about to enter the body of his past self, he heard a voice. A boy stood nearby, and the boy looked exactly like the heavenly demon. Shin-yuk's eyes widened. What the hell was this? How was the heavenly demon here, already? Blood gushed from his mouth, but he didn't care. The only thought in his mind was confusion and dread. The system kept screaming. The stigma of Lyra was destabilizing. His body was disintegrating. Shin-yuk tried to hold on. He remembered Vega's warning, that the chance of surviving the regression was less than 1 in 1,000, maybe even lower. And in that final second, with blood on his lips and regret in his chest, he muttered to himself, so he wasn't that 1 in 10,000 after all. Lee Shin-yuk died. But here's where things get fucking strange. The boy, the one who looked like the heavenly demon, stared at the dead body in front of him, and yelled, "The hell? He's dead? What kind of dumbass dies before killing even one monster?" He kicked at the dirt in frustration, said he wasn't even an awakener, didn't have powers, didn't have shit, and now the one guy who might have been able to help was just lying there, bleeding out like a sack of meat. Grumbling curses, he grabbed a nearby stick. Fuck it, guess it's up to me now. But before charging into danger like an idiot, he paused. Maybe the corpse had something useful. Ojin crouched over Lee Shin-yuk's corpse with zero shame. His thoughts weren't on grieving or prayer. No, he was hoping the bastard had something on him. A relic maybe, a monostone, or better yet, a usable stigma. Sure, the boy earlier mentioned Shin-yuk might have been an awakener, but Ojin seriously doubted the guy relied solely on a stigma to survive. He didn't even look competent enough to walk through a gate without shitting himself. His fingers ran across Shin-yuk's cold skin, and then he saw it. A glowing mark, something unfamiliar. He blinked. The hell kind of stigma was this? The moment he placed his hand on it, the system responded. The system informed Ojin that Black Heaven's awakening sequence had begun. Ojin froze. Panic surged. What the fuck was going on? A second later, the system updated him again. Black Heaven was absorbing the stigma of Lyra from Lee Shin-yuk's dead body. That made it worse. Ojin had never even heard of Black Heaven, and now it was apparently bonded to him. Seconds passed, and the system notified him that the stigma of Lyra had been completely absorbed. Then came the pain. It tore through him like fire laced with barbed wire. The system informed Ojin that the power of Lyra was too overwhelming, and adjustments were being made based on the current stage of Black Heaven. In plain terms, the power he just stole was being force-fitted into his body, whether he could handle it or not. He screamed like hell, collapsed to the ground, cursing the universe, Vega, Shin-yuk, and whatever idiot god gave him this cursed system. Groaning, Ojin rolled onto his side, finally catching his breath. He muttered that it was over. Barely. That had been hell. But of course, peace was never in his script. Another system window shimmered before him. He blinked again. Only Awakeners were supposed to see these things, right? Then it hit him. That dead bastard. Shin-yuk must have set this up. This had to be part of a plan. And just as he began piecing things together, a divine light exploded in the air like celestial fireworks. A voice echoed, bold, feminine, confident. Vega. She declared with certainty that her stigma had been used here. But what puzzled her was the signature she sensed. It wasn't one she had ever granted before. She examined Ojin and concluded that the boy bore something that shouldn't exist, a new, unstable resonance. She called him the heaven-defying star, a being who rejected fate. One destined to save a world spiraling toward destruction. Then Vega confidently concluded that Ojin must be a regressor. Ojin nearly spat out blood. A regressor? How the hell was he supposed to be a regressor when he hadn't even regressed once in his damn life? Back when Ojin was 8, life wasn't much better. He remembered the orphanage, the cheap walls, the fake smiles, and the bastard who ran it. A bald old man with head that looks like an oracle. One day that baldy told Ojin he needed to understand his place. Said that manipulating people was easy. Just show them what they wanted, and say what they wanted to hear. Then he asked if Ojin could do that. Ojin had grinned, the smug kind. Then he raised his hand and gave the guy the middle finger, so the man smacked him, hard. At 8 years old, Guan Ojin already had a shit childhood. When the man told him to repeat himself, Ojin casually flipped him off, and sarcastically said the orphanage was a great place. 5 stars, free trauma, every night. The man went red, called him a brat, complained that his kindness was wasted. He raised his hand again. But this time, someone stepped in. A girl, 10 years old. Brave. Angry. And she called him Baldy. She shielded Ojin with nothing but her voice and raw nerve. Told the bastard to knock it off and yanked Ojin away before he could be hit again. That girl was Song Ha-yoon. She became Ojin's rock in that hellhole, the only human he could tolerate for longer than 5 seconds. Later, government workers visited the orphanage and asked Ojin how life was. He smiled like a politician and lied through his teeth. Said the director was a saint who gave them meat every meal. Reality? The director beat them just hard enough to avoid leaving bruises. Ojin made a decision that day. He wouldn't die a dog's death in a piss-soaked corner of a fake orphanage. And then, the gates opened. Portals, monsters, death. The world turned to shit overnight. But celestial beings arrived, entities shaped like stars and divinity. They granted their powers, called stigmas, to a chosen few. These became the Awakeners. From then on, the world split into 2 kinds of people, those with power and those who got trampled under it. Years passed. Ojin didn't just adapt. He thrived, a parasite, a professional scammer. He drained Awakener parties like a bloodsucker, pretending to help while secretly pocketing their loot. One day, he found a new target, young, naive, breathing too confidently for someone that green. Lee Shin-yuk. Ojin introduced himself as Guanjin-o, an apostle of Aquarius, one of the 12 zodiacs. He reassured Shin-yuk not to be impressed. He was just a 1-star after all. Humble stuff. In reality, Ojin wasn't awakened, but he'd faked it so many times he could probably teach a course on it. This was their first encounter, both of them still nobodies. Shin-yuk introduced himself as an apostle of Pixis, the celestial of weapon mastery and directional command. Ojin smirked. Jackpot. He fed Shin-yuk a lie, that he was bad at controlling his stigma. He'd been awakened years ago, sure, but rank doesn't mean everything, right? The world ranked Awakeners by star level, 1 to 12. Power was dictated by the strength of the celestial behind the stigma, and how well the user could wield it. Ojin had even carved a fake stigma into his own skin, and since stigmas usually glow, he embedded an LED light into his chest to make the fake one look more convincing. The 2 of them approached a gate vortex. Ojin claimed it was low tier but high lethality. A nice balance to make him look brave but smart. They entered with fake dignity. Before combat, Ojin said he'd give Shin-yuk a buff. He'd planted a micro-LED in his chest, a little glow trick. He raised his arms dramatically and muttered nonsense about Aquarius blessing the road ahead. He pressed the LED. His chest lit up like a toy on sale. Then came the props, fluorescent paint and glass dust, sprinkled in the air like divine glitter. Shin-yuk stared wide-eyed, said he felt warm, said his cells were coming alive. Ojin internally scoffed. Maybe the idiot swallowed some of the glitter. Shin-yuk thanked him for the buff and decided to show off. His weapon skills were impressive, Ojin had to admit. Not bad. With this guy's effort, they could probably pull $300 in loot by day's end. They fought a few monsters. Ojin claimed he'd gathered the Starstones. He wasn't about to let someone else touch his income. Starstones absorbed stigma energy and sold well. But then, the surroundings fell silent. Too silent. Shin-yuk froze. Anthorns, dozens, maybe hundreds, emerged from the shadows. Ojin's gut dropped. This wasn't normal. In all his years of scamming low-tier gates, he'd never seen them swarm like this. Both of them ran for their lives, but they were too slow. The Anthorns were right behind them, charging with terrifying speed, their eyes blazing with bloodlust. As they sprinted through the chaos, Shin-yuk had already pulled ahead of Ojin. Then, without warning, he turned back, eyes sharp, gaze suspicious. Ojin caught the look. Why is this fool staring at me? He wondered, and then it hit him. Now he knows. Before Ojin could react, Shin-yuk spun around and slammed a kick into his face. Ojin went crashing to the ground. Shin-yuk wanted to use him as bait. Ojin hit the dirt, yelling curses. Shin-yuk apologized, saying they'd both die otherwise. Ojin shouted back, "Then die together, bastard!" But the Anthorns had already caught up. Just as the swarm descended on Ojin, something impossible happened. Shin-yuk's body lit up with divine light. The future version of him was trying to enter his younger self, but the kid's body couldn't handle it. The pressure was too much, the resonance was wrong, the timing, off. The light faded. Lee Shin-yuk's young body collapsed, dead. Whatever future version of himself had tried to enter him clearly hadn't calculated the side effects. The poor kid's frame couldn't handle the power surge. His death wasn't noble. It was instant and ugly. Ojin didn't waste a second. While most people would mourn or panic, he flipped the body and started looting. That's when he saw it, a glowing, unfamiliar symbol, a stigma. This wasn't Pixis. This was something else. Something he'd never seen before, the constellation of Lyra. And it sure as hell wasn't the same one Shin-yuk had shown off earlier. As Ojin touched the mark again, something inside him clicked. The system responded without delay, informing him that Black Heaven had initiated its first awakening. Now, back to the present. Vega stood calmly, cradling the wheel of time in her hands. She observed Ojin's unstable resonance and immediately jumped to a conclusion. He had to be a regressor. It was the only way someone could possess her stigma. Ojin blinked. A regressor? She must be talking about someone who came back from the future. That wasn't the case. Not for him. He'd never been to the damn future. And yet, in just 5 minutes he was going to die anyway, stomped to death by a horde of Anthorns. Might as well roleplay if it meant survival. He recalled what Vega said earlier. The stigma he carried had never been granted to anyone before. It was unique. It didn't belong to a living recipient. But the glowing mark on his chest, that was Shin-yuk's. Somehow, Black Heaven had absorbed the stigma of Lyra from a corpse. Not Pixis. Lyra. That raised a new question. Was Lee Shin-yuk a regressor? Ojin remembered the moment Shin-yuk had burst into blue lightning before dying. It was the same burst he'd felt when absorbing the stigma. Putting the pieces together, Ojin guessed that future Shin-yuk, the version from a different timeline, couldn't handle Lyra's power. So the system, in a twisted mercy, passed it into him instead. Now that power was his. Ojin still didn't understand why, or how, or what the hell he was caught up in. Vega's voice rang again. She asked why he wasn't responding. She was still convinced he was a regressor, and that she'd felt the rise of the heaven-defying star in this very place. Ojin cursed inwardly. He didn't know what Black Heaven was, what heaven-defying anything meant, or even who this smug goddess standing before him really was. But one thing was clear. If pretending to be a regressor would save his life, then hell yes, he'd pretend. He stood, put on a bold face and told her what she wanted to hear. He was a regressor, even if it meant lying to a god. After a brief pause, Vega accepted it. She confirmed he was, in fact, the heaven-defying star. Ojin almost laughed. What the fuck, she actually bought it? She was supposed to be a celestial, a divine being far beyond mortal comprehension, and she fell for the cheapest bluff in the book? He smirked. He just scammed a god. Now he just had to survive long enough to enjoy it. Vega then said she had many questions about the future he came from. But they'd have to wait. Because first, she wanted to see what kind of strength the heaven-defying star possessed. Ojin turned pale. Was she implying he had to take care of the Anthorns still swarming behind him? Apparently, yes. Still acting the part, he told her he'd handle them. Then something strange happened. His body shifted. His energy spiked. He felt light, powerful. His legs kicked off the ground. His spear flew like lightning. And bang, he attacked the Anthorns head-on. Each strike was lethal, smooth, controlled. It shocked even him. He'd fought these bastards before, but never like this. This wasn't normal. Then the system updated him, informing him that he'd acquired the spearmanship skill of Pixis level 4. Immediately, a sharp pain lanced through his skull. Memories started flooding in, but they weren't his. They belonged to someone else. Maybe Shin-yuk? But the Shin-yuk in these memories didn't have a scar. That meant this wasn't from the past. These were memories from the future Shin-yuk, the one who'd returned and failed. With those memories came Pixis's full combat techniques. Ojin could now move like Shin-yuk, fight like him, strike like him. And yet he wondered, how the hell was a supposed one-star awakener this strong? The awakeners he'd scammed before were practically trash mobs compared to this. Before he could dwell on it, Vega raised her voice. She told him to stop. Was he just putting on a show to flex in front of her, she asked. Ojin blinked. What now? She pointed out that he hadn't even used his stigma yet, so what was he doing fighting like that? That question hit hard. Wait. Was she saying all this power wasn't even from the stigma of Lyra yet? He said he didn't know. Vega calmly explained that even a regressor wouldn't be able to use a newly obtained stigma perfectly. It would be like tossing a baby into a war zone. Ojin almost burst out laughing. She was helping him justify his fake identity on her own. This was too easy. He went with it. Yes, his body was like a baby's. Totally fragile, totally new. so he couldn't unleash everything yet. Vega nodded and said, in that case, it would be her honor to help the child take his first step. She lifted her arms with celestial grace. The system informed Ojin that Vega had granted him a star's blessing, temporarily boosting the proficiency of the stigma of Lyra. But Ojin was more concerned about something else. That name, Vega. It sounded familiar. Before he could finish the thought, lightning burst out of him. The power Vega poured into him was massive. He screamed, this time out of sheer pain. A warning would have been nice, damn it. The system told him blue lightning, level 1, had activated. With a single sweep of his hand, Ojin vaporized the ant horns. Gone. Just like that. He stared at his own hand. This wasn't what a 1-star could do. Hell, even a 3-star awakener would struggle to wipe out a swarm like that. Just what kind of monster was the stigma of Lyra? Then the final piece fell into place. He recalled the system saying Vega had granted him power, but he hadn't known her name until now. He tried again. Vega, she answered. Ojin froze. Sweat pooled on his back. She really was the Vega, a celestial among celestials. A being so powerful that even the 12 zodiac celestials wouldn't dare look her in the eye. There were 3 celestials who stood above all: Polaris, Deneb, and Vega. The Apex League, and he had just lied to one of them. His blood ran cold. Vega noticed the change in his face and asked what was wrong. He considered telling the truth, that he wasn't a regressor, that he'd just lied to avoid death. But nah. The milk was already spilled. If he confessed now, he'd die anyway. Might as well finish the con. He turned around with a soft smile, eyes glinting with false emotion. He told her he missed her. Vega blinked, confused, flustered. He took her hand, claimed to be Ojin, and said he thought he'd never see her again, then added a few tears for effect. She blushed, then asked what kind of relationship they had in the future. Ojin, ever the conman, played it slow. He told her she'd probably forgotten everything. He apologized, said there was nothing between them, which of course only made her more suspicious. She demanded he explain. What was their relationship truly? Ojin promised he'd explain later. He planned to stall until she filled in the blanks for him. But then, Vega grew serious. She asked him something else, something darker. Did she die in the future? She said she had always sensed it, that she, the gates, and the celestials would all be devoured by the darkness of Black Heaven. Ojin froze. That name again, Black Heaven. Vega continued, saying that if they didn't kill the owner of Black Heaven, the world would be destroyed. Ojin suddenly recalled the system's words, that he had obtained the skill Black Heaven. His smile dropped. A terrible question crawled into his mind. Did this mean he was the one destined to destroy the world? Ojin had made up his mind. There was no turning back now. As he stood there, staring at Vega, he decided he would just play along with everything. Whatever the consequences, he had crossed the point of no return. He then voiced his oath aloud, one made not just to Vega, but to himself. He swore to protect her when the time came, to ensure she would never be consumed by the Black Heaven. Moved by the sincerity in his expression, Vega addressed him not as a regressor, but by the name he now bore in full, the Awakened One, the heaven's divine star who dared to interfere with fate itself. She declared that she would guide his ashen path forward with her own starlight. Then, placing her hand on his shoulder, she granted him her divine power. In that moment, the system informed Ojin that the star of the Weaver Girl, Vega, had officially appointed him as her apostle. And alongside that declaration came a second notice. Black Heaven had absorbed the stigma's mana, and as a result, the prerequisite for Black Heaven's second awakening had now been fulfilled. Ojin stared ahead, stunned by the sheer gravity of what had just occurred. He had become Vega's apostle. There was no undoing it now, no turning back from the path he had stepped onto. Then Vega's gaze shifted. She noticed the corpse lying behind Ojin, and asked who the child was. Ojin frowned. He explained that in the current timeline, that person was still just a child. But in the future, he would become something far worse, a cruel being who would plunder and destroy innocent lives without remorse. Deep down, however, Ojin wasn't just thinking of the future. What Lishinyuk had done to him in the previous timeline was nothing short of monstrous. So in his heart, Ojin didn't feel guilt. He simply muttered silently that Lishinyuk shouldn't resent him too much. Vega smiled. She affirmed that eliminating the evil destined to occur was the very essence of what it meant to be a regressor. Ojin gave a light nod, accepting that fact. This was a privilege that only regressors could wield, changing the outcome before it ever arrived. Then Vega mentioned one final task. There was someone Ojin would have to kill. Someone he must be wary of. But before she could finish, her form began to fracture. Her celestial body cracked like delicate glass, fragments shimmering as she started to fade. She expressed her regret. She had wished to spend more time speaking with Ojin, but it seemed the restrictions of the law were activating. Ojin, confused, asked what she meant by that. Vega clarified. The blessing she had cast on him moments ago, though indirect, was still considered interference. Celestials, bound by cosmic law, were forbidden from meddling in the real world so directly. And now, she would have to return to her sanctuary. She promised they would speak again, 1 week later when he arrived at her domain. With that, Vega disappeared. Silence returned. Ojin sat down hard, collapsing with a heavy sigh. Everything, from fighting slimes to confronting Lishinyuk's corpse, and now being chosen by a celestial, had happened in rapid succession. His mind was a swirling mess. He cursed aloud, struggling to make sense of it all. Still, when he looked at the situation objectively, it wasn't entirely bad. He had obtained the stigma of one of the Celestials of the North Star. That alone changed his entire fate. Turning toward Lishinyuk's corpse, he muttered a rare moment of acknowledgement. Thanks to this man, or rather this regressor, everything in his life had taken a different path. So, begrudgingly, Ojin offered a final remark under his breath. Thanks, I guess, Mr. Regressor. Night had already fallen by the time Ojin headed home. Tired, sore, and still emotionally recovering from almost being dismembered by ant horns and lying to a god, the guy decided to treat himself. He took a quick detour and stopped by a local joint called Whack Donuts. The name was a lie. They sold burgers. Ojin ordered 2 Big Macs. The cashier rang it up, $15.80. Painful but manageable. After the purchase, he stepped outside, muttering to himself that these hamburgers were way too damn expensive. But hey, it is what it is. A scammer's gotta eat. He climbed the stairs to his apartment, plastic bag in one hand and exhaustion in the other. When he reached his door, he opened it and stepped in, casually announced that he was home. From across the dim apartment, a soft voice greeted him. Unha. She asked how his day went and noted that he came home late. Unha was blind, not just physically, she had lost her mind once too, a long time ago. She wasn't always like this. She used to be an awakener, fierce, independent, protective. But that was before her fall, before she lost her leg, her sight, and part of her sanity. Now she lived quietly. Still sharp, though dulled by years of damage. She sensed people through sound and presence alone. Back when they were kids, she had been Ojin's only pillar of support in the hellish orphanage. She had defended him, carried him, believed in him when no one else did. Now their roles had flipped. Ojin took care of her. And while their bond remained strong, sharing an apartment with a grown woman wasn't exactly simple. The tension was constant, the situation was awkward, but necessary. As they sat together, Unha took a bite of the burger. She frowned, asked what it was she was eating. Ojin, confused, wondered if she didn't like it. But then she smiled, wide and genuine, and said it was delicious. Ojin shrugged. Probably because this time, he didn't microwave some sad frozen patty, he bought the real thing. Hearing that, Unha flipped out. She yelled at him, demanding to know what the hell had gotten into him. Buying fresh burgers? Had he been hit in the head by a monster? Ojin explained that he had made some money recently. Unha muttered that she already knew that much, but still this wasn't like him. He never bought burgers before just because he had cash. Something was off. Ojin thought about telling her the truth, but he couldn't, not yet. He told himself inwardly, just a bit more. He wanted to save up. There was something important he needed to buy. As she took another bite, Unha suddenly paused. She asked why he was staring at her. Ojin pointed out she had some sauce on her face. Unha pouted, slightly embarrassed. Classic lady behavior. She asked him to show her where exactly, but obviously she couldn't see. And Ojin, being Ojin, decided to tease her instead. She sighed, told him to stop mocking her and just help her wipe it off. He told her not to bother. She was already ugly, sauce or not didn't make a difference. She threatened to stab him. He chuckled and told her from now on, he'd only buy Big Mac combos, never frozen burgers again. On his way home earlier, he had already started second-guessing the whole evening. And now Unha had caught on. She went quiet for a moment, then hit him with it. She said, something happened, didn't it? Ojin flinched. She was right. Of course she was. He couldn't hide things from her. Not for long. Yeah. Something definitely happened. So he told her. He was awakened. Unha's hands trembled. Her drink spilled. She asked how that was even possible. Ojin explained. Everything. Or, well, most things. By the time he finished talking, the night had gotten deep. He stepped out onto the apartment's swing chair to clear his head. He let out a deep sigh. Finally, a moment of silence. He thought back on her reaction. It made sense. Of course she was shocked. Out of nowhere, he was suddenly an awakener. Back inside, she had been yelling, demanding answers, asking who his celestial was. Which apostle he served, how it all even made sense. Now, sitting under the stars, Ojin asked himself a more dangerous question. How the fuck was he supposed to tell her he lied to a goddess? He leaned back. No answers came. He opened his system interface, decided it was time to go through everything, one step at a time. The system complied, listing messages he had ignored earlier. There, buried among the logs, was the skill called Black Heaven. This was the force that had devoured Lee Shinhyuk's stigma of Lyra. This wasn't part of Shinhyuk's regression. This wasn't tied to Pixis. This was something different. This was something darker. Black Heaven had chosen him. Black Heaven. The unknown force that devoured Lee Shinhyuk's stigma of Lyra. Ojin sat on the swing, staring up at the sky like it owed him rent. This power, it wasn't part of Shinhyuk's regression. No way. This thing was his. Always had been. He recalled Vega's words. The one who bears Black Heaven will destroy the world. Which meant that at some point, somewhere down the line, he would become the villain. A world-ending bastard. That was a hell of a future. He rubbed his forehead, wondering what the hell his first life looked like if it turned him into that. What could have pushed him to the point of obliterating everything? Still, none of that mattered right now, because if word got out that he had Black Heaven, then it was game over. The goddess would know he wasn't a returner, just a nobody, a faker, a leech who stole a dead man's stigma. He sighed long and deep. Why the fuck was he caught in this mess? He leaned back in the swing, eyes half-lidded, whispering to himself that, okay, putting that apocalypse shit aside. The real question now was, what's next? Being a regressor was a tricky act to play. He needed to sell it harder, maybe talk like he saw the future in his coffee. But he had a plan. The gods wouldn't doubt someone acknowledged by their peers. If he got recognized, if his rank rose fast enough, they'd believe the hype. And stop asking questions. That meant one thing. He had to level up the stigma of Lyra. But first, sleep. Rest was the key to scamming efficiently. He turned toward the apartment when a notification hit his phone. New alert. Anomaly detected. Chance of mutant activity. Ojin narrowed his eyes. He tapped into the report and froze. It was a photo. The gate he went to today. Already on the damn news? He blinked, muttered under his breath that, honestly, yeah, the ant horns earlier had been weird. Too many, too organized. He should have known something was up. Turns out, it was an anomaly, and worse, mutants might have appeared. That changed everything. Mutants were rare, aberrations, freak versions of normal monsters, mutated beyond their base instincts. Sometimes stronger, sometimes just fucking bizarre, but always unpredictable, and definitely not something a fresh one-star awakener was supposed to handle. Ojin smiled, wide. If mutants were popping up, then that meant better loot, and more importantly, higher risk meant faster growth. He'd found his hunting ground. The next morning arrived with skies as clear as Ojin's bullshit explanations. Outside the gate, the place was crawling with hunters. Guilds, freelancers, defense units, all shouting like a damn market square. One girl waved a flag, calling out that her team had 2-star apostles of phonics, looking for extra hands. Another group yelled they needed a tank before they could go in. Ojin observed the circus as he walked past. Despite last night's mutant warning, the place was more crowded than usual. He thought it was idiotic. Wasn't anyone scared? Then again, mutant starstones sold for good money. People were gambling with their lives for a fat payday. He considered joining a party, just for cover, but nah. He was confident now, too confident maybe. He didn't want to split loot with anyone. He was going in alone. He stepped through the dungeon entrance. No welcome mat, no glowing path, just silence. The forest was thick and lonely. Then it happened. He saw them. In the underbrush, monsters with glowing red eyes stared him down like predators itching for blood. Ant horns, except something was off. Their aggression. They weren't acting like the standard cannon fodder versions. No time to hesitate. They launched. Ojin moved, one leapt for his throat. He ducked and smashed it with his spear, right between its antennae. A clean hit. Skull cracked like a melon. Another lunged from above. Ojin twisted, jammed the spear upward, and rammed it through the monster's stomach, slamming it into the earth. It tried to crawl away. Big mistake. Ojin grabbed its leg, told the thing it had to pay the price for rushing him, then slammed it back into the dirt with a crack so loud it echoed through the forest. 4 ant horns remained. They didn't even get a chance. Ojin shattered them like roaches under boots. Fast, brutal. The battlefield was quiet. For now. 4 ant horns had just been sent flying like ragdolls, probably halfway to Yama's underworld waiting room. Ojin stood tall. He couldn't help but grin. His physical stats weren't just above average, they were on another fucking level. He knew it. The weight of a standard ant horn was about 80 kilograms. Most newbies would buckle under one. He flung them around like stuffed toys. He bent down to survey the mess and muttered that the cleanup was done. Now it was payday time. He began collecting the starstones from the ant horn corpses. One of them caught his eye. A faint glow, saturated with mana, looked valuable. He picked it up and estimated the price, probably around $8,000. No wonder people sold their souls to be awakeners. But just as he pocketed the loot, Ojin froze. Not out of fear. He just sensed something big. A heavier presence entered the area. The air thickened. He stood up straight, no panic, just a smile creeping across his face, asking if the new arrival had come because it smelled the blood of its little buddies. Then the boss stepped out. And this one wasn't a normal ant horn. It glowed, but not like a gemstone. A murderous aura radiated from its body, thick enough to choke on. Ojin narrowed his eyes. Yeah, no doubt about it. This bastard was a mutant. No time for formalities. The thing charged him, moving like a wild beast that had skipped breakfast. Ojin didn't flinch. He stayed rooted to the ground. He called the mutant out mentally, taunting it for rushing in blind like it forgot what fear was. But if the boss wanted a serious fight, it was gonna get one. Ojin's body sparked, then blazed. Electricity surged across his limbs. His stigma of Lyra roared to life. The system calmly informed him that Thunderfall, level 1, had activated. Without hesitation, Ojin gripped his spear, now crackling with concentrated lightning, and hurled it with all the force of divine punishment. The bolt tore through the mutant boss like a drill, left a gaping hole in its chest so wide it looked like someone tried to dig a well straight through it. Dead. In an instant. Ojin stood there, stunned. Even he wasn't expecting that much power. Killing a mutant, in one blow? That wasn't just impressive. That was terrifying. Behind the boss, the 4 remaining ant horns, its underlings, paused. Then, like smart little cowards, they turned and ran for their lives. Apparently, Ojin was more terrifying than their mutant alpha. But he wasn't happy. He yelled after them, demanding they cough up their starstones before fleeing, those thieving little bastards. And then, his body shook. No, not from pain, from resonance. The system informed him that his stigma of Lyra had been promoted to 2 stars. On his chest, a new symbol etched itself into his skin, glowing like a brand from the gods themselves. Ojin stared at the light. So it happened after all. He had expected the promotion. The stigma was already overflowing with mana. But leveling up this fast, within a single day, that was insane. He could feel the new power crawling under his skin. He bent down beside the mutant's body, whispering to himself that this was nice, very nice. He reached out to gather the rest of the starstones. And then, someone approached. A voice called out. A man asked him casually, "Did he just kill a mutant?" Ojin turned slowly. 2 guys stood a few meters away, both dressed in hunter gear. They looked like they'd just walked out of a recruitment poster. One of them nodded, impressed. Said that even if it was just an ant horn, mutants weren't something a solo hunter should be able to handle easily. He complimented Ojin, called him skilled. Said his movements were sharp. Then the other one introduced them both. They were 3-star apostles from the guild known as Hunting Dogs. The second guy introduced himself as Hane. But then, the tone changed. Something about the air around them felt off. Ojin stared at the two guys and said inwardly that with those kind of faces, it would be a crime for both of them not to be robbers. And when they finally accused Ojin of stealing their kills, he knew he'd guessed right. These weren't some friendly rankers on patrol. They were thieves. Robbers. But that was fine, because if they were robbers, then Ojin was the goddamn king of robbers. He'd been stealing since before he could spell his own name. These guys were amateurs. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees with a pitiful expression and began groveling. He apologized for stealing their spoils, said he didn't know they were chasing those ant horns, said he'd give them everything he earned, the star stones, the loot, all of it. The two men blinked, confused. Why the hell was this guy surrendering so quickly? The first one chuckled, calling Ojin a respectful and understanding guy. Told him to go ahead and hand it over. Ojin stood up, nodded sheepishly, then stabbed the first guy straight in the chest. Blood erupted. The man gasped, eyes wide as lightning crackled from Ojin's palm. Ojin stared him dead in the eye and told him he wasn't handing over shit. In fact, he said, it would be them giving tribute to their dead mothers in the afterlife. The guy collapsed, choking on his blood, before his body hit the forest floor with a soft thud. His partner screamed in rage, said they'd been tricked by a lunatic. He lunged forward, using a skill called Swanabatu, trying to cut Ojin down. Ojin parried the strike mid-swing, casually. The man recoiled in shock, asked how the hell Ojin was this fast. Was he hiding his real strength the whole time? Ojin smirked and told him to stop talking nonsense. It wasn't that Ojin was hiding his strength. They were just weak. And with that, Ojin unleashed the lightning of Lyra. The surge exploded out, slamming straight into the man's chest and roasting him alive. He collapsed, smoke trailing from his mouth, his charred body twitching once before going still. Finally, silence. Ojin sighed, then whispered to himself, loot time. Black heaven feeds again. He crouched next to the corpses. Both dead thieves had glowing stigma marks still visible on their chests. The mana hadn't dispersed yet. Ojin tapped his chin. Come to think of it, wasn't Black Heaven supposed to grow stronger by absorbing stigmas? It was risky. If Vega found out, he was screwed. Consuming the powers of others, especially dead ones, wasn't exactly divine-approved behavior. But then again, Black Heaven had a built-in advantage. A skill called black cutting. It masked its presence. Even gods and goddesses couldn't detect it. So what the hell? Ojin reached forward and pressed his palm against one of the corpses. Dark mana, tinged with lightning, began to surge from his hand. The system informed him that Black Heaven was now absorbing the stigma of the hunting dogs. And then came the real update. The conditions for Black Heaven's second awakening had been met. Without warning, Ojin's body was engulfed in roaring black flame and wild arcs of lightning. He screamed as the power surged through him. The forest darkened. The clouds overhead swirled, reacting to his transformation. Then a new message arrived. The system informed him that Black Heaven was now reading through the records stored inside the stigma of Lyra. But the reading process was limited. The system explained, Black Heaven's awakening stage is too low. The stigma of Lyra was too powerful. The vast records contained in it couldn't be fully accessed. Instead, a compromise. The system would unlock a limited batch of records belonging to Awakener Lee Shin-hyuk. And just like that, Ojin's vision blurred. He was no longer in the forest. Memory record, Lee Shin-hyuk. A hospital room. Lee Shin-hyuk lay in bed staring up at a white ceiling, unsure of where he was. His body was weak. His thoughts scattered. Besides him stood Woon-hyuk, his younger brother. Lee Shin-hyuk asked how long has it been since he fainted, and Woon-hyuk replied that it has been 2 weeks. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't relieved. He was pissed. He asked why Shin-hyuk had gone into a gate alone again. Shin-hyuk weakly replied that he thought it was safe. It had only been rated 1 star. Woon-hyuk didn't buy it. The room fell silent, until a knock interrupted them. A woman entered, clean uniform, folder in hand. She addressed Woon-hyuk as guildmaster, then asked if he had a moment. Woon-hyuk nodded, slightly annoyed, asked what it was about. The woman explained that a new gate had appeared on the 15th day. Someone named Shang Yun had entered it and retrieved a star relic. Woon-hyuk raised an eyebrow. Said, so Shang Yun actually found something? The woman confirmed it, but added one more thing. Something about the entire event didn't sit right. And just like that, the memory flickered. The vision blurred. Lee Shin-hyuk's memory began to fade like mist. The fragment had been short, just a sliver. And now that the Black Heaven had processed all it could for now, the feed shut off. Ojin jolted awake, gasping for breath. Sweat rolled down his face, his head throbbed, his thoughts were scrambled. Shin-hyuk's memories had poured into his brain like a cracked USB dumping files. Of course this would happen. When you steal a man's stigma, you inherit his past. And it wasn't just memories. The system chimed in to inform him that part of Awakener Lee Shin-hyuk's memory had been successfully inherited. The spearmanship of Pixis, previously level 4, had now advanced to level 5. And more strangely, a new skill had been acquired. Lame excuse, level 2. Ojin blinked. What the hell kind of skill was lame excuse? He chuckled dryly. Well, he was a scammer after all. Maybe the system was finally being honest about who he was. Still, the memories gave him more than pain. He now knew something important. From Shin-hyuk's memory, he saw a gate set to appear in Mokdong on the 15th day. 8 days from now. And inside that gate, a star relic would be found. Not just any item. A star relic, concentrated celestial power. The kind of thing that could boost your rank by 1 or even 2 stars. Ojin grinned. This wasn't just valuable, this was jackpot-level prophecy. Welcome to the tax office, where dreams die. The scene cut. Now, Ojin was standing at the counter of the local exchange center. He'd hauled in his starstones and waited while they processed the transaction. The cashier finally looked up. At current rates, she told him, the center would purchase his loot for a total of $1,440. After tax deduction, sent $1,152. Ojin nearly choked. He yelled loudly about the bullshit 18% tax on his starstones. This wasn't a fee. This was legalized robbery. The cashier flinched, asked if he was okay. Ojin waved it off, muttering that he was talking to himself, loudly and with rage. Fine, whatever, he had no choice. He took a deep breath and moved to the waiting area to finish the process. Then the automated voice called out, "Number 57, please proceed to the desk." He got up and walked over. The same cashier looked at him with curious eyes and asked a routine question. Which celestial goddess was he affiliated with? Ojin replied flatly, Lyra. There was a pause, then it hit her. The cashier's jaw dropped. She asked him to repeat it. Ojin did, slowly. Spelled it out, Lyra, and told her to hurry it up. He didn't have time for dramatics. But the girl was frozen. Her mind was scrambling. She stammered that this wasn't something she could handle. This was above her pay grade. She asked Ojin to follow her. He smirked inside. As expected, just dropping the North Star's name was already making waves. He debated hiding his power from now on. All this noise, all these eyes, it was a hassle. But then again, fame meant authority. And authority kept questions away. So he followed her through a side door. They arrived at a VIP room, marked for very important personnel. She politely gestured for him to enter and wait while she got her boss. Ojin walked in, and there he saw a man sitting with his legs crossed over a lounge table, white hair, yellow eyes, expensive clothes, and an attitude so thick it had its own gravitational pull. The man didn't say hello. Instead, he sneered, asked Ojin who the hell he thought he was, glaring like that. Told him to lower his eyes immediately. Ojin didn't even flinch, no fear, no irritation. Just that dry, dead-eyed look he reserved for idiots. Inside, though, his brain was cursing up a storm. Who the fuck was this albino punk? Where did they dig him up? And what kind of rich asshole scolds someone before the handshake? But fine, whatever. Ojin wasn't here to start drama. He ignored the guy entirely, probably just another observer, here to watch the registration process. Then he noticed something, around the guy. The table was stacked with expensive snacks. Imported stuff. Even actual Pringles, the real deal, not the bootleg ones. And in the center, a rare dessert, yogurt from Yugut, a delicacy even Ojin had never tasted. He blinked. Okay, so maybe the albino was loaded. Still didn't mean he had to act like a prick. Ojin narrowed his eyes again, this time at the yogurt, not the man. That snack spread, that was worth more than his entire last dungeon run. And suddenly, Ojin scanned the table. That wasn't just any snack, it was Yugut, the kind of expensive dessert reserved for nobles, S-class celebrities, or awakeners who could buy entire buildings for fun. His mouth watered immediately. He knew this wasn't for him. But when had that ever stopped him before? Ojin sat down like he owned the place. He didn't just stare at the food, he dug in. First bite? Heaven. Second bite? Orgasmic. Holy shit, he muttered under his breath, stuffing his face like he hadn't eaten in 5 years. He was already scheming which leftovers to pocket. He figured even Yunha would be thrilled if he brought this kind of luxury home. But the calm didn't last long. From across the room, the albino, still lounging with the arrogance of someone born on a throne, decided to open his mouth. He asked Ojin if he was homeless or something. Ojin froze mid-bite, slowly turning his head in disbelief. The guy wasn't finished. He then complained about Ojin smacking his lips too loudly and ruining his appetite. That was it. Ojin swallowed, wiped his mouth calmly, then stood and turned toward the albino with a smile that carried nothing warm. He figured the guy was clearly asking for trouble. Without raising his voice, Ojin made it clear the other was getting too bold, acting like there were no consequences for letting his mouth run unchecked. The albino blinked, confused by how casually this stranger was speaking to him. He snapped back, asking if Ojin had lost his mind. Ojin took a step closer and asked if the guy even understood who he was. The question landed with impact. The albino hesitated, unsure how to respond. When he asked who Ojin was, Ojin let out a small laugh. It was all going according to plan. There was no need for a real name, just the right tone, confidence, and well-placed bluff. Ojin played it like a seasoned manipulator. He implied that he had been laying low recently, and was surprised nobody recognized him, especially after being shown straight into the VIP lounge. That was enough. The albino's face changed completely. Panic set in. He began to doubt everything. The confidence, the aura, the effortless access to the private room. It didn't line up with some random nobody. This had to be someone powerful, someone dangerous, maybe even beyond human. Whispers among awakeners spoke of monsters who reverted in age after surpassing 9 stars. What if this was one of them? The idea alone made the albino tremble. Ojin pressed further, asking what guild he was from. The albino jumped in his seat and introduced himself in a rush. Park Jong-woo, a member of the Pandinus Guild. And that changed everything. Ojin knew that name. Pandinus wasn't just any guild. It was one of the national top 10, filled with Scorpio-class elites. A wrong move here would be dangerous. But Ojin didn't flinch. He maintained the act, smiling smoothly as he linked the name Pandinus to Shansu. He implied he knew Shansu well, even joking that they used to drink together, surprised the guy had become a guild leader. The kind of nostalgic talk only old war buddies shared. Park Jong-woo bought it completely. He asked what message to pass along, and Ojin casually told him to just mention it came from Gonjino. That was enough to send Jong-woo into full panic mode. The albino dropped to his knees, apologizing profusely for the insult. He called Ojin master and begged for forgiveness. Ojin brushed it off like it was nothing. He told him mistakes happen and advised him to keep a lid on his mouth next time. But Jong-woo wasn't done. He insisted on making it up to him. Oh-jin, now fully relaxed in the plush chair, leaned back, radiating the quiet authority of someone used to being respected. He told Jong-woo that if he really insisted, there was something he could do. A few minutes passed. The albino guy returned, carrying a bulging sack stuffed with chips, chocolates, and practically everything that had been in the fridge. He dropped the bag onto the floor and stated plainly that he'd brought every last item. Oh-jin offered a simple nod of approval. The haul was absurd. It was exactly the kind of thing that would leave Eunha completely speechless, not that she could actually see it. And that somehow made it even funnier. As the albino adjusted his jacket, he suddenly excused himself. He claimed he didn't feel well, and that he'd be resting instead of continuing with the registration exam. Without waiting for further discussion, he bowed and quietly left the room. The door clicked shut. Oh-jin let out a small breath, glad to be alone again. One clown off the stage. He pulled out the guy's wallet. At some point earlier, he'd swiped it, under the pretense of being some fisher of Korean awakeners who had no use for such trivial human items. Inside the wallet was a solid stack of bills. Oh-jin smirked. After everything he'd scammed in his life, robbing a rich brat like this barely scratched the surface. But tucked deeper inside was something else, a star stone. And not just any star stone, it was a mutant. Oh-jin's expression shifted. That kind of drop was ridiculously rare. Mutant-class monsters barely appeared, and the odds of obtaining one of their star stones were microscopic. Why did someone like Jong-woo have one? Oh-jin pocketed it. That would be an investigation for another day, but he didn't get much time to think. The door creaked again. This time it was a large man, tall, broad, and radiating power from every movement. He introduced himself as Han Junman, team leader of the Special Disaster and Security Management Association's Disaster Response HQ. The man extended his hand, firm and confident. He wanted to confirm, was this really Awakener Guan Oh-jin, the one claiming to hold Lyra's stigma? Oh-jin shook his hand and confirmed his identity. Up close, Junman's build was immense. There was no mistaking it. This guy wasn't some paper pusher. He was the real deal. Oh-jin asked about his constellation. The answer was Taros, a 6-star Awakener. One of the 12 zodiacs. That explained the pressure radiating from him. Junman narrowed his gaze and asked whether Oh-jin truly bore the stigma of Lyra. It wasn't disbelief, just caution, and Oh-jin understood. He was the first Awakener to lay claim to a celestial as rare as Vega. Skepticism was inevitable. After a moment's thought, Oh-jin pulled down his collar to reveal the mark. Junman studied it carefully. He looked convinced, but only halfway. Then came a formal request. If Oh-jin didn't mind, Junman wanted to personally oversee his exam. Oh-jin blinked at the suggestion. A 6-star doing the work himself? Apparently so. They made their way to the sparring room. Junman moved without hesitation, pulling on boxing gloves like it was a morning jog. Oh-jin asked if he could use his standard weapon instead of going barehanded. Junman welcomed it. Oh-jin narrowed his eyes. This was a rare opportunity. A 6-star Awakener. That was a massive leap above him. Even with Lyra's stigma, there was no guarantee he could even touch the man. But if there was ever a time to test the limits, this was it. Without another word, bang. Oh-jin launched forward. Lightning coursed through his limbs. The air cracked. His body shimmered with electricity, darker than before. Black lightning surged with a vengeance. Junman's smile vanished the moment he felt the pressure. That was no beginner's power. Not even close. He flinched slightly. There was no explanation for this. A rookie Awakener? Moving like that? Oh-jin darted in again. The second strike. Junman responded. One clean hook. A single devastating punch straight into Oh-jin's face. The impact sent him flying. His body slammed into the floor with a brutal thud. He rolled to the side, coughing and groaning. What kind of monster strength was this? Junman rushed over in concern, asking if Oh-jin was still conscious. But Oh-jin forced himself up. He wasn't done. He understood now. Junman wasn't someone who could be overwhelmed with reckless attacks. Simple stabbing wouldn't work. He'd need lightning and precision, speed and calculation. Spear in hand, Oh-jin charged again. Mid-air he twisted, feinting right. The spear glowed with electric force. Junman blocked it cleanly, using only the back of his glove. Exactly what Oh-jin needed. The man wasn't avoiding, he was parrying. That gave Oh-jin the angle to redirect force, to use that power against him. He twisted mid-air again, aiming for an opening. Then it happened, a sudden surge inside him, like his body tapped deeper into something primal. And the system responded. Lightning and thunder increased from level 1, level 2. Power burst out. Black lightning erupted with newfound strength, consuming the room in violent arcs. Oh-jin struck again. This time, the impact wasn't minor. Junman was blasted off his feet, sliding across the ground in a heap. Junman let out a groan. This kid. He was evolving mid-fight. He pushed up from the ground, shocked. The bastard kept getting stronger. They rushed each other again, blows clashing, lightning dancing, fists slamming like gods at war. And then Junman forgot. This wasn't a battle to the death, this was just a sparring session. But his instincts took over. And with one final brutal hook, he punched Oh-jin in the face. The air twisted. Oh-jin spun through the air and hit the floor. He didn't move. Junman's eyes widened. He cursed and ran to him, calling for medics, mana potions, anything that could help. Time passed. Eventually Oh-jin stirred. A staff member gave him a mana potion. He drank it slowly, still lying on the ground, groaning. No major injuries. Barely. Junman finally exhaled in relief. For a moment, he truly thought the kid had died. After Oh-jin finished drinking the mana potion, he tossed the bottle aside and stared at it for a second. And in classic Oh-jin fashion, the first thought that popped into his head wasn't about battle, pain, or pride. It was, damn, that bottle probably cost over $10,000. The man could get stabbed in the gut and still be doing mental math about potion resale value. But hey, when you're a broke regressor with expensive taste, you calculate survival in currency. Just then, Junman gave a slight bow, apologizing for going overboard during the sparring match. Ojin smiled and brushed it off. It was fine. But in his mind, he was actually satisfied with how things played out. Sure, he didn't win, but forcing a 6-star awakener to use his stigma during a spar, that alone was enough of a flex. He casually asked if the sparring match was officially over. Junman confirmed it. Now for the real reason I called you here, he said. Junman looked at him intently. In his head, he admitted that Ojin, the so-called apostle of the Weaver Girl, wasn't just some random anomaly. No, this guy was on another level entirely, far beyond what he expected. Then, Junman asked if Ojin could spare a little time for something serious. Ojin agreed. Sometime later, the two of them sat in a private room, sipping tea. Junman got to the point. He wanted Ojin to join the Hunter Association. Said it would benefit him in a lot of ways. Ojin exhaled. Yup, just as he expected. The old come join our side speech. He figured this was coming the moment his title as the North Star's apostle started making waves. With that kind of branding, he didn't even need to try to get noticed. But instead of tying himself down to any guild, Ojin had already decided that being a freelance mercenary was far more profitable, and way less restricting. Especially for someone like him, a regressor who had no idea what the future demanded yet. After a few quiet sips, Ojin gently set his cup down and politely declined. Said he couldn't be tied to any single group or structure. It wouldn't work with the path he was walking. Junman raised his hand slightly and asked him to wait. He clarified that the offer wasn't as rigid as it sounded. Ojin could affiliate with the association in name only. No work attendance required, no obligations, and he'd still get paid. Regularly. Ojin froze. Wait a damn minute. Did this man just say he could get money? For doing nothing? His eyes sharpened. He asked Junman to repeat that part. Junman confirmed it. No shifts, no reports, no assignments. Just affiliation. And of course, they'd even help pass him work when he wanted it. Inside, Ojin was howling like a lunatic. This was insane. He wouldn't have to do a single thing and the cash would keep flowing. It was like being a landlord. Except the building was his name. Not to mention, no commission cuts, no request fees, and full credibility as an official awakener under the association's banner. This was literally everything he ever wanted. But Ojin couldn't just leap in like a desperate puppy. That would make him look too eager, and eager meant exploitable. So, like the sly bastard he was, he played his part. He scratched his chin and told Junman that he might need a bit of time to think things over. Inwardly, though, he was already signing the damn contract in his head, because he wasn't going to live like a dog anymore. From now on, he would own the leash. Just as he was doing mental backflips of joy, Junman threw in one last bonus. They'd also waive all taxes on his magic stones if he sold them to the association. That was it. Ojin nearly barked aloud. Tax exemption? That wasn't just a good deal. That was divine fucking intervention. He put on a straight face, looked Junman dead in the eye and calmly said, "Then, I'll become your dog. No, please take care of me." The scene cut to the streets of the city. Ojin was walking through the glowing skyline, headed toward a familiar destination. He remembered Vega's words, that she wanted him to return to the sanctuary in a week. Well, that day had finally arrived. He had prepared. He had trained. He had burned every last candle at both ends. And now, it was time to perform. As Ojin walked along the polished path, he finally arrived at the towering gate to the sanctuary. But just before entering, he noticed something unexpected. A crowd, dozens, no, hundreds, of non-awakeners were gathered in front of the sanctuary gate, bowing, murmuring, begging the stars for power. Their hands clasped tight in prayer, eyes squeezed shut in desperation. Ojin paused, staring blankly at the scene. He had heard rumors that people, especially those without powers, would come here to pray, hoping the Celestials would bless them with a stigma. And looking at this, yeah, it made sense. In this cruel world, if you weren't an awakener, your options were starvation or slavery. But still, there are really this many. Now back to business. Ojin looked at the Almond Gate, one of the Celestials' sight, and exclaimed that it's very huge. He wondered how many of these sanctuaries even exist around the world. Too many questions. He shook his head. Whatever, I'll see for myself. He stepped forward, crossing the boundary into the sanctuary. And the world changed. His eyes widened. Light sparkled from the branches of an impossibly large tree, stretching toward the ceiling like veins of the Milky Way. Starlight dripped from its leaves. Space and sky seemed to bend around it, impossibly beautiful and strangely quiet. He floated upward, literally lifted by the sanctuary's energy. And with a slight grin, he muttered, "Time to go see Vega." Sometime later, Ojin entered the inner hall of the sanctuary. Waiting inside was Vega, the Celestial, the star of the Weaver Girl. She noticed his approach first and greeted him, remarking on his delayed arrival. Ojin, already prepared with a carefully constructed facade, stepped forward with a composed, affectionate expression. Everything from his words to his body language was rehearsed. Fake memories, fake warmth, all strategically designed for maximum effect. He told Vega that he had missed her. The delivery was casual, laced with just enough sincerity to shake her resolve. Vega blinked in surprise. Before she could respond, Ojin scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile, pretending the words had slipped out unintentionally. But of course they hadn't. It was a calculated move to maintain the emotional upper hand. This was the persona he'd crafted for her, one that made her hesitate. And once again, it was working. Vega tried to recover, insisting that she was not the woman he remembered. But Ojin remained smooth, claiming the Vega in his memories looked just as radiant as the one before him. The faint blush on Vega's face confirmed that he'd hit his mark. She called him a shameless flatterer and claimed that a woman of virtue like her couldn't possibly assist such a silver-tongued man. But her tone was weakening. Eventually she composed herself and brought up the matter of his growth. He had risen to 2 stars in just 1 week, something she hadn't expected, even from someone marked by the heaven-defying star. Ojin replied modestly, saying he had merely followed in her footsteps. Then came the moment he had been dreading. Vega, her expression serious now, requested the full picture, the future, in detail. She wanted to know what was coming and how she could prepare. Internally, Ojin panicked. She was asking for specifics, something he absolutely did not have. He wasn't a regressor. He didn't know the future. He had no master plan, no timeline, no grand prophecy to recite. But he didn't let it show. He gathered himself and declared that a new existence would soon appear, something called the Heavenly Demon. Vega's eyes sharpened. The name caught her off guard. She asked whether even he, as a so-called regressor, didn't know the identity of this Heavenly Demon. Ojin, wearing his solemn face, replied that he had tried. He had searched endlessly before his regression, yet still failed to uncover the entity's true nature. It was, technically, a truthful statement, because the Heavenly Demon didn't exist. He had just made it up. A mix of a black heaven-wielding demon sounded impressive enough to buy time. And it worked. Vega tilted her head, curious. She said it was unusual. If Ojin had really regressed by using something as serious as the Pledge of Stars, then that must mean he had to kill the owner of the Black Heaven first, right? So why was he now saying that even after killing the man he didn't see his face? The moment those words dropped, Ojin nearly froze. It felt like a crack had just formed in the wall of his perfect story. Pledge of Stars? What the hell is that? He hadn't even heard that term before. He scrambled mentally, frantically trying to piece it together. But then a horrifying possibility hit him. If Vega said Lee Shin-yuk killed the owner of the Black Heaven, then that means, in the previous life, Lee Shin-yuk actually managed to kill him. Ojin blinked, barely holding his composure. Wait, no, focus. That wasn't the point right now. What mattered was that Vega might start getting suspicious. And if she did, this entire bluff would blow up in his face. So he pulled himself together and acted calm. With a serious, almost mournful face, he explained. The moment his spear pierced the heart of the Black Heaven's owner, the man turned into black dust and scattered into the wind. He said he was too focused on the Heavenly Demon at the time. By the time he realized what had happened, it was too late to see the man's face. Vega nodded slowly. I see. So that's what happened. Then she asked him something else. If he didn't know the Heavenly Demon's identity, did he at least have an idea where or when the man would appear? Ojin wanted to say, yeah, he's right in front of you. Surprise. But of course, that would be suicide. So instead, he shook his head and told her not yet. He'd have to wait until the Heavenly Demon made the first move. Vega asked softly, and when will that be? Ojin's eyes sharpened. According to his memories, 3 years from now. Totally fake, of course, but that timeline would give him enough room to grow, pretend to know things, and do what a proper regressor was supposed to do. He told Vega he planned to use the time wisely, train, investigate, and prepare for the demon's arrival. Vega agreed. It sounded reasonable enough, but Ojin didn't want to linger on that subject too long. It was getting dangerously close to collapsing. So he quickly shifted the topic. He recalled something he had picked from Lee Shin-yuk's memories. There would be a gate opening in McDonk in 2 days, and inside that gate, a star relic was hidden. He casually mentioned this to Vega, saying he planned to go there when it opened. Now this was bait. He was certain Vega wouldn't question him anymore. Because no one else could know about this. Only a true regressor could have information like this in advance. Surely, when the relic actually appears in McDonk, Vega would drop every single doubt she ever had. Vega tilted her head, impressed. So you plan to obtain a relic? Ojin nodded. She walked closer and placed her hand on his shoulder. My child. Ojin's soul nearly exploded. Did she just call him her child? He stared blankly at her and asked himself if all Celestials called their apostles this. Was he supposed to call her Mama Vega now? As Vega hugged him, she told him that the fate of the world rested on his shoulders, but begged him not to overexert himself. And in that moment, Ojin felt peace, not strategic relief, but warmth, like a kind, motherly energy soaking through his bones. Damn, he thought, even my soul feels cozy right now, which kind of made it worse. Because deceiving someone this kind-hearted, yeah, it stung a little, but hey, when survival's on the line, you do what you gotta do. He smiled and told her not to worry. He wasn't pushing himself too hard. He will do everything and anything for her sake. And Vega, hearing that, actually blushed. She covered her mouth slightly and murmured, how can you say something like that so casually? Perfect. The bluff has landed beautifully. Now Ojin felt like it was the perfect time to wrap things up. He bowed politely and said he'd be taking his leave, but just as he turned around, Vega stopped him. A strange grin formed on her face. She told him that she, the esteemed one, will be going with him. Ojin froze, completely. Huh? What did she just say? Vega repeated herself. She said it was exactly what it sounded like. She, Vega, the Celestial, the Weaver girl herself, would manifest physically on Earth and stay by his side. Upon hearing Vega's declaration, Ojin was shocked, utterly bamboozled, like someone had plugged a lightning cable straight into his brain. What the hell was that? She was following him to Earth? Had he gone too far with all that sweet talk? Trying to salvage the situation, he quickly said, But, isn't it impossible for Celestials to descend due to restrictions? But Vega just smiled faintly. Who did he think she was? Of course there were limitations, but as she explained, her strength and time would be restricted, not nullified. With the right method, she could still manifest, at least partially. Then, without another word, she raised her hand. Ojin watched in confusion as her body started to glow and shrink. What the hell is she doing now, he wondered. Within seconds, Vega's form had compressed into something the size of a palm. She floated gently in front of him and handed over a strange pendant. She told him that as long as he wore it, she could manifest nearby for a few hours a day in this state. And then she added, "Didn't he say he'd do anything for her?" Then it was only fair she returned the favor. The path ahead would be dark, lonely, and full of lies, but he wouldn't walk it alone anymore. He should look forward to it. Ojin didn't respond right away. Instead, he sighed inwardly. He really was cruel. Now he had to keep pretending, day and night, like he was some legendary regressor. This lie was becoming a full-time job. Damn it, he muttered. Later, back at the apartment. When he told Unha what happened, she frowned hard, understandably. Most girls would flip if some mysterious lady started hovering around their man. But when she saw who it was, her whole body froze. "Wait, Lady Vega? Isn't that supposed to be impossible?" she shouted. "Celestials can't stay on Earth because of some law or restriction, right?" Vega, sitting smugly on a shelf, waved her tiny hand and said her speech was a mess. She could talk more casually now, drop the honorifics entirely. Unha blinked. "Why are you even talking to me all of a sudden?" Vega narrowed her eyes and said that was too casual. Maybe tone it down a little. Sometime later, over lunch. Things had settled down, and they were eating together at the table. Vega, in her tiny celestial chibi form, sat right on top of a hamburger almost the size of a beanbag. With both hands, she took a huge bite and lit up with joy. "This taste. It's outrageous." Unha tilted her head, confused. "Wait, Celestials can eat?" Vega explained that while they didn't need to eat, it didn't mean they couldn't. After finishing the burger like a child experiencing junk food for the first time, she wiped her mouth and gave a satisfied nod. She thanked them for the meal. It was her first time trying human food. And, as she added with a tiny smile, her first time ever having an apostle. Unha crossed her arms. "Okay, but seriously, why did you choose Ojin out of everyone? There's nothing special about him." Vega replied that no one is more special than this child. Unha blinked. "What's that supposed to mean?" Vega answered calmly. She'd find out one day. Not just her, the entire world would. Because this child, Ojin, would become the greatest being on the planet. Unha didn't know about all that greatest nonsense. But sure, she could at least admit, Ojin was one hell of a scammer. Just then, Vega turned to her again and said softly, "You're special too." Unha looked surprised, almost stunned. But Ojin wasn't. He had suspected it for a while now. At a single glance, Vega had seen through Unha. She was an awakener. Vega asked gently, "You haven't realized it yet?" Unha was clearly confused. Realized what? But Vega didn't explain. Instead, she stared into her eyes for a moment, then sighed. She wished she could help Unha with the curse affecting her sight, but it was pointless for now. She shouldn't have said anything. With that, Vega turned away and announced that it was time for her to rest. Even in this tiny form, her manifestation put a strain on the natural laws. Vega stretched, yawned, and quietly vanished into the pendant hanging from Ojin's neck. As the room dimmed back into silence, her final words echoed softly, a promise to return the next day. Left in the quiet apartment, Unha glanced at Ojin, completely confused by everything that had just happened. But Ojin was just as clueless. He hadn't expected any of it either. Yet, rather than pressing further, Unha tapped the spot beside her and told Ojin to come sit. She casually dropped her head onto his lap like it was a throne made just for her and grinned smugly, clearly enjoying the comfort. Ojin, of course, didn't share the sentiment. He frowned, muttering that she was heavier than expected. That earned him a death glare. To avoid getting smacked, Ojin quickly laughed it off, adding a backhanded compliment about her head feeling light, almost too light. Unamused, Unha shut her eyes again and said she felt worse now. Then, she fell asleep right there, leaving Ojin pinned in place. With a sigh, he gave up and whispered goodnight to her sleeping face. 2 days later, Ojin and Vega stood before the Mukdong gate. Using Lee Shinyuk's memories, they had calculated the opening time precisely and waited over 30 hours. When the gate finally cracked open, they stepped inside. Vega floated calmly, unshaken by the surroundings. She found the space fascinating but not surprising. Her trust in Ojin ran deep, to the point that even a hidden gate didn't raise her brow. For Ojin, that mix of faith and Aniclimax was oddly satisfying. He had hoped this moment would erase any doubts Vega had about him. But it turned out, she had none to begin with. Now came the real challenge, clearing this dungeon alone. The monster's ranks were unknown and the risks high, but he wasn't empty-handed. While weighing his options, something sliced through the air, a tentacle. He dodged on instinct, and the moment he turned, there it was, a grotesque creature, dripping with slime, its shape nightmarish and amorphous. Vega floated in close, clearly disgusted by the thing's appearance. She asked if all dungeons had monsters this unpleasant. Ojin didn't answer. Instead, lightning surged through his fingertips. He attacked. The monster absorbed the blow, and swelled. Ojin's instincts screamed. The creature exploded. Black goo and flesh burst in all directions, covering the walls, and Ojin's jacket. He cursed under his breath as he wiped it off, annoyed by the familiar sensation of death-triggered detonations. But then it got worse. Vega spotted something strange. The remains of the creature, goo, shards, and limbs, were pulling themselves back together. Not only was it regenerating, but it was actively targeting Ojin. This wasn't just a fight, it was a trap. To avoid triggering more explosions at close range, Ojin switched tactics. He raised his spear, drew lightning again and let it fly. And blue lightning, level 1 activated, the air cracked with thunder. The creature was obliterated once more, and this time, it stayed down. Ojin grinned. He had just used a skill that typically required the blessed state, and he pulled it off cleanly. From the side, Vega was stunned. She had expected progress. But not like this. Blue lightning was no ordinary spell. It was a mid-tier skill from the stigma of Lyra. And while Ojin still had refinements to make, the fact that he could use it at all was remarkable. Vega smiled and confidently claimed she'd trained him herself. Then she paused. Something didn't add up. She asked if he already knew all the other Lyra-based skills. Ojin shook his head and explained that many of his memories from before the regression were hazy, especially the ones related to the stigma. That troubled Vega. If Ojin truly regressed via the Pledge of Stars, there shouldn't be memory loss. Something was interfering. Sensing the tension, Ojin quickly made up a lie. He suggested that perhaps some cosmic interference, similar to the laws binding Celestials, was affecting his memory. But he reassured her that the most important memories remained intact. When Vega asked what those were, he replied with a soft smile, memories of her. Vega flushed red and spun around, flustered again, but the moment quickly passed as she grew serious. She said she felt a strange, uncomfortable energy nearby. She couldn't explain what it was, but she could sense it clearly. That's when something glowed beneath the slime. A starstone. But not an ordinary one. It was pitch black, another mutant starstone. Ojin froze. This was too much. Mutants were supposed to be rare, yet now he had stumbled across multiple. Even Vega, a Celestial, admitted she had never seen a black starstone before. That meant these weren't just anomalies. They were completely unknown. Ojin knew what had to be done. They needed to go deeper. The deeper they went, the stranger the place became. Jagged rocks lined the cave's walls, and silence pressed in from every direction. Then Vega spoke again. She said it felt like they were going in circles. She wasn't wrong. Ojin didn't have a clue where he was headed. But that didn't mean he was out of options. He silently activated a stolen skill, the stigma of the hunting dogs. Thanks to his black heaven, even Vega couldn't detect the shift. Sniffing the air like a bloodhound, Ojin locked onto a familiar scent, the same stench as the previous mutant. They pressed on, but the moment they reached the next chamber, Vega froze. The uncomfortable presence she sensed earlier, it was stronger now, and then they saw it. A massive stone statue stood in the chamber center, ancient, imposing, and cracked. And as Ojin's gaze locked onto the glowing object above the statue, his breath caught in his throat. It wasn't just any loot. It was a star relic. To put it into perspective, while a 1-star relic could fetch around $10,000, and a 3-star would comfortably land 6 figures, a 5-star could break past $1 million without hesitation. But this one? It radiated so intensely that the possibility of it being a 6-star relic made Ojin's mind spiral straight into fantasies of swimming in golden reaches. Vega calmly asked if this was the relic he had mentioned, and Ojin, eyes gleaming with unfiltered greed, gave a silent nod. This was a man who didn't just chase wealth, he worshipped it. And with what looked like a divine bank account floating in front of him, his soul had fully submitted to the gospel of money. He made up his mind immediately, grabbed the relic, pocket it, and run. But of course the dungeon had other plans. From the edges of the chamber they appeared, black slimes. Again. Vega warned him, noting the incoming pests, but Ojin barely reacted. He forced a casual smile, brushing it off, though internally his nerves spiked. Something wasn't right. The slimes didn't attack, they fused. They squirmed together, stacking and merging until the room itself began to tremble. Within seconds, they formed a towering monstrosity, massive and grotesque, something heavier and far more overwhelming than anything Ojin had ever faced. He staggered back, realizing just how screwed he was. Even Vega seemed surprised, folding her arms and sarcastically reminding him that he'd claimed to have things under control. Then, as if to drive the point home, she floated over to the statue and took a seat, fully leaving the fight to him. With a dry chuckle and shaking hands, Ojin muttered to himself that he was totally fine, while clearly being anything but. There was no turning back now. He whispered under his breath that he had to become the monster, right as the beast lunged forward. It was enormous, its sheer size enough to make Ojin question all of his life decisions. Still, he tried to convince himself that this was just a giant pile of weak mobs, nothing too crazy, just fused slimes, even if it did look like it was about to unleash Exodia. He yanked out a handgun, his emergency weapon, and prepped his ace, a flashbang. With a curse, he launched the flare, the explosion of light stunning the beast momentarily. That was his chance. He gripped his spear tight, electricity crackling as lightning began to swirl across his arm. The system confirmed activation, blue lightning, level 1, and with a roar, he dashed forward, jamming the electrified spear straight into the monster's back. The surge cut deep, but it wasn't enough. The monster howled and struck back, tentacles bursting from its form like missiles. Ojin dodged, barely. One slip and he would have been just another smear on the wall. Grabbing onto a vine-like structure, he steadied himself, hands burning, body trembling, and breath shaky. He had nearly died, again, but no time for breaks. He launched himself back onto the creature and shouted, charging lightning and thunder together. Blue bolts danced across his body as he unleashed every ounce of power he had, screaming like a lunatic, and even throwing in a ridiculous shout about 10 million volts in Pikachu, because sure, why not? He forced the surge deep into the beast, muscles strained, and body screaming, and finally, boom, the monster dropped, dust filled the air, silence fell. Ojin stood, panting and swaying, his body nearly giving out. But he smiled. He'd done it. He looked at his hand, still crackling with electricity, and felt the backlash surging through his veins, but victory tasted sweet. Then, Vega's voice cut in sharply. She shouted a warning. And it was too late. A massive tentacle slammed into Ojin, flinging him like a rag doll across the chamber. He crashed hard, the floor stealing every bit of air from his lungs. Vega raced over, calling out to him, but he couldn't reply. The monster, which was supposed to be dead, rose again, now even stronger. Its red eyes gleamed with rage, its aura seething. Ojin could barely believe it. The thing had evolved. With clenched fists and gritted teeth, he yelled for Vega's blessing. She didn't hesitate. Power from the stars surged into him, and the system echoed the change, temporary enhancement of the stigma of Lyra. Lightning ignited within him. Power burst through every cell in his body. This was it. He shot forward like a streak of blue light, dodging incoming tentacles mid-air. His fists sparked, and he began conjuring sphere after sphere of electric orbs, bombarding the monster with relentless attacks. His mana poured out like a flood. He was unstoppable. Or so it seemed. But then, Vega yelled again. She ordered him to stop, saying it was over. Ojin froze. He didn't understand. Why had he gone so wild? Why did it feel like he couldn't stop attacking? Suddenly, searing pain tore through his chest. He collapsed, screaming. Vega flew down in panic, and the system confirmed it. His stigma had evolved to 3 stars. His lightning skills had leveled up too. But his body couldn't handle it. Even Vega was stunned. In less than a month, Ojin had become a 3-star apostle. Not just that, he was carrying the stigma of the North Star, something notoriously hard to advance. And yet here he was, rising faster than logic could explain. But before she could ask more, he collapsed. Unconscious. Vega caught him, panic still gripping her expression, as she held him tightly. Sometime later, Ojin stirred. His vision blurred and blended, but within that haze, he could just barely make out the shape of a person. And as his senses returned, the shape sharpened, and he realized it was Vega, in her full celestial form, hovering closely above him. And somehow, impossibly, his head was resting on her lap. It didn't feel like reality. His mind tried to write it off as a dream, a delusion born from pain or mana exhaustion. But the warmth on his cheek, the scent of faint ozone, and the soft touch grounding him all screamed otherwise. She was real, and this absurdly surreal moment, a literal lap pillow from a celestial, was happening. Before he could sit up, her hand gently tapped his cheek, keeping him down. She told him to stay put, said he'd collapse the moment the battle ended, pushing himself past the edge. He was more reckless than he looked, and she warned that even regressors had limits. A reminder disguised as concern, one laced with a strange maternal warmth he hadn't expected from a divine being. He muttered something vague in return, promising to be more careful next time, but inside, his mind latched onto something else entirely. She just called him a child. Vega, the ever-composed celestial who once towered over him like a distant star, now looked down on him with a softness that felt far too personal, and when he glanced up at her again, he caught her expression shift, a flicker of something he couldn't name. He asked if something was wrong, but she turned away too quickly, the faint red on her cheeks betraying her denial. That's when it hit him. Maybe it wasn't about the battle. Maybe it was the way he'd fought, the way he wielded the power she gave him without hesitation. Maybe he'd shaken her confidence, or maybe she was seeing him differently now. Then came the unexpected twist. She reminded him, almost too casually, that earlier he'd addressed her without the proper titles, skipping honorifics like it was nothing. But she wasn't angry. In fact, she said if he wanted to keep speaking informally, he could, because their relationship was close, wasn't it? Her face flushed deeper. Ojin felt a scream rise in his throat. What relationship? There was nothing like that between them, at least not in his head. But it was clear now that Vega had started to believe in the carefully woven lies and half-truths he'd told. Her trust in him wasn't just celestial anymore. It was personal, dangerous. Trying to salvage the moment, he mumbled an apology, said he wasn't thinking clearly at the time. But she just laughed, pinched his cheek, and told him to drop the formalities anyway. She liked it better that way. He sighed internally, realizing the situation had officially spiraled into territory he wasn't ready to handle. Still, he agreed, if only to keep the peace. But then her form flickered, sparks dancing around her figure, and she informed him that her divine restriction was activating again. Her time in this state was over. She warned that she'd need more recovery time this round. Ojin apologized without thinking, because he knew. This was on him. He had burned through her blessing like a man possessed, drawing power from Lyra until his body nearly gave out. But Vega stopped him before the guilt could spiral. That monster had been near 5-star class. There was no shame in surviving it. He nodded and thanked her, though a question still tugged at the edge of his thoughts. How had he recovered so fast? His body felt too light. Then he saw them. 3 empty mana potion bottles, neatly stacked beside him. His soul nearly left his body. Each one of those was worth a small fortune. He groaned inside, piecing it together. She had force-fed him thousands of dollars worth of healing while he was out cold. Vega explained, all smiles, that she used the potions herself to bring him back quicker. He nearly cried. 3 bottles. 3. She even teased that he looked moved to tears, while he silently begged her to shut up. That wasn't emotion, that was financial trauma. Still dazed, he asked how she'd even gotten him to drink them while he was unconscious. Her cheeks flushed again, and she brushed it off with a cryptic, "Don't worry about it," before disappearing, fading back into the pendant at his chest. That left Ojin alone, blinking at the silence. He had no idea what had just happened. Shaking his head clear, he forced himself to climb to the statue's head and grab the glowing relic, the one he'd nearly died for. He held it up and muttered bitterly that he better have gotten at least a 3-star item out of this. But as soon as his hand touched it, something changed. Dark mana pulsed through the relic and surged straight into his body. His chest tightened, his eyes widened, and then the system chimed in. Black Heaven was reacting. It had begun absorbing the power of the black star within the relic. He felt the flood of energy course through him, not violently, but deeply. Every corner of his body was soaking in the essence, and when it stopped, the system confirmed it. Black Heaven's trait had evolved. Not only could it now conceal Black Heaven itself, but it could mask every single trait he possessed, and he could control the concealment at will. That wasn't all. The third awakening condition had also been partially fulfilled. Ojin glanced at the relic again, but something felt off. It was empty. The radiant mana it once held was completely gone, drained dry by black heaven. He whispered in disbelief, asking if it was trash now. There was no more warmth, no lingering power. It had become a hollow husk, and all at once the reality crashed down. He couldn't sell it. His payday was gone. He dropped to the floor and groaned, his dreams of wealth evaporating like mist. All of that effort, all that near-death insanity for what? A relic that got consumed from the inside out. He cursed, rolled over in agony, and mourned the loss of what could have been millions. But his sulking didn't last. Voices echoed in from the dungeon entrance. He stiffened. A group of 4 approached, hooded figures with quiet footsteps and a dangerous aura. They hadn't expected someone else to beat them to the relic. And when one of them, likely the leader, spotted the item in Ojin's hand, he said they needed it, desperately. Ojin's brain kicked into gear. He asked if they were interested in buying it. They hesitated, surprised by the offer. The leader asked what he meant, and Ojin clarified. He was willing to sell. His life was worth more than a piece of metal. They didn't seem to notice that the relic had already been drained. He kept pushing, said it probably didn't have the effect they were after anymore. Still tried to sound casual, but deep down he was bluffing like hell. Selling junk to murdery strangers wasn't exactly in the guidebook. The leader let out a laugh, brushed off the tension, and claimed it was all a misunderstanding. They weren't trying to be threatening. Their hooded look, just part of their guild's dress code. Ojin chuckled awkwardly, pretending to buy the excuse, but inside, he knew. The bloodlust he'd felt earlier wasn't imagined, and the energy around them, it felt eerily familiar. It smelled like the same mana that had just flowed into him from the Black Star. Still, they made the trade, the relic for a massive mana stone. When it hit Ojin's palm, he nearly gasped. This thing was worth at least 200,000, maybe even 400 if he found the right buyer. He swallowed the urge to celebrate and played it cool, told them the deal was done and he'd be heading off. As he walked away, he grinned. They had no idea they'd just been scammed. He dumped a hollow relic for a mountain of cash. If that wasn't divine justice, he didn't know what was. But instinct screamed at him not to lower his guard. He ducked behind a nearby rock and activated black cutting, cloaking his mana, just in case they tried something. And from the shadows he listened, he heard them talking. One of the men asked the leader why they hadn't just killed him and taken the relic by force. The leader replied that if other awakeners showed up and found evidence of a murder, things could spiral, best to avoid unnecessary risks. Then he snapped at them, irritated that he had to explain something so obvious. Ojin's eyes narrowed. Whatever game these guys were playing. He wasn't done watching. The hooded man stared at the star relic, his face slowly warping from silent awe to religious obsession. He lifted his gaze and declared that the age of the celestial stars was fading. Soon the black stars would rise, seizing the heavens and forcing the arrogant celestials to pay for their sins. The group around him dropped to their knees like disciples in a trance, chanting in eerie unison and pledging loyalty to the Black Star Association. The leader grinned at their devotion, claiming the Black Stars themselves would return the favor and smile back at them. With the ceremony complete, he asked a subordinate if the decoy had been prepared, a fake relic meant to mislead any awakeners who arrived too late. The subordinate confirmed everything was ready, and they efficiently swapped the true relic with the counterfeit, placing the substitute on the statue's pedestal. Satisfied, the leader gave the signal to retreat. The others nodded and turned to follow the order. But just before vanishing into the portal that would return them to their base, the leader turned back, recalling the man who had traded a starstone for the relic earlier. He ordered one of his men to track the guy down and kill him without fail. The subordinate accepted the task without emotion, acknowledging it as an absolute command. With that, they disappeared into the portal headed for Bayleaf, their central stronghold, and once silence fell, Ojin emerged from the shadows, the black curtain concealment finally lifting. He muttered to himself that this had been a major discovery. Now it all made sense. This was how it had unfolded in the past. The star relic uncovered by Lee Wonyuk, Shinyuk's brother, had been a fake. That was why Shinyuk's secretary had said something about it felt off. Ojin narrowed his eyes. The organization had called itself the Black Star Association. Whether it was a hidden guild or some cult didn't matter. They were garbage either way. He approached the pedestal and retrieved the substitute relic, testing it. But there was no reaction. The Black Heaven trait didn't respond. That confirmed it. Only relics infused with the true power of the Black Stars could be absorbed by Black Heaven. Still, it wasn't a bad haul. He now had a massive starstone the size of a clenched fist and a decoy relic. This brought him closer to his ultimate goal. But before moving on, there was unfinished business. The subordinate who had been sent to kill him was probably still somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, that very same man stepped out of a different part of the dungeon, swearing under his breath. He had combed the entire area and still couldn't find Ojin. Anxiety was kicking in hard. If he failed, he knew the punishment. He'd be dead meat. He cursed again, yelling into the empty dungeon and demanding to know where that bastard had gone. Unlucky for him, Ojin was already behind him. The henchman felt a jolt, not from the voice, but from the burst of mana that surged behind his spine. Before he could turn, a sharp blade tore through his back. Ojin had struck first. The man gasped, blood bubbling at his lips, asking how Ojin had remained undetected for so long. But Ojin wasn't in the mood to answer questions. He made it clear that only one person here had the right to ask anything. Another surge of lightning burst through the man's body, breaking bones as he screamed and collapsed. By the time Ojin was done, the man was unrecognizable, swollen, broken, and sobbing for mercy. Finally, the man begged for his life, promising to spill every secret he knew. Ojin folded his arms and signaled for him to start talking, but all the guy could manage was a slurred moan. His jaw was shattered, and words weren't coming out right anymore. Cut to Bayleaf Mountain, far away from the carnage. An eagle swooped down onto a jagged cliff, where a fortress clung to the stone like a tumor. Inside, a skeletal old man sat cloaked in shadows, Shion Doyon, the rank 6 executive of the Bayleaf base. He was ancient enough to make a 1,000-year-old vampire look youthful. He had been waiting for Eugene, the operative sent into the dungeon, to return with the relic. The moment Eugene stepped into the hall, he bowed deeply and confirmed that he had completed the mission. The relic had been retrieved. With a single command, the owls twisted and contorted into humanoid forms, cloaked in seeping darkness as they landed and surrounded the space. Eugene stepped into the middle of a rune-inscribed circle and placed the relic at its center. With raised arms, he declared that the black stars would now bestow their blessings, and the shining relic would be infused with their power. The others watched with fervent anticipation. But the relic stayed silent. No glow, no energy, just stillness. The ritual chamber grew heavy with dread. The Owl King approached, his killing intent rising like a storm. His gaze bore into Eugene, and it was clear someone was about to pay the price. Back in the dungeon, Ojin continued pressing the barely living man for answers. From what he managed to extract, Ojin learned that the Black Star Association had been founded by beings called Black Star Celestials, entities supposedly born in an age when darkness devoured the stars. It sounded ridiculous. Ojin struck him again out of frustration. Nothing was making sense. He asked how many of these Celestials existed and where their main base was, but the man could only give rough numbers, around 50 members. As for the central stronghold, even he didn't know. Only higher-ranked members were allowed to know the true locations of the other branches. It was a smart system, Ojin thought. Keep grunts in the dark, but he still wasn't done. He asked the man why he even followed a lunatic cult like this. What did they offer that was worth risking everything? The man lowered his battered face and answered quietly. It was Eugene. He had given them something. Ojin asked what that something was, and that's when the truth dropped. Eugene had granted them stigmas. Ojin's expression turned cold. Only Celestials could bestow stigmas, and Eugene was definitely not one. Which meant this bastard had found some other method, and was using it as bait to manipulate desperate fools. In a world like this, people would sell their souls or slit their siblings' throats just for the chance to awaken. Ojin took a slow step back and muttered that he'd gotten what he needed. He asked aloud if it was time to wrap things up. The man began crying, pleading for his life again. He said he had a daughter. If he died, she'd be left all alone. That made Ojin stop. He knew better than anyone what happened to orphans in this cruel world. He'd lived that reality too. So, with a skeptical frown, he decided to test the man's claim. He asked the daughter's name. The man answered, Sho Yi Yerin. He asked her age. The man said 9. He asked her birthday. The man said December 14th. Her favorite food? Chicken. Then Ojin asked her height and weight. The man said she was 131 centimeters and weighed 28 kilograms. All accurate, but Ojin wasn't done. He tilted his head, a small smile forming. Then he asked the man to repeat all those answers, but in reverse. Because if the daughter were real, the answers wouldn't change no matter the order. And that's when the man froze. He stuttered, he trembled, because now, he couldn't. Ojin stood over the trembling man, sword stretched forward with cold precision. He explained that when someone was asked the same questions in reverse, the lies always cracked. And unfortunately for the man, lying was a language Ojin had mastered. Panicked and desperate, the man screamed for help. His voice broke as he begged for someone, anyone, to save him. But Ojin remained unmoved. He asked just one more thing, where their branch was located. Cornered, the man finally cracked. He confessed that their base was in Shio 1, high atop Mount Bekusan. That was all Ojin needed. He struck without hesitation, and as the man's body collapsed to the floor, Ojin noted that this last answer hadn't sounded like a bluff. It had felt too real to ignore. But delivered far too late. Now alone with the corpse, Ojin crouched beside it. He realized just how careless he'd been. He'd initially dismissed the Black Star organization as just another underground cult. Something easy to exploit. But they were much bigger than that. They were organized, widespread, and clearly not something he could dismantle head-on. Still, he wasn't done, not until he took what mattered most. He placed his hand over the man's chest and activated Black Heaven. A dim glow responded as the stigma of Noctua fractured and slowly flowed into him, but the system's feedback was underwhelming. The fragment wasn't strong enough to awaken the full stigma. Even so, Ojin absorbed what little there was, and stared at his hand. Questions swirled about what kind of powers these Black Star stigmas truly held. He recalled the number, 50. That was how many members were said to be stationed at the Shio 1 branch. Charging in without a plan would be reckless suicide. Meanwhile, back at Shio 1, chaos boiled just beneath the surface. The Owl King, cloaked in ceremonial garb, stood in a darkened chamber as he faced Eugene. Disgust laced his voice as he questioned how such a disgraceful failure had occurred, and what the other executors would say if they saw this embarrassment. Without warning, he flicked a finger. A razor-thin burst of dark mana slashed Eugene across the neck, dropping him to one knee. Blood trickled, but Eugene didn't resist. He simply bowed his head and accepted the punishment, vowing not to fail again. The Owl King turned away, clearly done with the exchange. The other squad leaders, half smirking at Eugene's humiliation, transformed into their avian forms and followed him into the shadows. Left behind, Eugene's calm cracked. Rage burned in his eyes as he stormed through the compound's doors. He barked out orders, demanding information about the assassins sent to kill the one who had sold them the star relic. But the subordinates stuttered. The contact had been lost. Eujian's fury erupted. He cursed them as failures and commanded that the traitor be tracked down no matter what it took. Back on Ojin's side, the rush of new power had left lingering effects. With his rank raised to 3 stars, his physical condition and mana flow had changed drastically. He needed time to adjust. After a long training session, he stepped into the bathroom, letting water run over his head as he muttered to himself. The stigma of Lyra had shattered, something he hadn't expected. Compared to Scorpios or even Taros-type awakeners, he was faster, stronger, and vastly more versatile. But there was still a bottleneck: his weapon. The wooden shaft of his spear made channeling lightning inefficient, no matter how skilled he was. Later, stepping out with a towel draped around his neck, he heard Unha calling him over. He joined her, only to be caught off guard when she started massaging his back without a word. At first it was strange. Her hands were gentle, her demeanor unusually soft. He asked what brought on the sudden kindness, but Unha only frowned, making it clear she wasn't in the mood to explain herself. Still, her hands kept moving, and Ojin found himself relaxing. Beneath her blunt attitude, there was warmth, and her touch carried more care than her words ever did. He let out a sigh, half joking that he might be going insane from how good it felt. But then it happened. A sharp surge of pain hit him out of nowhere. His back arched and he screamed, not from pleasure but raw agony. It shot through his nerves like lightning. Unha, calm as ever, told him it was the price of growing too fast. Ojin spun around, clutching his back, wincing in pain. He reminded her that she was an awakener, and that her strength was far too much for a casual massage. But her mood shifted. Her expression darkened. Ojin noticed. Something felt off. And it hit him. This was the same Unha who once reached 7 stars. A prodigy, a powerhouse. Now left with nothing. She couldn't even use her stigma anymore. It wasn't just a physical wound. She had been broken inside. Had he reminded her of what she'd lost? The silence between them thickened until Unha finally spoke. She asked if he had made a lot of money since becoming an awakener. Ojin admitted that he had, more than he ever imagined. She gave a faint smile and said that she figured things wouldn't stay the same between them for long. Ojin didn't argue. Deep down, he already knew. He was close. 10 million. That was the number. Once he reached it, everything would end. The goal was in sight. But Unha's face, right now, it looked like she was about to cry. Then she grabbed him, not gently. She slapped him hard across the face and scolded him. That look in his eyes, like it was all over, like everything was ending. It made her furious. There was nothing to mourn, nothing to cry about, and she wouldn't let him act like it was. Ojin froze. Before he could respond, his phone buzzed. A call from Junman. He stepped out to answer it. Junman jumped straight to the point. An urgent request had come in. But Ojin wasn't ready. He had no countermeasures against the Black Star organization yet, and Vega was still unable to manifest. He explained that it wasn't a good time. Then Junman mentioned the reward, $2 million. That changed everything. 2 million. That was nearly a fifth of his goal. Ojin's tone shifted instantly. He told Junman he'd be there soon. A short while later, Ojin walked into the Hunter Association. He greeted Junman, who asked how he was doing. Ojin said he was fine but had a question first. He handed over a drawing of the Noctua stigma and asked if Junman had seen anything like it before. Junman scanned it, and then quickly checked his tablet for information. It matched. It was indeed the forgotten stigma of Noctua. Ojin pressed for more, anything about its origins, but Junman knew little. Noctua was one of the earliest stigmas recorded when the Celestials first appeared on Earth nearly 8 years ago. After that, it vanished. No one knew why. No records remained. The early years had been chaotic. No infrastructure, no reliable data. Ojin's expression darkened. If forgotten stigmas like Noctua were still in use, then the Black Star organization had likely existed since the beginning. They weren't new. They were ancient. And far more dangerous than anyone assumed. Junman asked where Ojin had seen the symbol. Ojin explained his recent encounter inside a gate. A man named Yujian claimed to be part of the Black Star organization. Junman admitted he'd never heard of the group, but promised to start an investigation right away. With that settled, they finally turned to the request. Junman explained that it came from the Valhalla Guild. Ojin blinked. The name didn't ring a bell. Junman elaborated. Valhalla was a fast-rising guild composed entirely of elites. Their leader was already rumored to be on track to become one of the 7 stars. That word, 7 stars, struck Ojin. The 7 stars were the pinnacle. The most powerful awakeners in the world. And if Valhalla's leader was on track to join them, then Korea might soon have another god-tier awakener in its ranks. Junman had just finished briefing Ojin on the emergency request. A man had gone missing inside a low-rank gate near Incheon, sometime around the 6th of November. The Hunter Association needed someone capable to track him down. On the outside, Ojin kept his reaction neutral. Inside, though, his mind was already racing. That location, Incheon, wasn't just familiar. It had been his turf for years, the perfect place to run quiet scams. Every twist of the terrain, every irregular gate signature, he knew it all. But Junman wasn't done. He dropped one final detail, the missing man's name, Lee Shin-hyuk. Late 20s, brown hair, lean build, about 182 centimeters tall. And just like that, everything changed. Ojin froze. His breath caught short, his thoughts snagging like a hook. He had seen that man. Lee Shin-hyuk wasn't some nameless hunter. He was the real regressor. And the person now trying to find him? Lee Woon-hyuk. His younger brother, and presumed guildmaster of Valhalla. Ojin didn't need long to understand. Shin-hyuk should have still been hospitalized, but that future had already collapsed. The timeline had shifted. His death had rewritten everything. Junman, still oblivious, asked again if Ojin would accept the request. Ojin asked for time to think, though he was already forming a plan. The Black Star organization was already a thorn. But this development, 2 brothers, a vanished regressor, a shattered future, it could be used. Rather than running from the mess, Ojin saw an opening. And so, standing up with a smirk, he told Junman that he wouldn't be accepting the request. Junman blinked, surprised. The Ojin he knew never turned down high-reward work. But Ojin, brushing off the expectation, explained curtly that missing persons weren't his specialty. Though Junman mentioned the association's ties to Valhalla, noting how valuable the connection could be, Ojin wasn't interested in networking the traditional way. What he needed now was Valhalla's contact information. Because this wasn't just about finding someone, it was about turning Valhalla into a pawn in a larger game. Days later, the city buzzed with rumors. A rare star relic had appeared inside the new Mugdung Gate, drawing a wave of hungry hunters and relic-obsessed fools. Ojin stood quietly among the crowd, suppressing a yawn. He'd been waiting for hours, not for the relic, but for someone else, someone darker. He muttered inwardly that if the bait didn't work soon, he'd just come back tomorrow. Vega was still unconscious, so he had time. Just as he turned to leave, he stopped. There it was, a sliver of bloodlust slicing through the crowd, sharp, heavy, and unmistakably hostile. Ojin's smirk returned. The Black Star organization had taken the bait. He bolted, not in retreat, but to lead the bastard into an empty zone, somewhere without interference. It didn't take long. Within minutes, the operative appeared, scanning the abandoned space. He looked confused. Ojin had vanished. But from the shadows, Ojin emerged. Cool, confident, already analyzing the enemy. Without hesitation, the Black Star agent launched an attack, cursed feathers twisting into a vortex of energy. It was knocked to a stigma. Powerful, yes, but not enough. Ojin dodged cleanly, flipping midair as the ground exploded behind him. He measured the power. Knocked to a stigma was formidable, but predictable. And now that he'd seen it, he didn't need to play anymore. He activated Blue Lightning, level 3. The blast was instantaneous. The Black Star operative didn't even have time to scream. It was over. As Ojin stood over the corpse, he exhaled slowly. The fight had ended in seconds. Too easy. This guy had been nothing but a grunt, a throwaway. If this was the bottom of their food chain, then the real monsters sat far higher. Still, he wasn't rattled. Just focused. He approached a nearby stone where a distinct spear had been carefully left behind, Lee Shin-hyuk's weapon. Ojin positioned it, pulled out his phone, and snapped a picture. It was time to escalate. He placed a call. On the other end, a woman answered, Kim Sonyoung, secretary of the Valhalla Guild. When asked his name, Ojin ignored the pleasantries. He simply requested a direct line to the guildmaster. She declined, explaining that the guildmaster was unavailable. Ojin's tone didn't waver. He informed her that this was regarding Lee Shin-hyuk. The shift in her voice was immediate. She rushed from her seat straight to Woon-hyuk's office, telling him that an unknown person has news on his missing brother. The guildmaster, visibly irritated, perked up the moment he heard the name. Woon-hyuk grabbed the phone, demanding answers. Ojin, ever the strategist, responded with a quiet laugh. He pointed out how reckless it was to dismiss a tip before verifying it. Then he sent the photo, the image of Shin-hyuk's spear. The silence that followed was heavy. Woon-hyuk stared at the picture. There was no doubt. It was his brother's spear. He returned to the line, now deadly serious, and asked for the caller's name. Ojin didn't give his real one. He gave them Yujian. To Woon-hyuk's ears, it would sound like the Black Star agent behind Shin-hyuk's disappearance had just confessed. The bait was set, the trap was laid, and now, Valhalla would fight his war for him. Woon-hyuk had always been the one behind. Back when they were kids, his older brother, Lee Shin-hyuk, was the one everyone praised. Whether it was school, sports, or just existing, Shin-hyuk was always a step ahead. Effortlessly impressive, like someone born for greatness even before the Celestials arrived. But the world shifted after the first gate opened 8 years ago. Monsters poured in, and with them came real superhumans, awakeners chosen by the 12 zodiacs. Woon-hyuk became one of them. Shin-hyuk didn't. He wasn't selected by any Celestial, and Woon-hyuk, blinded by his sudden rise, failed to notice how far his brother was falling. Shin-hyuk, who once stood strong for both of them, had to start relying on the younger sibling he used to protect. The weight of that shame didn't show in words. It settled in silence, and eventually in sickness. By the time Woon-hyuk caught on, the gap between them had widened into something brittle and awkward. Real conversations faded. Regret lingered in every pause. Still, Shin-hyuk didn't stay down. He clawed his way up, eventually awakening through his own effort, not through a Celestial's call, but by acquiring the stigma of Pisces. That moment felt like a second chance. Woon-hyuk, hopeful for reconciliation, forged a gift with his own hands, a custom spear inlaid with starstones and trimmed with a green ornament. Shin-hyuk had accepted it quietly, promising to wield it well. That had been the last time their connection felt real. Now, Woon-hyuk stared at a photo on his screen, sent by a stranger. The image showed the very same spear, his gift. That green ornament and polished blade weren't replicas, only one existed. And that meant it wasn't a prank. Rage struck instantly. He shouted into the phone, demanding answers, but the man on the other end, Ojin, was enjoying every second. Using the name Eugene, a fabricated identity he'd already seeded, he kept control of the conversation and dropped the details fast. A location, Mount Baekdu's observatory. A demand, 30 million won, cash, and one condition, come alone. Then he hung up. Back in Valhalla's headquarters, Woon-hyuk trembled with fury. The aura pouring out of him ruptured the floor, shattered nearby equipment, and sent his secretary crashing into a wall. She barely managed to stay conscious. Even she had never seen him like this. Once he got a grip on himself, his voice was cold. He ordered the entire guild to mobilize. Every single member. then contacted the Hunter Association. Over at the association, Junman sat in a closed-door meeting. A file and a photo lay on the table. Information on someone called Eugene, delivered by Ujin, a source with known links to the Black Star organization. Junman accepted it with a nod and said he'd pass it directly to Valhalla. Ujin didn't say much. He'd expected this result, though not this fast. Less than a day. That's all it took for the bait to reach Woonhyuk. Faster than planned, Ujin tracked the aftermath with quiet calculation. He knew the pieces were shifting now. Junman would likely grow suspicious. After all, who kidnaps someone and freely reveals their name? But suspicion didn't matter anymore. The spear alone would override logic. Emotions were in play now, and Ojin knew emotions were easier to control. Not long after, Junman returned with new intel. Valhalla had submitted an official request. A strike team was being put together. Destination, Mount Baekdu. He added that Ojin wasn't obligated to participate, but Ojin cut him off with a firm agreement. That moment left Junman stunned. Ojin had his reasons. He needed to be there anyway. And now, the trap was fully active. Deep beneath Mount Baekdu, inside the Black Star organization's base, pressure filled the air. Yujian, the squad leader, stood tense with anger. A subordinate knelt before him, hand bloodied, punishment for failure. But Yujian wasn't in the mood for theatrics. He needed information, not apologies. Finally, the operative spilled what he had. 3 days ago, their missing comrade left the employee-only section of the Hunter Association's Mukdong branch, and hadn't been seen since. Yujian narrowed his gaze. Why would a Black Star operative enter a restricted association building? The subordinate admitted he didn't know. He'd staked out the place for days, but the suspect, Ojin, never returned. None of it made sense. Eugene's instincts flared. How did someone without ties to the association walk into a protected zone like that? It felt too staged, like someone was playing a deeper game. Before he could unravel it further, another operative arrived, reporting a new problem. A vagrant was spotted near the perimeter. Yujian, already simmering, decided to handle it himself. He needed a release. Outside, a weapon on the ground caught his attention. A spear. He didn't recognize it, but decided to check it out later. Then he went to see the unknown vagrant who entered their base area. He soon found the man, seemingly calm, standing under the moonlight. Woonhyuk. He accused Yujian of kidnapping his brother, and for a second, Yujian looked genuinely confused. He didn't even know who this man was, much less his sibling. But that confusion didn't last long. A voice crackled through Woonhyuk's device, confirmation that Li Shinhyuk's spear had been recovered. That was enough. Woonhyuk's aura surged like a cyclone, slamming into Yujian and sending him flying across the rocks. The force was overwhelming. Even before Yujian could recover, he caught a glimpse of the man's face. And froze. It was Lee Woonhyuk, the Black Lion. Valhalla's guildmaster, a top 7 stars candidate. Yujian's confidence shattered. He hadn't been briefed for this. Woonhyuk stared coldly, then tossed his own response to the ransom. If it was money Yujian wanted, then he could come and try to take it. Without warning, Woonhyuk disappeared into the air, launching a storm of compressed wind blades. Yujian tried to react, but the attack wasn't real. Woonhyuk had already shifted positions. Woonhyuk yelled for his guild members to come out. Dozens of awakeners surged forward, Valhalla agents in full assault, tearing through the base from every direction. Walls collapsed, systems shorted, screams echoed. It wasn't a raid, it was a purge. And Yujian stood in the middle, helpless, not from the chaos, but because the man responsible for it all was standing directly in front of him. Woonhyuk wanted one thing, the location of Lee Shinhyuk. Eugen couldn't give it, he didn't have it, but Woonhyuk didn't care. Far above, watching silently, Ojin stood with arms folded. Everything was falling into place. Fire spread from the base of the mountain, enemies crumbled. And still, Woonhyuk waited for an answer. None came, so he struck, a wind-infused blow that collided with Eugen's defense, cracking stone and sending tremors through the cave. But Woonhyuk didn't stop. The next strike shattered the ravine itself, leveling the terrain with a storm of compressed wind. Eugen barely withstood it. His black flame barrier held, but his arms trembled from the impact, a clear sign he was nearing collapse. He couldn't understand any of this. Woonhyuk was leagues above him, not just stronger but impossibly more refined. Even his fury. Everything radiated dominance. And yet the reason for it all made no sense. Woonhyuk's rant about his brother, about money. Eugen had no idea what the hell he was talking about. But the storm didn't pause for clarity. Another burst of wind sent Eugen crashing through trees and stone. The impact forced a cough of blood from his lungs. Woonhyuk approached with contempt, as if the fight was beneath him. His tone mocked the idea that Eugen ever thought he could stand against a 7-star candidate. Desperate now, Eugen called out. He tried to explain, to plead, to shout that this was all a mistake. But Woonhyuk wasn't listening. Fury deafened him. He roared back, unleashing another mid-air barrage that twisted Eugen's body in the wind like a rag doll. Blood sprayed from his mouth as realization hit. Woonhyuk had made up his mind. And Eugen knew he wouldn't survive. With nothing left to offer, he used his last resort, Black Feather Blossom, a rapid escape stigma that blurred his body into shadows. But even that wasn't enough. Woonhyuk read the move and intercepted mid-air. The resulting collision triggered a thunderclap that split the mountainside. When the dust cleared, Eugen was about using a teleportation dagger, and as he stabbed himself he disappeared. Woonhyuk tried to chase him, but it was too late and he gritted his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, in a nearby zone, Eugen appeared. He collapsed, coughing blood, half-conscious. Everything was gone. The base, his squad, his pride. It was a catastrophic failure. He couldn't return to the Owl King. That would mean death by default, and the only name that crossed his mind for help now was Ashad Khan. He muttered it aloud, unsure whether to try reaching out. Then the forest shifted. Someone was already there. Ojin, calm, amused, dangerous. He greeted Eujian like a friend passing by. The casual tone was worse than mockery. And Eujian knew instantly the truth. This wasn't a coincidence. Ojin had orchestrated everything. The false ransom, the spear, the timing, all of it. It had taken Eujian too long to realize he wasn't caught in a battle. He was caught in a con. He asked the question aloud, why? But Ojin didn't explain. He didn't need to. Instead, he advised Eujian to surrender if he wanted a painless end. What followed was merciless. Lightning, fists. Eujian tried to defend. Black feathers swirled, flames erupted, but his body was broken. Nothing held. Every hit drove deeper. Still, he didn't stop resisting, which made Ojin smirk. Foolish. That kind of struggle only made death slower. And then, the final blow landed. A surge of blue lightning, level 3 output. It crashed through the trees like a storm from the heavens. When the light faded, Eujian lay still. But Ojin wasn't finished. He forced the dying Templar to cough up what intel he could. The answers? Frustrating. Eujian's mind was locked. A seal, likely magical, prevented him from speaking freely. Even in death, the Black Star organization protected its secrets. Still, Ojin confirmed a few key things. Eujian wasn't a major player, only a Templar. A low-ranked servant under someone titled an executor, a rank even Ojin hadn't encountered before. But the real prize came next, as Eujian took his final breath, a name of Eujian's colleague, Ashadkan. But leaving that aside, Ojin decided to check the corpse if he could find any valuables, so he searched Eujian's body, even stripping him and leaving only his boxers. Then Ojin found 2 big mana stones, and when he didn't see anything else, he decided to steal Eujian's stigma. He placed his hand on the body, and a black surge tore through the air as the stigma of Noctua was absorbed. The system responded immediately, confirming that the third condition for the Black Heaven's third awakening had been fulfilled. Ojin staggered. The pressure was immense. The power behind the awakening wasn't something he could handle lightly. The system tried to sync with additional data, specifically the memory records embedded within the stigma of Pisces. But access was limited. Ojin's level was still too low to absorb all of it. Still, fragments leaked through, and one of them hit hard, a memory of Shin Hyuk and Woon Hyuk, brothers standing side by side, facing down a dragon in an underground cavern. Shin Hyuk had ordered Woon Hyuk to retreat, saying he would buy time. Woon Hyuk refused, furious, emotional, unwilling to leave his brother behind. But Shin Hyuk smiled. He told his younger brother to leave. He reminded that Woon Hyuk's lover is waiting for him at home, isn't she? The moment hung in the air. Woon Hyuk didn't reply. But the emotions in his eyes betrayed him. Shin Hyuk knew that was his goodbye. He charged towards the huge beast but slayed some little ones along the way. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk stood frozen, face to face with something impossible, a grotesque mass of sludge and death, an abomination that pulsed with evil energy, a monster that should never have existed. It growled low, shaking the entire cavern. And Shin Hyuk cursed quietly. If he had known this was buried beneath Seoul Station, maybe things would have been different. Maybe nothing would have turned out like this. After inheriting a fraction of Lee Shin Hyuk's memory, Ojin staggered backward, coughing harshly. His body trembled. The vision of Lee Shin Hyuk's memory had been far too vivid, far too overwhelming. He groaned. Reading Shin Hyuk's memories always came with a price, and it was never a pleasant one. His breathing slowed just as the system chimed in. A message displayed clearly. Partial awakening memory of Lee Shin Hyuk successfully inherited. Spearmanship of Pisces increased to level 6. Black Heaven has achieved third awakening. New trait unlocked. One is all. Ojin blinked. One is all? He repeated it under his breath, trying to grasp what the system meant. The system explained further. The new trait allowed his main stigma's proficiency to influence the others. Ojin's eyes narrowed. So, raising the stigma of Lyra would also enhance his stolen stigmas? He grinned. This was ridiculous. It meant he could focus solely on the stigma of Lyra, and still improve the others by default. That alone gave him a terrifying advantage. Without hesitation, he activated Noctua for the first time, the stolen stigma pulsing with shadowy force. The air distorted. He admitted that although he wasn't familiar with it yet, its raw power was staggering. Just as expected, the Black Heaven had tilted everything in his favor. At this point, he didn't even need to train the others anymore. He just had to keep stacking power onto Lyra. Then came the next step. He had to erase all traces of the battlefield, and harm himself with the power he stole from Eujian, so as to play the victim perfectly. Of course, this would hurt a lot. He summoned Noctua's power once again, distorting space with eerie shadows, cleansing the terrain of evidence. But just as he completed the technique, a sharp pain struck his chest. Ojin's body collapsed. He blacked out. Time passed. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was Junman's worried expression hovering above him. Ojin's vision was blurry, his limbs heavy, but he stood up anyway, startled to see Junman and several other Hunter Association members nearby. Junman told him that this was the same area where he'd fought against the corporates. They'd been dispatched to sweep up the remnants. He also mentioned calling for an ambulance, but Ojin quickly refused. He said he didn't need treatment. He insisted he was fine. Junman was stunned. The man had just collapsed, and now he wanted to walk it off? But Ojin reassured him again. Inwardly, he smiled. This had all gone exactly as planned. Even the injury had been deliberate, part of the final act in the drama he'd been writing from the very beginning. Now came the conclusion. He turned to see Woon Hyuk, who had just arrived on scene, still fuming with barely contained rage. As Woon Hyuk noticed him, he approached. He asked if Ojin was Mr. Kwan. Ojin confirmed it with a calm nod. Internally, though, Ojin whispered that the curtain was finally rising on his grand finale. Woonhyuk paused. He recalled that Ojin had been the one who fought and killed Yujian, the leader of the corporates. With clenched fists, Woonhyuk asked if Yujian had said anything before his death. Ojin lied. He said no, nothing useful, except that the man seemed to be hiding something. He added that Yujian kept glancing toward a certain direction, as if someone or something was there. And so Ojin pointed. He told Woonhyuk that if his elder brother Lee Shin-hyuk was still alive, he might be in that direction. It was all deception, all part of the story he had carefully staged. Woonhyuk, driven by desperation, followed Ojin's lead. They traveled to the location. And there, in the shadows of the mountain, beneath an overhang and cloaked by fog, stood a figure. Unmoving. Its face wasn't visible, but the clothing, the shape, the half-black, half-white outfit. It matched Lee Shin-hyuk's attire exactly. Even the shoes were identical. Woonhyuk's voice cracked. He trembled. Tears poured down as he screamed that this couldn't be happening, that his brother wasn't supposed to be dead, that he didn't believe it. Ojin remained silent. There was no empathy in his expression, because that wasn't Shin-hyuk at all. It was simply a corpse, one of the Black Star Organization's lower operatives, dressed in a replica outfit and posed carefully to resemble Shin-hyuk. The truth? It was only because Shin-hyuk's future self had regressed that any of this had become possible at all. In fact, Shin-hyuk had been the one to kick him into the anthorns and try to escape alone. So if anything, Ojin told himself he was the real victim. But no matter how many times he tried to justify it, the whole act still felt wrong. Yet he pressed on, because this was necessary. 1 week later, at the Valhalla Guild headquarters, Ojin received a personal summons from the guild master himself. Woonhyuk. Woonhyuk began by offering a belated introduction, but Ojin wasn't listening to the words. His eyes were locked on Woonhyuk's hand. It trembled slightly, just enough to betray the internal storm the man was suppressing. Ojin understood. It hadn't even been a full week since the incident with Lee Shin-hyuk. Grief that deep didn't heal in days, not even close. Still, Woonhyuk continued. He said the real reason for calling Ojin here was to offer thanks. Ojin was surprised. Thanks? Before he could ask what for, Woonhyuk gestured to his secretary. A briefcase was placed in front of him, and when it opened, Ojin's eyes widened. It was $3 million in cash. Woonhyuk explained calmly. This was the ransom money originally demanded by the kidnapper. But since Yujian had been eliminated, and the trail had led to his brother's corpse, he felt Ojin deserved it. Ojin muttered that the amount was a bit excessive. Woonhyuk didn't deny it, and that confirmed something for Ojin. The money wasn't just gratitude, there was a second motive. Sure enough, Woonhyuk brought it up. He asked Ojin to confirm something. Was it true that he was an apostle of the North Star? Ojin implied yes, that was correct. Woonhyuk nodded. He said he'd also heard that Ojin had been attacked by the Black Star Organization recently. That aligned perfectly with their current plans. The Valhalla Guild was preparing to uproot the Black Star Organization from the inside out, and they wanted Ojin on board. Upon hearing this, Ojin smiled inwardly. He'd been planning to get rid of the Black Star group anyway, and now he was being offered a powerful ally and $3 million on top of it. This was too convenient. He accepted the offer. But Woonhyuk had one more question. He asked if Ojin had any other information on the organization. Ojin said yes, and passed him a small slip of contact information. Woonhyuk asked what it was. Ojin explained it belonged to someone named Ashad Khan, one of the newer members of the Black Star Organization, a Templar. After that meeting, Ojin returned to the Hunter Association for a follow-up conversation with Junman. He explained everything, the cooperation with Valhalla, the plans to crush the Black Star Organization. Junman nodded. He was surprised but also supportive. Then Ojin presented a blueprint. He said he needed a custom weapon built, a silver spear reinforced with starstones, and a wire-launching device attached. Junman glanced at the design. He asked if Ojin meant something like a harpoon gun. Ojin confirmed it, more or less. Junman then said he'd forward the request to the equipment manufacturing division. But as he began to mention the cost, Ojin inwardly flinched. A weapon like this wouldn't come cheap. A spear forged entirely from silver? Starstone reinforced wire launchers? That was practically luxury gear. But then Junman surprised him. He told Ojin not to worry about the cost. The association would cover it. Ojin was stunned, speechless. Junman explained further. Ojin had contributed heavily during the operation with the Valhalla Guild. Even the higher-ups had approved of his efforts. This was the least they could offer. Ojin blushed, and in a moment of uncharacteristic emotion he extended his arms to hug Junman, only to get pushed off with a scolding look. Junman told him to calm down. But there was one more thing. He pointed at the last item in the blueprint, something that didn't match Ojin's handwriting. Ojin admitted it. That last item was a personal request. It would take time to build, but it needed to be perfect. Junman said the association could sponsor it too, but Ojin refused. He'd pay for it himself. Later that night, Ojin returned home. As he opened the door to his apartment, he casually announced his arrival, saying "Unha," he was back. But she didn't respond. She was sitting on the bed, glued to her phone. Ojin repeated himself. Still nothing. So he walked over. As he approached her, he asked what was so interesting that she didn't notice him. Startled, Unha jumped up. She muttered something under her breath, cursing, and quickly hid her phone. She claimed it was just a song. She was listening to music. That's why she hadn't heard him. Ojin wasn't convinced. He raised a brow. Was she really that absorbed? In just a song? Unha noticed Ojin staring at her and assumed he was thinking something strange. She questioned him suspiciously, but Ojin casually dismissed it, saying that someone her age could be interested in many things. especially things enjoyed through sound alone. Unha looked flustered, insisting it wasn't what he thought. After Ojin left to take a shower, Unha's expression turned faintly distressed. Though she was tapping on her phone with uncertainty, her real focus was on what came through her ear aid. A voice transmitted through the device reported an alarming update. The Yongsan auction house was preparing to exhibit style relics in December. One particular item stood out, the dragon's cursed eye, rumored to cure all diseases. The next morning, Ojin was training on the rooftop as usual. During his routine, he recalled back when he sold the star relic he achieved from the Mukdong Gate. Later, the Hunter Association finalized the appraisal on that relic. Junmin informed him that the relic had been officially ranked as 3-star, granting enhanced mana regeneration. When asked if he planned to use it himself, Ojin declined. He instructed them to sell the relic, the star stones, and everything else he currently held. Junman moved on to price calculations. He estimated that, including everything Ojin had turned in so far, the payout might reach $1.8 million under ideal conditions. Ojin froze in disbelief. The total was far more than he anticipated. With that, and the $3 million gifted by Woonhyuk, he had already earned close to $5 million. Factoring in years of savings, he was only $3 million short of his ultimate target, the amount he believed would lead him to paradise. He also asked Junmen for one more favor, a map of the sewers under Seoul Station. As he trained, a soft glow emerged from the pendant around his neck. From it, Vega materialized. The moment caught him so off guard that he fell backward in surprise. He greeted her respectfully, but Vega reminded him again to be less formal. He brushed it off with an awkward laugh. Ojin gave her a slightly edited account of everything that had happened during her 3-week absence. After listening closely, Vega advised caution. She told him that the people he was dealing with, especially those tied to the Black Star organization, were far too dangerous for his current level. In her opinion, it was too early for him to be entangled in such threats. She urged him to focus more on growing stronger first. Ojin reassured her that he already had a plan in place. He then asked if she knew anything about the Black Star Celestials, or the era known as the time when stars were swallowed in darkness. Surprisingly, Vega admitted she had never heard of such a thing. Even for someone like her, a celestial being, there were still gaps in knowledge. Ojin didn't expect Vega to be clueless on the subject, but it only confirmed what he already suspected. He'd have to extract that information directly from the Black Star organization. Vega shifted the conversation. She wanted to see how much Ojin had progressed since their last meeting. Ojin stood, lifted his weapon, and ignited it with streaks of crackling lightning. Power surged through his feet, and he prepared to demonstrate what 3 weeks of silent growth had done. Ojin soared through the sky, lightning trailing behind him. His feet skimmed the air as he sprinted mid-air, manipulating gravity as though it no longer applied to him. With each step, he channeled the blue lightning through his limbs, layering it repeatedly. After building up power, he unleashed a concentrated wave, a bolt so intense it lit up the entire sky like a thunderstorm frozen mid-flash. He landed lightly and dropped to a seated position, catching his breath. Then he turned to Vega and asked for her thoughts. Vega remained speechless at first, blinking slowly. She finally asked how he had already grasped the foundations of a skill like Exit, a basic form of the blue lightning technique. She admitted that, even considering his status as a regressor, his pace was unusual. Ojin didn't understand the problem. He asked if something had gone wrong. Vega pressed further. She wanted to know how he had managed to channel lightning simultaneously through his feet and both hands. He explained that he had simply tried it. It was difficult at first, but eventually it worked. That left Vega visibly stunned. She clenched her fists, realizing that Ojin was likely subconsciously recalling techniques from the stigma of Lyra, even though he had previously claimed those memories were hazy. It was the only explanation for his rapid adaptation. Ojin, meanwhile, let out a subtle sigh of relief. Her assumption had covered him. He admitted to himself that it was better she misunderstood than dug deeper. Curious, he asked what exactly made his progress so surprising. Vega snapped, not in anger, but in exasperation. She demanded to know why he thought she had never taken on an apostle until now. The reason, she explained, was that controlling her stigma was nearly impossible for humans. Even among 3-star stigmas, the difference between a lower tier and upper tier was massive. Yet Ojin, despite being only a 3-star user, was progressing too quickly. Before Vega could continue, Ojin's phone vibrated. Annoyed, Vega asked if he was even listening. Cutting to the Hunter Association, Ojin picked up the call. It was Junmen. When he arrived, Junmen handed over the equipment Ojin had requested. Ojin thanked him and examined the results. The weapon was better than he expected, reinforced just as he'd asked. Junmen explained that a particular kid on the team had crafted it, and Ojin made a note to meet and thank him in person someday. In his hands, the new gear included not just the weapon itself, but specialized cable ropes designed for movement. Vega observed the design and noted that if he managed to entangle an enemy with the cable, discharging electricity through it would make for a devastating attack. Ojin agreed but told her that wasn't all. He demonstrated. Stretching his hand, the cable launched outward and latched onto a rooftop net. He told Vega to hold on. She latched onto his head without hesitation, and Ojin propelled forward. Seeing his display, Vega told him that, so this is what he came up with since he can't fly yet. Upon hearing this, Ojin was surprised. He asked if he will eventually be able to fly with the stigma of Lyra. Vega replied that it's true. He can fly with lightning steps, but it's impossible for his current level. Vega looked at him again and asked whether he was ready to return home, now that everything seemed to be in place. But Ojin shook his head. With Vega back by his side and a new weapon prepared, he had no reason to delay. Now was the perfect moment. It was time to head to Seoul Station, to eliminate the creature he saw in Lee Shin-yuk's memories. But before that, Ojin made a quick detour to a supply shop. He requested 2 flares, smoke rounds, 6 star stone reinforced knives, an LED headlamp, and 3 bottles of mid-rank potions. The cashier, after totaling everything, told him it would cost $7,320. Ojin let out a forced smile and muttered under his breath, calling the seller a daylight-robbing bastard. The cashier raised a brow, asking if he said something, but Ojin quickly played it off. Using a level 3 deception skill, he smoothly redirected the topic and pointed out that the knives were already pre-packaged. He added that he only had $6,000 on hand. The cashier insisted the final price would be $7,000, no further discounts. Ojin tried again, suggesting $6,500, but she refused. Eventually, he raised it to $6,600, thinking they'd struck a deal, but she scoffed, saying that wasn't a real compromise. Ojin sighed and offered $6,700 instead, realizing he could have bargained lower from the start. Watching all this unfold, Vega noted just how extreme Ojin was when it came to money. She admitted solemnly that, had she known how important finances were to him, she might have tried to do more to help. But Ojin brushed it off, saying he'd already received plenty of help from her, and that was more than enough. With their supplies secured, Ojin declared it was time to eliminate the creature under Seoul Station. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the underground sewers and stepped inside. Ojin led the way, holding a map and reading from a book written by the author who had explored the area before. His LED headlamp cut through the thick darkness ahead. Vega asked if he knew the exact location of the target. Ojin replied that, although the seal had already collapsed once before, he was confident the monster was somewhere below the station. She asked again if he truly believed he could face the fleshman now. Ojin explained that the monster's strength was still sealed, meaning they had a chance before it fully awakened. Hearing that, Vega commented knowingly. So he was betting on the window of opportunity that came before the seal broke completely, a gamble worthy of a regressor. Ojin gave a dry laugh inwardly. In truth, if he fought that thing at full strength, he'd be torn to shreds, but if it remained sealed, it might just be a giant squishy sandbag. Wading deeper into the muck, he silently regretted not buying rain boots. Using the stigma of the hunting dogs in this kind of filth felt impossible. The stench alone was a battle. While he was still mulling over that, Vega pointed to a nearby passage. She said something foul was emanating from that direction, a presence that didn't feel right. Ojin checked the map. That direction wasn't even close to where the monster was supposed to be. He asked if the aura reminded her of what she felt in the cave. Vega replied that while it wasn't exactly the same, it was similar. If the previous sensation had been like something sticky clinging to her skin, this one felt more like something sharp poking at her. Ojin's instincts kicked in. This felt like Black Star activity again, and if they were involved, that would explain the sudden spike in mutated starstones surfacing across the region. He told Vega they had no choice but to check it out. As he stepped toward the passageway, a chilling sight stopped him. The tunnel was covered in layers of flesh, like stepping inside a creature's digestive tract. It was grotesque, pulsing, and deeply unnatural. Inside, 2 creatures stood guard. They looked humanoid but reptilian, with distorted features and slitted eyes fixed directly on Ojin. Their posture didn't suggest a friendly greeting. It was predatory, as if sizing him up for a kill. He wondered if they were mutants. Their skin tone differed, but they had the same unsettling presence. He smirked. If they weren't fans of his looks, too bad. They lunged without hesitation. Ojin welcomed it. Stretching his hand, he launched the cable forward, piercing one of the creatures. Then, using his newly crafted spear, he conducted lightning through the line. The surge lit up the sewer, frying both reptilian attackers in a blink. Smoke hissed from their bodies as they dropped instantly. He admired the weapon's performance. Unlike Li Xinyuk's old spear, this one allowed lightning to travel through the entire shaft, not just the blade. The difference was massive. But as he took a closer look at the aftermath, something felt off. The first creature was equal to a 1-star monster, but the second had carried the weight of a 2-star threat. And judging by the sudden movement ahead, more were coming. More reptilian figures appeared, this time with deadly intent, glaring like they were ready to gut whoever dared step into their lair. Ojin glanced at Vega and muttered that the first 2 reptilians must have been lookouts. Vega agreed, her expression grim. With no time to waste, Ojin raised his hand to activate his cables again. He declared it was time to stop messing around, time to get serious. And just like that, the whole group of reptilian monsters charged forward. Their attacks were savage, coordinated, and terrifyingly fast. What's worse, they were smart. Mid-air, they dodged Ojin's cables with reflexes that screamed intelligence. But Ojin didn't flinch. He smirked and thought to himself, so what if they were smart? Didn't mean they'd survive the next few seconds. And bang! His entire body lit up. Before the monsters could land a hit, he electrocuted them in an instant, frying them where they stood. The screams that followed weren't exactly human, more like tortured banshee howls mixed with alien profanity. But whatever they were saying, help or screw you, humans, Ojin couldn't tell, nor did he care. He just grinned, basking in the aftermath of his rampage. And just when he thought he was done, boom! A hulking reptilian behemoth appeared, easily 3 times the size of the rest. This one wasn't a grunt. This was a lizard champion. It wasted no time, picked up one of its dead underlings and hurled it like a fastball at Ojin. He barely blocked it in time, the impact sending him skidding back across the wet floor. Looking up, Ojin confirmed it, definitely a lizard champion. Strong, fast, and clearly commanding the rest. Its presence alone shifted the entire battlefield's energy. Knowing his cables wouldn't cut it anymore, Ojin recalled them into his arm and re-equipped his bracelet. His spear pulsed with blue lightning, now fully charged. He aimed, struck, and brought the champion down in one powerful blast. As the boss slumped into a heap, Ojin laughed internally. That thing looked like a low-budget version of Beerus, minus the charm. Victory secured, Ojin immediately got down to business. loot check. He rifled through the corpses and pulled out several starstones. As expected, black starstones again. At this point, he was practically used to them. Vega, curious, asked if he had any idea what these strange stones were. Ojin told her he wasn't sure. Truth was, he'd never even heard of these things before regressing. But deep down, he knew there was a connection. The black stars and these mutants. They had to be linked. Too many of these monsters had been showing up near relic sites tied to black star energy. The logic? Weak. The timing? Too perfect. Still, Ojin didn't mind. Black star stones sold for more than regular ones, and they absorbed power like nothing else. So in his words, money's money. He stood up, dusted himself off, and told Vega they should move toward the core zone. But just as they started walking, they noticed a glow. A bright light ahead at the end of the tunnel. And sure, people always said there was light at the end of the tunnel. But this didn't feel hopeful. As they stepped into the chamber, Ojin's eyes narrowed, spacious, roomy. But something was off. Then he saw it. A figure stood in the distance, barely visible, but familiar. Ojin blinked. That was the monster from Lee Shin-yuk's memories. Now that he was seeing it up close, he realized. Yeah, this wasn't a joke. Vega asked if that was the sealed monster. Ojin nodded, confirming it. This thing was the one that had decimated Seoul Station the first time around. But inwardly he added that compared to what he saw in Lee Shin-yuk's memory, the thing was tiny, only half the size it was in his memories. Ojin noticed it too, and wondered if that meant even the star relic embedded in its body had shrunk. But it didn't matter. Small or not, he decided to start stabbing first and ask questions never. 3 cables shot out, piercing straight into the monster's body. No reaction. Not even a twitch. Ojin grinned like a gremlin with a new toy. A delicious, immobile, high-paying toy. This thing? A pushover. A motionless money bag. He jabbed again, and again. Just for fun. Ojin practically giggled while skewering it, high on the thrill of making Rishi while venting his stress. Deep down, he figured he should thank Lee Shin-yuk for giving him the chance to enjoy life like this. This was therapeutic stabbing, peak job satisfaction. But of course, reality had other plans. Unseen by Ojin, the monster's hand twitched. Vega noticed. She asked him if he felt that. He shrugged it off. Claimed she was seeing things. Probably nerves or maybe too many holy vitamins. And then the ground trembled. No, everything trembled. The sewer shook like it was about to collapse. Ojin leaped instinctively, just as the monster started to rise. A second later, he hit the floor hard, groaning like a sack of potatoes that had just realized it was still in the budget aisle. When he looked up, there it was. The pushover was now towering over him, eyes glowing with primal rage. And Ojin? He went full internal panic mode. One look and his entire brain screamed. He fucked up. He stood frozen as the monster roared, sending a wave of goosebumps down his spine. Every instinct yelled at him to bolt, leave, retire, fake his own death. But then he remembered Vega. Great, she was watching. And he couldn't exactly run off screaming when the divine space angel thought he was the chosen one sent to save the world. Ojin cursed Lee Shin-hyuk internally. That bastard made it sound so easy. All that talk about stopping the monster if you had knowledge from the past? Trash. The kind of overconfidence you only hear from old guys reminiscing about how they would have aced the SATs if they had just tried harder. He considered running. Just dipping out and letting the problem solve itself. But then Vega asked what was happening. Her tone was calm, but her aura wasn't. She could feel the tremors from the curse. She knew something was off. Ojin lied straight to her glowing cosmic face. Said it was nothing. Yeah, right. Internally, he was already preparing his will. He told her he had expected this much of a variable. But in reality, he hadn't expected jack shit. He told her to stay back, that he'd slay the monster. But in his heart, he was begging her to just fix everything, and maybe also give him a snack and a nap. With his most heroic fake confidence face on, he promised it'd be over soon. Deep down, he was sure he would be over soon. The monster raised a giant goo-covered hand and brought it crashing down. Ojin braced, then got launched across the sewer like a ragdoll. Midair, he tried to process what just happened. That thing, for its size, unbelievably fast. He barely landed before the monster raised its hand for round 2. Thinking quick, Ojin fired his cable into the ceiling and jerked himself out of the strike zone. He landed with a grunt, barely catching his breath. What the fuck is this thing? The monster didn't even pause. It lunged again, relentless like a roach on steroids. Ojin groaned and muttered to himself that this monster really liked screaming. Like, a lot. He fired another cable, propelling himself upward toward the ceiling again, dodging with just inches to spare. Now above the beast, he spotted an opening. He landed right on the monster's hand, stabilizing himself. This was his chance. The star relic embedded in the monster's head? That had to be the weak point. Classic boss fight logic. He jumped, midair, full momentum, all or nothing. He activated one of his strongest skills, Thunderfall, and brought it down hard. As he struck, he infused it with more energy, more rage, more desperation. The system pinged mid-attack. Thunderfall had leveled up, from 1 to 2, progress. Cool, whatever. He let out a breath, thinking it was over, but the monster had other plans. Before he could even celebrate, it grabbed him. One massive hand engulfed his entire body. Bones cracked. Pain spiked. Ojin screamed. The monster tightened its grip around Ojin like a kid hugging a stuffed toy, except this toy was electrocuted and pissed. Struggling against the crushing force, Ojin managed to yank out his flare gun. A bit of lightning juice channeled through it, and with a smirk that screamed desperate genius, he fired it straight up. The sewer lit up like a rave for sewer rats. Blinding light exploded outward. Ojin didn't even hesitate. He told the oversized freak to eat it and got his wish. The thing flinched just enough to release him. He slammed into the ground with a meaty thud, groaning like someone who fell out of bed and remembered they had bills, but there was no time for drama. The beast was distracted, so Ojin scrambled up, cracked his joints, and assessed the damage. Yeah, not great. Blue lightning hadn't even tickled the damn thing. If this monster was still tanking his best stuff, then he was basically a mosquito with Wi-Fi. What he needed now, something nastier, something meaner. He sent his cables flying again, clean pierce. Right into the monster's hide. And this time, he wasn't just playing tag. He used the monster's own bulk to launch himself up like a human yo-yo, eyes locked on the glowing star relic embedded in its head. Mid-swing, the beast flailed, but trying to swat Ojin was like trying to catch a fly with boxing gloves. All it did was leave its neck wide open. That was all the opening he needed. He grinned. The nape was exposed. He didn't just release mana like some rookie. Nah, he gripped it, pulled it back like a drawn bow, and snapped it forward with intent. A burst of concentrated lightning clouded his hand, then, boom, he struck. The system chimed in at the perfect moment. Blue lightning had leveled up to 4. And bonus points? A new skill, lightning charge level 1. The result? A thunderclap so loud it probably got picked up on Pixis's weather satellites. Ojin slammed the nape with more force than he even thought he had, and for a second he thought that might have been it. Spoiler, it wasn't. The monster groaned. Still alive, still pissed, still moving, and now was shaking like it just drank 6 espressos. Ojin was flung around midair like a decorative tassel. He cursed at it, told it to just die already, but nope, the drama wasn't over. And then the worst possible thing happened. The ground cracked, asphalt split. The monster broke through the sewer ceiling and exploded into the middle of the city like a deranged surprise guest. Pavement shattered, civilians screamed, and chaos went full volume. Ojin barely had time to react before he spotted a kid, just standing there, frozen in fear. The monster's shadow loomed, its hand raised, ready to squash the child like a bug. Without hesitation, Ojin sprinted and blocked the incoming smash. He turned to the kid, still sobbing, and muttered just enough for him to get the memo, time to run. The kid bolted. Good. One less corpse. Now normally, Ojin wouldn't lose sleep if a couple civilians got flattened. That wasn't his problem. But today wasn't normal. Because Vega was watching. And Vega? She believed he was humanity's hope, the regressor, the chosen one, blah blah destiny. So yeah, he had to play the part. And of course, right on cue, Vega floated down like some divine drone. She said he clearly needed her blessing, didn't he? But Ojin shut that down, told her no. He could handle it himself. Now he stood, dust-covered, blood-smeared, lightning-charged, facing down the monster, ready for round 2. As Ojin squared off against the monster again, he told himself it was simple. Keep hitting the weak point until the damn thing breaks. Logical, sure, except for the part where the monster was still very clearly stronger than him. He admitted it, the beast outclassed him. At this rate, begging Vega for a divine buff wouldn't even be embarrassing. It'd be survival instincts. But instead of panicking, Ojin just smiled to himself. Because if he asked for help now, the rush, the exhilaration of overcoming it with his own strength, might just slip right through his fingers like sand. That he couldn't allow. He gripped his spear tighter. The monster roared again, pain twisting its face. Ojin stared it down, smiling like a man who finally found a proper punching bag. He called it a beast, then casually asked if it was starting to hurt. Perfect. He hoped it hurt more. A lot more. The monster swung again. A huge swipe aimed straight for Ojin, but he dodged at the last second. No rest, though. The monster immediately shifted part of its body and launched it like missiles. Gross. But creative. Ojin, thankfully, was built different. He dodged every single one. Mid-dodge, he smirked to himself. He was starting to read this thing. Patterns, timing, tells. And to top it off, his mana was overflowing again. Perfect. He charged up. One strike, loud and clean, blew off the monster's hand. It howled in pain, body reeling. Ojin didn't even blink. This was just the start. He infused his spear with lightning, planted it in the ground, and launched it forward with everything he had, stacking 4 different skills into one combined assault. The result? A bone-rattling explosion that tore through the monster's chest like it owed him money. The monster stumbled, ragged and shredded, like an old man who just remembered he left the stove on. Then it tried to run. Ojin didn't even give it a head start. He fired his cable and reeled himself toward it, chasing it through the ruins like a hunter with a vendetta. He snagged 2 massive boulders nearby, anchored his cables, and slammed both rocks into the monster's skull like a steel trap. Still, not enough. Realizing this, Ojin sighed and admitted inwardly, it was time. Time to go beyond his limits, not just push them, obliterate them. He began channeling his newest skill, lightning charge. The system chimed in, level 1 upgraded to level 2. He kept going. More power, more voltage. Then, level 3. And boom. An earth-shaking blast of pure lightning tore through the monster, draining every last shred of life from its body. Finally, the monster froze and dropped. Dead, for real this time. The sewer trembled. Silence returned. Ojin had won. Vega floated over immediately, asking if he was all right. Calm, motherly, concerned. Ojin smiled, told her to relax. See? He'd said just to wait. But inside? He was wrecked. He was barely holding it together behind that confident mask. Vega, unimpressed, reminded him that he said he'd finish it quickly. Did he know how worried she was? Ojin let out a dry laugh and shrugged. But hey, a win's a win, right? Then he teased her. Since when did their little goddess start acting all cute? She didn't answer, she just stared. Ojin turned his attention to the surroundings. The civilians who had been hiding, now they were out in full force, cameras rolling, phones raised, cheering like he was a damn rock star. They thanked him. Over and over. And Ojin? He smiled politely. Inwardly? So much for staying low profile. Then a man in a suit stepped forward, a reporter from the 1,000-Mile High Daily. He asked what guild Ojin belonged to. Ojin replied with a clean lie, he was with the association. In truth, that line was strategic. If people saw him as a heroic association type, it'd make it a hell of a lot easier to manipulate them later. Favors, access, leverage. The reporter asked if the association always had awakeners like him. The crowd started murmuring, awed by the idea that Ojin was officially backed by the biggest hunter institution in the country. Their surprise was genuine. Apparently no one expected that. Ojin, hearing the whispers and seeing the praise, told himself this was the moment to act humble, not cocky. So, forcing it out through gritted teeth, he told the civilians they really shouldn't praise him too much. He hadn't done anything special. Just what needed to be done. That was supposed to be the end of it. But before he could even finish the sentence, Vega cut in. She floated forward with radiant energy and addressed the crowd directly. Her voice carried with pride as she pointed toward Ojin and asked if everyone had seen it clearly. The hero who saved them? Yes, it was him. Not just some awakened civilian, not just some hunter passing by. He was the esteemed one's apostle. Ojin froze, internally screaming, "What the hell is Vega doing?" But she kept going. With a gracious smile, she said their words of thanks were appreciated, but felt lacking. Gratitude was good, but gratitude alone didn't honor a savior. Then came the follow-up. She encouraged the civilians to offer their appreciation in the form of a proper offering. Monetary, of course. Ojin's heart dropped. No, please Vega, stop. What are you doing? The crowd hesitated, confused, but one of them mumbled that, well, it wasn't wrong, he had saved their lives. Slowly, money started changing hands. Vega collected everything, every note, every coin, and then she turned to Ojin and asked what he thought. The esteemed one had granted him a generous reward. Ojin was dying inside. He didn't even have the energy to respond. This wasn't gratitude. This was divine scamming with style. Later, Ojin went to visit Junman at the Hunter Association. The moment he stepped in, Junman welcomed him with a grin and told him the internet was losing its mind over him. Over 16 guilds had reached out in a single day, all wanting to recruit or make contact. Then came the more serious update. Junman informed him that the secret was out. Everyone now knew Ojin was the apostle of the North Star. They'd tried to keep it confidential. The association had done everything they could. But somehow, the news still leaked. Ojin gave a dry laugh and said it was fine. Internally, he was annoyed. He only wanted to keep it secret so he could build strength and peace. But now that the spotlight was on him, he'd use it, turn the exposure into opportunity. Then Junman casually brought up the moment Ojin had asked the civilians for money. Ojin stiffened. He couldn't believe Junman had seen that. He stammered, not sure what to say. Internally, he cursed Vega again. He hadn't even looked at the articles. Didn't have the nerve to read public reactions. But then, Junman said it was a stroke of genius. Ojin blinked. Genius? That? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Junman explained that the way Ojin asked for a reward, combined with the fact that he saved people, came across as endearing. Sundar-like even. He handed Ojin one of the viral articles. Apparently, after saving the child, Ojin was quoted as saying, "It's not like I wanted to save you specifically or anything. Baka." And then, allegedly, he'd covered the kid with his coat. Ojin was floored. He wasn't even wearing a coat. Then came the cherry on top. The article claimed that after turning to leave, Ojin softly said to the child, "Run away." Quickly, Ojin nearly burst a vein. He told himself, these reporters weren't journalists. They were fanfic authors with press badges, but Junman insisted. The combination of those quotes, along with Vega's donation stunt, turned Ojin into a trending hero. People even started memeing things like, "I only saved you for the money." To Ojin, it was horrifying. He'd spent his whole life tricking others, manipulating people to survive. Now, he was getting emotionally played by public opinion, and worst of all, he couldn't fight back. Still, he nodded and told Junman he understood. Then the topic shifted. Junman brought up the aftermath of the monster incident. Things had gotten chaotic in Paradise, the area where Ojin fought. That location wasn't just some random part of the city. It was a hotspot, and with a monster bursting up from underground, questions were piling up. Ojin's expression sharpened. Paradise. That was the real reason he came here. He pulled out the star stones he'd collected, all from giants and reptilian-class monsters, and placed them in front of Junman. Time to get to the main topic. He asked what Junman thought they were worth. Junman leaned back in his chair and told Ojin something unexpected. Mutant star stones had dropped in value. A lot. Ojin raised a brow. That much in such a short time? Junman nodded. There'd been a spike in mutant appearances lately, which meant a flood of mutant star stones hitting the market. Rumor was, supply had multiplied nearly tenfold. Ojin's expression turned serious. That much activity, it had to be connected to the Black Star Celestials. Still, Junman noted, the two stones Ojin brought, the ones from the giant and the slime, were unusually large and high in purity. Estimated value, roughly $4 million, maybe more with the right buyer. Ojin agreed to sell them, and asked if the association could handle it within a few days. Junman hesitated. Given how unstable the market had become, moving that many stones quickly wasn't exactly realistic. That's when Ojin made an offer. He proposed the association pay him $3 million in advance, and in return, they could keep whatever profit came from the final sale. Junmin was stunned. He asked if Ojin, of all people, was really about to let go of a potential $1 million margin. Ojin nodded, calm, but inside? He was second-guessing everything. This wasn't like him. He wasn't someone who let money slip through his fingers, so what the hell was going on? Still, he asked again. Could Junman make it happen? Junman eventually agreed. He said the $3 million would be wired to Ojin's account by tomorrow morning, probably by lunch. Ojin stood to leave, but before he could walk out, Junman stopped him. He had something prepared, the thing they discussed last time. He pulled out a small box and handed it to Ojin. Said it was the best quality one he could find. Then, from his coat pocket, he produced a card, black, sleek, and marked with the association's seal. A special officer license. Ojin stared at it, eyes narrowing. He knew what this meant. A special officer wasn't just a glorified title. It came with independent authority, investigative rights, and legal immunity, even if the association came under pressure. It was the equivalent of being an off-the-books elite agent. He took the card and admitted, this was unexpected. He hadn't even been with them that long. Junman chuckled and said, that's how much the higher-ups valued him. Ojin smirked and thanked him, genuinely this time. Then he turned to leave. Junman told him they'd see each other again soon. On the way home, Ojin stopped at a crosswalk and glanced up at the sky. Clear sunlight poured over the city, and as he waited for the light to change, he did a quick tally. With $7 million already saved, and another $3 million coming tomorrow, paradise was now within reach. He was just one step away. Back at the apartment, Eunha lay on her bed, earbud in, quietly listening to the news. The newscaster's voice reported yesterday's Seoul Station incident, stating that interest in the association-affiliated Awakener Guan Ojin had exploded overnight. Online articles were calling him the Lightning Wolf, praising the rise of a new hero. She didn't react much. Until the next segment hit. The newscaster announced that the final list of star relics for the December Yongsan auction, scheduled in 2 days, had just been confirmed. Among them, the 7-star relic, Sword of Dawn, the Twilight Knots, and the Dragon's Cursed Eye. That name stopped Eunha cold. Her eyes widened. Her body reacted before her thoughts could catch up. This was it, the relic she'd been hunting, the only one capable of removing the curse from her eyes, the one thing she needed to survive. She clenched her fists. No matter what, she had to win that relic, by any means necessary. Then came a new voice. Vega. The Celestial floated calmly into the room and asked if Eunha was awake. Eunha jolted, eyes wide. She turned sharply and asked what Vega was doing here. Wasn't she supposed to have left with Ojin? Vega simply replied that Ojin must have forgotten the necklace. Without it, Vega wasn't tethered to him. Eunha then stared at Vega, asking if a Celestial like her didn't suffer penalties for materializing on Earth like this. Wasn't there some kind of restriction? Vega replied calmly. A few hours a day was acceptable. Nothing that would cause a breach. But she hadn't come for no reason. She wanted to ask Eunha something. Eunha tilted her head. What kind of question? Vega said she had been observing her child, Ojin, and noticed he was deeply obsessed with money. She asked if Eunha knew why. For a moment, Eunha said nothing. Her expression tightened, then inwardly she admitted it. Ojin's obsession with money had nothing to do with greed. He was saving up for paradise. Vega's eyes narrowed slightly. Paradise? Eunha explained. Paradise was the formal name for the Gangwa Island Special Autonomous Zone. It was the only place in all of Korea untouched by gates or monsters. No dimensional tiers, no outbreaks, a perfectly regulated environment, peaceful, stable, and safe. Ojin had been saving to buy his right of occupancy there. Once inside, he'd finally be free. No running, no fighting, just a normal, happy life. Vega was surprised. A place like that really existed? Eunha nodded. Paradise was managed directly by Shion Sangil, known as Dubai, the first star, one of the 7 stars and head of Heaven's Grace. If there was any place on Earth that could still be called safe, it was there. And yes, Ojin's goal was to go there. Then she asked Vega if she knew what Ojin's dream had been since childhood. She remembered clearly. Back when they lived at the orphanage. Ojin was always bruised, always injured, but he'd whisper the same thing. I want to live somewhere that doesn't hurt. Somewhere he wouldn't freeze at night. Somewhere he wouldn't starve. Somewhere he didn't have to lie just to get through another day. Eunha let out a quiet breath. It sounded simple, laughably small to others. But for people like them, those tiny dreams were unreachable luxuries. They had been beaten by the orphanage director every day. But Ojin had it worse, because he took the beatings for her. One day the director was hitting Eunha again. Ojin suddenly yelled that the kitchen was on fire. The director panicked and ran. When he realized it was a lie, he beat Ojin senseless for it. Eunha looked at Vega. That's the kind of person Ojin had always been. He took pain so others wouldn't have to. And that's why he only wanted one thing. A life where he didn't have to lie to survive. Now he was finally close. Just one step from paradise, but Eunha said quietly. She knew he would go without her. Because paradise didn't allow people like her. Vega asked, Ojin wouldn't take her? Was it the cost? Eunha shook her head. Even if they had the money, she'd never pass the entrance requirements. Paradise demanded tests, physical, mental, magical. Only qualified awakeners were allowed in. And her? She was blind, crippled, failed all of it by default. Vega paused, then asked gently, then what's going to happen to you? Eunha gave a half smile and said she'd survive. Somehow. She had been a 7-star awakener 5 years ago. Even if her mana was sealed and her body was broken, she still had willpower. Her leg was gone, her eyes were gone. But she wasn't finished yet. Vega looked at her carefully. How did this happen? Unha replied. 6 years ago, she fought a 9-star monster, Barbados, the 1,000-cursed dragon. And she lost. She was cursed, her mana sealed, her body ruined. But something else happened that day. She made a promise with Ojin. Well, not a promise, more like a demand. Back then, she'd playfully asked Ojin, if you're gonna save up for paradise, then stay with me until you hit 10 million. She reminded him that she'd been the one feeding him, saving him, housing him for the past 3 years. The least he could do was stick around a little longer. Ojin had looked at her and said, got it. Now, as Yunha finished dressing, the weight of her past clung to her more than the prosthetic she strapped on. Looking back at everything she'd said to Ojin over the years, it was clear now. She'd been unreasonable. No, worse, cruel. She had forced an impossible condition on him back then. Telling someone who wasn't even an awakener to save $10 million? That wasn't a request. That was emotional imprisonment. But the truth was simple. She hadn't wanted to be alone, so she chained Ojin down with her, thinking it would delay the inevitable. She never imagined he'd actually awaken, certainly not as the North Star Apostle, someone so prominent that even news anchors were calling his name. As she clipped the prosthetic leg into place, she accepted it for what it was. Divine punishment. Fair retribution for what she did. Standing with effort, she gave Vega a small bow, and asked her, sincerely, to take care of Ojin in her absence. Vega couldn't respond. For once, the Celestial was speechless. Unha simply informed her she had errands outside. Vega wished her safe travels. Out in the city, Unha walked with practiced ease, guided by her cane and sharpened senses. Navigating blind wasn't difficult for her anymore. After years of moving through crowded streets with no vision, she knew the layout better than most sighted people. She even reassured herself, inwardly, that this was easy. A piece of cake, just another walk. Then a low-hanging branch slapped her across the forehead. It hurt. But she didn't stop. Eventually, she reached a nearby cafe that also handled banking services. She went inside and told the cashier she wanted to withdraw everything. Her savings, her certificates, all of it. The cashier looked startled but processed the request. After a few taps, she informed Unha that with interest over the last 5 years, her total came out to around $321,000. Unha stood still, not shocked, just quietly disappointed. She already knew the number, but hearing it spoken aloud made it feel smaller. The cashier hesitated and asked if something was wrong. Unha waved it off with a polite smile. She said it was fine, that amount was enough, but deep down it wasn't even close. When the gate incident happened 8 years ago, she had fought purely to survive. Not to get rich. The official Starstone to cash system hadn't even existed until 2 years later. By then, most of what she earned had gone into surgeries, recovery, and keeping herself alive. Even as a former 7-star awakener, that didn't leave much behind. She told the cashier to move it all into her second account. The request was handled quickly. As she stepped out, she repeated the number again, 300,000, like saying it twice might make it stretch. But it didn't. This was the thread of hope she'd clung to all these years. And it wasn't enough. Still, she smiled. That ridiculous little gremlin, Ojin, was probably still surviving off nothing but calorie bars. While heading back, she felt a familiar presence approaching. The rhythm, the tension in the air, the weight of worry in each step. It was Ojin. Before she could react, he reached out and grabbed her arm. His voice sounded shaken. Apparently, he'd been running all over trying to find her. He thought she was gone. Yunha was surprised. She teased him with her usual dry tone, wondering aloud if he'd really been running around the city for her. But Ojin didn't laugh. He asked why she was being so calm. Did she think this was funny? Before he could continue, she raised her hand and shut him up. She turned to the store clerk standing nearby and confirmed the order. The sizing was fine, and the style would work. The clerk nodded and stepped away. Ojin stared, wide-eyed. He asked what in the world she was doing, why she was buying him new clothes, and from such a ridiculously overpriced boutique of all places. Unha, unfazed, playfully covered her ears and pretended not to hear him. But he pressed again, this time more serious. He asked what was going on. Why the sudden spending spree? With a calm smile, Unha explained that they were going on a date. As they walked, Ojin finally asked what had gotten into Unha. The sudden spending spree, the high-end shopping, it wasn't like her. Unha let out a dry laugh. She told him he always dressed like a broke college student and lived off calorie bars. She said she pitied him. Ojin narrowed his eyes and pointed out the obvious. How would she even know what he wore? She couldn't exactly see his outfits. Unha shut that down fast. She told him to stop thinking so hard about it, and claimed she just had a CD mature with enough interest to buy a few decent clothes for once. But Ojin wasn't buying it. He looked at her seriously and asked again why she was acting this way. Unha paused, then admitted that he'd suffered plenty for her sake. Just for today, she wanted to do something for him. She asked him to simply go along with it. Ojin, for once, didn't argue. He nodded and said he understood. Unha burst into laughter and bragged that she had loads of money now. She insisted they go eat something fancy, like premium Korean beef. That caught Ojin completely off guard. Just hearing the name made his mouth water. He reacted immediately, asking if she knew how expensive that was. Unha laughed and told him to hurry up anyway. But the moment they reached the beef place, reality set in. Standing in front of the restaurant, Unha suddenly changed the subject. She casually asked what they were selling next door. Ojin glanced sideways and said it was a snow crab joint. She gave a small cough and said she wasn't feeling the beef vibe anymore. Apparently, she was craving crab instead. Ojin stared at her, completely thrown off. She had always hated shellfish, but she waved it off and insisted they go for crab this time. Deep down, she knew the truth. Crab was cheaper. They entered the second restaurant and were served a platter of snow crab. As Unha began fumbling with the shell, she grumbled that crab was the most annoying food ever created. Cracking through the armor just to get a bite. It was a design flaw. Ojin chuckled and commented that she didn't even try to hide her intentions. She clearly dragged him here so she wouldn't have to shell the thing herself. Unha told him to shut it. Still, he sighed and said he'd do it for her. He took the crab, broke it down, and picked the meat out piece by piece. Unha let out a smirk and said he was being far too sweet. Ojin rolled his eyes and told her to quit talking and eat already. She opened her mouth like it was a royal ritual and accepted the food. Then, slowly, she smiled and said it actually tasted good. Ojin replied that she should eat plenty then. As the two continued their quiet meal, Ojin watched her carefully. He could still see it, the heaviness in her expression. But at least now, it looked a little lighter. After the meal, Ojin offered to pay for the coffee at the next stop. Unha tried to argue but relented. She told him to go ahead and order while she caught up. She'd take a latte. Just as Ojin stepped outside the crab place, he heard voices calling out. Two young girls stood near the sidewalk, pointing his way. They asked if he was Guan Ojin. He gave a nod, casually confirming it. The moment they heard his name, the girls lit up. They called him the Lightning Wolf. Apparently, they'd been there during the Seoul Station incident and saw him fight. They told him he looked way more handsome in real life and asked for a picture. Ojin stood silently, trying to decide how to handle it. He had expected this sort of thing eventually, but this wasn't exactly how he imagined it. Part of him wanted to chase them off immediately. But instead of snapping, he stayed calm and told them it was a little much for people who'd never even met him to act like that. He asked bluntly if they could stop bothering him and move along. The two girls froze, shocked, silent. Then, unexpectedly, they cheered. One of them turned to her friend and gasped. Apparently she was thrilled that he had told them to piss off. It was confirmation. Proof. They were convinced now he really was the Lightning Wolf. Ojin stood there, utterly confused. He had no idea why being insulted made them more excited. But at this point, he gave up trying to understand. One of the girls grinned and tugged at her shirt, asking Ojin to autograph it. He sighed internally and accepted the marker. Honestly, what was this? Some fan club? A cult? Still, an autograph didn't cost him money, and if it got them to leave faster, so be it. But before he could sign, Unha appeared, frown locked in. She didn't ask who they were, she demanded it, radiating enough hostility to make the air feel 10 degrees colder. The girls, clearly thrown off, asked who she was, even calling her senior by instinct. Unha didn't hesitate. She stepped beside Ojin, grabbed his arm and told them exactly who she was, his girlfriend. Every word laced with enough sass to cut glass. The girls fell silent. Their energy collapsed instantly. Whatever little fantasy they had going fell apart on the spot. Embarrassed and defensive, they muttered that they weren't trying to steal anyone. They just wanted autographs. Then they turned and left, calling Unha a snob on their way out. Once they were gone, Unha smirked. She commented on how overly familiar those girls were acting. Ojin wasn't amused. He frowned and asked if she really needed to go that far. Unha laughed and asked what would have happened if she hadn't shown up. Just because people liked him didn't mean he had to let them cling all over him. She asked if he understood her point. Ojin shut it down, telling her that her jealousy was baseless. He had zero interest in chasing after random girls. Unha, flustered, tried to joke her way out of it. Ojin reminded her again. It wasn't about morals. It was about money. Flirting cost effort. Effort cost cash. Unha rolled her eyes and called him a tight-fisted bastard. Still, she noted they had time left in the day, enough to fit in karaoke. At least there, random fans wouldn't bother them. Later, they arrived at the karaoke room. Unha sang while Ojin leaned back, soaking in the off-tune melodies like a strangely nostalgic fever dream. It was dumb and simple, but in its own way, comforting. They sang until their voices wore out, then stepped out into the late-night air. The sky was already dark. Ojin glanced up and noted how quickly the time had passed. Unha asked if they should head back. He nodded. As they walked, silence hung heavy between them. Then Unha finally spoke. She asked him how much money he had saved. Ojin answered plainly. He was done. The entire $10 million was ready. Una stopped for a second. That was it then, she asked again quietly. All 10 million? When he confirmed it, she fell silent. Her expression faltered. That meant they didn't have many days like this left. She asked if he was really going to paradise. Ojin confirmed it. That was the entire reason he saved. Unha wanted to say something, anything, to ask him not to go, to stay. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. Instead, with a bittersweet smile, she told him not to forget about her, wherever he ended up. Ojin didn't answer. But inwardly, he already knew the truth. There was no world where he'd ever forget her. The next morning, Ojin left the house early. He told Unha he had business to handle at the bank. She wished him a safe trip without asking questions. Alone again, Unha sat by the window, earbud in, listening to the news. The broadcaster was already covering the Youngsun December auction. The opening event was live. One item in particular had the spotlight. The dragon's cursed eye. A rare 6-star relic, one that only appeared after slaying a dragon-class monster. Its function? Breaking deep curses, the kind that couldn't be undone by spells or scrolls. Unha stiffened. This was the relic, the one she needed. If there was any hope of undoing the 1,000 cursed dragon's seal on her, it was this. But the moment she remembered her account balance, that hope shattered. $300,000 wasn't even close to what a relic like that should cost. Still, she tried to reason with herself. Curses weren't trendy these days. Most awakeners wanted damage boosts, buffs, or regeneration items. Maybe, just maybe, no one else would bid on it. Some relics had gone for shockingly low prices in the past, so she clung to that thread of hope. Maybe she could get lucky. Maybe this was the one time fate would cut her a break. She took a deep breath and told herself she had to go. Even if it was hopeless, there was nothing left to lose. As Eunha walked toward the auction house, her mind was buzzing with possibilities. If she could just buy the dragon's cursed eye, maybe, just maybe, she could break the curse that held her captive. If she was lucky. She entered the Yongsan auction house. The security guard asked her to fill out forms before entering. But when he noticed her condition, her blindness and her cane, he hesitated and offered to help her complete the paperwork. Eunha nodded gratefully. After finishing, the guard reminded her that once the auction began, no one could leave for security reasons. She would have to finalize all her business before the event started. Inside the auction room, Eunha couldn't immediately find her seat. She asked a fellow participant for directions, and he pointed her toward the right side, 2 rows ahead. As she walked toward the seats, murmurs started to rise. One person muttered that it was strange to see a blind person at an auction. They wondered why she didn't have a guardian with her. Another made a pointed comment about how they'd never let a blind person come to something like this alone. Eunha clenched her fists at the whispers, but she kept moving forward. This was her decision, her battle. She didn't have the luxury of breaking down now. She told herself, inwardly, that as long as she could buy the dragon's cursed eye, she'd find a way to make it work. Then the announcer's voice rang through the room. The Yongsan December auction had officially begun. The first item was a 4-star relic, the incenser of gray lights. The bidding started at $100,000 and quickly escalated, eventually halting at $670,000. Eunha couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment as she watched the frenzy unfold. A 4-star relic reaching that price was expected, but it was just another reminder of how far she was from her goal. She let out a quiet breath. No, the dragon's cursed eye will be different. People don't care about curses anymore. It's not as valuable as the other relics. Maybe I'll get lucky. The dragon's cursed eye was next. The announcer built up the excitement, describing the relic's power, how it could break any curse. He explained that the relic would be absorbed into the user's body, giving them the ability to dispel curses permanently. Eunha's heart skipped a beat. It's finally here. She scanned the crowd. There wasn't much of a reaction. That was good, right? The fewer people fighting for it, the better her chances. She closed her eyes for a brief moment and whispered a prayer. Please, she thought. Please, let me have this chance. The bidding started at $100,000, with a buyout price of $10 million. Eunha's nerves flared, but she didn't hesitate. She raised her paddle, her voice quietly urging herself to stand firm. She bid $100,000. As soon as she did, a few of the other participants chuckled, laughing at her audacity. One whispered to another, is this her first auction? A beggar trying to grab a relic she doesn't deserve. Eunha's stomach twisted with humiliation. She felt exposed, vulnerable, and completely out of her depth. But she didn't retreat. Instead, she held her ground. This was her only shot. The announcer picked up on her bid and asked if anyone else would challenge it. The room was silent. Eunha held her breath. Her mind raced, praying that no one would outbid her. Please don't let anyone beat me. Just as she thought she might win, suddenly, one of the bidders raised his paddle and confidently threw out a $2 million bid. Another countered with $2.5 million, and before Eunha could even react, someone else raised it to $3.2 million. The room buzzed with power plays. Numbers climbed like flames, high, fast, and hopeless. Eunha sat frozen. That was it. There went the last thread she'd been hanging on to. She let out a dry chuckle, the kind that cracks before it ever becomes laughter, and whispered to herself that of course she never had a chance. Not really. That fake smile crumbled into silent tears. She clenched her fists and asked the empty space inside her, why? Why always her? What universal law dictated that she be the one constantly tossed aside like trash? Her entire life had been a sequence of abandonment, broken promises, and empty pockets. So was it too much to ask for just one miracle? Just one thing? Just to stay with Ojin. That was all she wanted. She pleaded, not out loud, but inwardly. If any divine thing was listening, then just this once, answer her. That was when a voice slithered beside her ear. A man asked if she was planning to bid for the dragon's cursed eye. She turned to the figure, a man, tall, well-dressed, smug. He introduced himself as Shui Rongshu of the Starlight Lake Guild, an Aquarius-class awakener. Then came the offer, $6 million. He said he'd lend it to her. But there was a condition. He stroked her thigh with the subtlety of a rat and said he'd like her to be his special friend for 5 years. Just meals, drinks, and whatever came after. Nothing outrageous, just some casual degradation mixed with business. Eunha went cold. A spirit might as well have left her body in that moment. But $6 million. $6 million. That was enough to reach paradise, enough to stay by Ojin's side. She hated that she was even thinking about it. She sighed, her lips parted. She was about to answer him, one way or the other, when the auction room doors slammed open. Everyone turned. A ripple of confusion passed through the participants. Someone barged in, walking like he didn't care that no one was allowed to enter mid-auction. The auctioneer snapped at the intruder, until he caught sight of the identification card being flashed in the air. It wasn't just any ID, it was an association special officer's card. Not just any officer, Ojin. Now the whispers turned to shock. People recognized him immediately. The same guy who had gone viral at Seoul Station just days ago. The auction room buzzed like a stirred hornet's nest. And Eunha? She froze. She couldn't see him, but she didn't need to. Those footsteps, she knew them. That aura, that stubborn presence. Ojin wasn't here for a visit. He was climbing the steps to the auction stage, The announcer apologized for the disturbance even though he was clearly sweating now. A special officer wasn't someone you scolded, not unless you liked being audited, fired, or publicly humiliated. Ojin carried with him 2 massive Ecolac bags. He kicked one open on the podium. Cash. Stacks and stacks of hard currency spilled out in front of everyone like it was nothing. He turned to the auctioneer and stated that he was placing a buyout for the dragon's cursed eye. $10 million. Cash. No negotiations. Silence. The announcer composed himself quickly and confirmed the sale. The buyout price had been reached. The auction was officially over. The dragon's cursed eye was sold. And Ojin? He didn't stay on the stage to gloat. He walked straight toward Unha's seat. As he approached, Unha sat there, still stunned. She didn't understand what was happening. Why here? Why now? But he kept coming, until he spotted the man beside her. Specifically, the man's hand on her lap. Ojin's expression darkened. That look alone could have boiled seawater. Shui Rongshu turned and lazily asked who the hell this was supposed to be. Ojin didn't waste time with explanations. He told him to move his hand and leave. Shui blinked. Was this guy serious? He sneered at Ojin, barking that an association dog like him had no business interfering with a guild like Starlight Lake. Bravado on the outside. But inside? Panic. He took another look at Ojin's face. Something about him felt familiar. Then it clicked. The headlines, the viral video, the rescue at Seoul Station. This wasn't just some random special officer. This was the Lightning Wolf, a North Star apostle. The man nearly choked on his own saliva. He stammered, asking if Ojin really was that North Star guy, the one with the lightning and the cult following. Ojin casually admitted that yeah, people had thrown that nickname around before. Then, as if that were just a mild footnote, he added, "So, you said you're from Starlight Lake Guild, right?" The words hit harder than a taser. The guy began trembling like a leaf during typhoon season. He fumbled out something about a misunderstanding. Claimed he didn't realize Unha was with Ojin. He bowed so fast it looked like his spine folded in half. He begged, straight up begged, for Ojin not to report him to his guild leader. Ojin smiled thinly and placed a hand on the guy's shoulder, not a friendly one, more like the grip of an executioner trying to decide where to strike. He suggested they go ask that guild leader together, to clear up this misunderstanding. The man nearly pissed himself. He dropped to his knees, apologizing profusely, swore he didn't mean to inconvenience either of them, promised to vanish from existence if needed. Ojin finally relented with a dismissive shrug, and told him to get lost, now. The man didn't wait for a second invitation. He bolted like the building was on fire. With that out of the way, Unha asked the question that had been stuck in her throat since the door slammed open. Why was Ojin even here? Ojin didn't answer. He just grabbed her hand and let her out. Moments later, they reached their small shared space. Unha was panting by the time they arrived, more from emotion than exertion. Then came the explosion. She yelled at him, demanded to know what the hell he was thinking. That $10 million wasn't just money. That was paradise. That was his ticket out of this mess of a world. She reminded him of everything he'd said, about buying an N3 pass, about how he'd waited and saved and dreamed. And now, he just burned it all. Why? Why throw away all of that for her? Ojin stayed quiet. He simply cupped her face in his palms and told her to stay still. Just for a moment. Then he took out the dragon's cursed eye. No hesitation. He gently inserted the relic into her blind socket. A jolt of pain coursed through her face, her entire body spasming. She cried out, but Ojin held her close, whispering that it was okay, to hold on just a bit longer. And then it happened. Her world, once a blur of gray, started to shift. Slowly, light pierced through the darkness. Shapes formed. Colors emerged. And then... his face. She could see Ojin, faintly, then clearly. He smiled. That same stupid, crooked smile that always meant trouble. He asked her how paradise looked now. She turned her eyes toward the sky. She saw it. Really saw it. The blue skies, the leaves fluttering on the trees. She gasped. Tears started pouring from her newly restored eyes, so fast she couldn't stop them. She turned to him, trembling, asking him why. Why would he do this? He didn't just give her sight, he gave her hope. A second chance, a future. Ojin didn't respond immediately. Instead, he crouched down and pulled something else out of his pack, a prosthetic leg. Sleek, seamless, designed to match the skin tone of her real one. He gently attached it and asked if it felt more comfortable than her old one. She stared at him, overwhelmed. Why was he doing all this? Why burn everything? All that time, all that money, all those dreams? She shouted at him, heartbroken. He had always said he'd only stay with her until he could afford the N3 pass to paradise. That was the deal. That was the plan. So why throw it all away? Ojin gave her that same smile again, the one she hated, the one she recognized. It was that smile, the one he used back at the orphanage, the one he used when he lied. She remembered it vividly. After everything settled, and Unha's eyes fully stabilized, she couldn't stop smiling. She tested her vision around the house, humming softly as she cooked in the kitchen, the scent of food, the clattering of plates. Everything felt new again. He calmly told her to put out the fire. Too late. The food was charcoal, and not the good kind. Turns out, Unha had used a bit of her stigma to compensate for the weak kitchen stove, but forgot she was still adapting to her powers. The result? A meal that could probably crack tiles. She blamed the stove. Then sheepishly admitted she might have overloaded it with her stigma by mistake. Ojin sighed inwardly. The girl just got her eyesight back, and she was already pouring energy into cooking experiments like she was applying to a culinary guild. No wonder her control was off. He then asked about her eyes. Hope it didn't get burned, and whether the earlier sparks hurt her in any way. Unha replied that her eyes were fine. Actually, her right eye seemed too good, almost unnaturally sharp. That caught Ojin's attention. Too good? He wondered if this was a side effect from the dragon's cursed eye. Surely it wasn't something dangerous. But Vega reassured him. It wasn't a flaw. If anything, it was more like a blessing. A rare interaction had occurred. The dragon's cursed eye resonated with the stigma of Draco embedded within Unha while purging the curse. The after effect? A surge in visual clarity, especially through the right eye. It was temporary. The adjustment period would be bumpy, but once her stigma rebalanced, she'd gain proper control over the power now infused within her. Unha nodded in understanding, grateful for the explanation. Meanwhile, Ojin reflected on it in silence. The stigma of Draco wasn't part of the 12 zodiacs, so most people overlooked it. Only about 20 people worldwide even had it. But from what he'd seen her do so far, it was no joke. The power was real. Ona, on the other hand, smiled softly and said she should focus more on healing now, especially if she planned to support her Ojin. She reminded him that she hated owing people anything, especially him. That made Ojin frown. He had a bad feeling about where this was going. Sure enough, she promised she'd recover quickly, so she could cook for him again. Ojin almost collapsed right there. He asked, or rather begged, her not to cook again until she could use her stigma without vaporizing the stove. But Unha just winked and told him to trust his big sister. Ojin stared at the ceiling and wondered why fate hated him so much. But deep down, he was relieved. The cursed eye had worked. No side effects, no problems, just peace. Then a strange thought slipped into his mind. He wondered why wasn't he able to save her before his regression? Could that be the reason he ended the world? He quickly shook off the idea. He wasn't the real regressor. That was Lee Shinyuk. But still, he can hardly believe that he's the one who ended the world. So how would he know the reason? His train of thought was interrupted by Vega, who leaned closer and asked what he planned to do next. Now that Unha was free from her curse, Ojin said he had a plan, but he'd need Vega's help. Of course, Vega replied with her usual flair. This esteemed one would gladly lend her assistance. A few days later, Ojin made a call. He rang Junman, telling him he'd be unreachable for a while. Junman sounded surprised. No contact at all? Ojin confirmed it. He was planning a personal training arc. 3 months, fully off-grid. Junman nearly dropped the phone. 3 whole months? Now? Requests were piling up. Over 100 people were already trying to meet Ojin. Politicians, guilds, corporate heads. They all wanted a piece of the rising star. But Ojin knew what they really wanted. Control. He wasn't going to let himself get used like a pawn again. Not this time. Junman sighed but admitted it might be the smarter path. The stronger Ojin became, the harder he'd be to manipulate. He then asked where Ojin planned to train. Because, well, fame didn't exactly help with privacy. Wherever he went, people were going to notice. Sometime later, Ojin stood at the sanctuary, facing Vega, who of course was seated in her usual throne like the celestial royalty she absolutely knew she was. She asked him which technique he wanted to learn first. Ojin, however, wasn't looking for a lecture. Just being told how to do something never worked for him. So, naturally, he suggested the most Ojin solution possible. They should spar. Vega shut that down instantly. The rejection was so direct it nearly knocked the wind out of him. She explained that the strength difference between them was so massive, she might accidentally kill him. And no, it wasn't something she could just tone down. Ojin scratched his head, realizing maybe, just maybe, he'd gotten too comfortable around Vega lately. He might have forgotten that behind the constant nagging and tiny body was a being who could level continents by sneezing wrong. Still, Vega had a workaround. She told him to wait a moment. Even though it might be difficult for her to restrain herself, there was someone who could test him without turning him into red mist. That someone? A star spirit, a summon containing a fraction of Vega's soul. She stood, raised her hand, and summoned the beast. It was a massive feral wolf, claws like blades, body pulsing with power, and an aura that screamed ancient violence. This was Riak, the lightning beast, Vega's personal summon. Riak greeted Vega with respect, then locked eyes on Ojin. Ojin, ever the improviser, immediately tried to pretend like he'd met Riak before. He smiled like a man playing poker with a losing hand, and claimed to remember Riak from another time, the whole regressor act. Riak just stared, confused and unimpressed. Thankfully, Vega backed him up. She told Riak that Ojin was a regressor. He asked if this was really the so-called heaven-defying star she always rambled on about. Vega confirmed it with full confidence, then she gave the order. Riak was to spar with Ojin. Nothing fatal, but nothing soft either. Without delay, Riak accepted the command and transformed. Electricity arced through the air as Riak's body grew and mutated, turning into an even more monstrous form. Claws dragging on the marble floor, mouth crackling with lightning, every inch of him radiating celestial rage. And then he charged. Ojin braced himself, or at least tried to. In truth, he already knew he couldn't win, but maybe he could endure. Maybe he could land a hit. Maybe he could not die. Those hopes shattered in under a second. With one massive strike, Ojin was sent crashing into the ground, lying flat and dazed, wondering, not for the first time, why his plans always sounded smarter before they actually started. And like that, 2 months later, Ojin used his spear and activated blue lightning to attack Riak. But Riak dodged it and immediately appeared behind him, telling Ojin that he should know by now that such attacks won't work on him. Ojin, surprised, immediately used his cable to leap upward, but Riak followed him into the air, telling him, You can't win if you only run away. Knowing he couldn't win, Ojin told Ryak time out, but Ryak replied that he couldn't surrender in the middle of a battle, then slammed Ojin to the ground. Ojin lay there, thinking about his life. His entire body ached like hell. He had no idea why he couldn't even last a single minute fighting Ryak. Sure, the training had helped a little. Blue lightning and thunderfall had gone up by 1 level each, but that was it. As Ojin stood up, Ryak told him they should start again, but Ojin asked him to wait. Instead of a spar, Ojin asked Ryak if there was a way to fight like it was real. Ryak raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Ojin explained, saying spars felt completely different from real battles. He wanted something closer to the real thing. Ryak said it might be possible if Madame Vega used her sacred ground. Ojin asked, what do you mean by sacred ground? Ryak explained that Vega's sacred ground allowed her to twist the laws of physics to her will. Even if Ojin were to die, she could instantly revive him. But Vega immediately interrupted. Absolutely not. He definitely can't do it. Ojin asked why. She told him that although revival was possible, she couldn't erase the pain and shock caused by dying. There was a real chance he might not be able to handle it mentally. He could go insane. Ojin gripped his spear tightly, saying to himself that he had no idea how painful it would be to die, but he had decided to take the risk. He told Vega, please, allow me. Vega looked at him. Are you confident you won't regret it? Ojin answered, I wouldn't even bring it up if I wasn't sure. Please be careful, my child, she said gently, then activated sacred ground. As the sacred ground activated, Ryak said to himself that he had been watching Ojin for the past 2 months. He was far too weak to be called the heaven-defying star. It didn't make sense to him that someone like Ojin was supposed to save Madame Vega from her fate. So he was determined to see how quickly Ojin would collapse when truly threatened with death. He activated his deadly aura and asked, are you ready for the real fight you wanted? Ojin could feel the aura. He gritted his teeth. He had never felt such fear and killing intent before. He couldn't even breathe properly. He never expected Ryak's true power to be so terrifying. He could tell, Ryak really intended to kill him. Why? Why did Ryak want to kill him? Or was it just that killing made the spar more thrilling? Ojin licked his lips. Aren't you going to attack? He asked. When Ryak didn't respond, Ojin decided to attack first. He jumped forward with his spear, launching multiple spear strikes, but Ryak dodged them all. He grinned. Your attacks are predictable. But Ojin leapt upward with his spear. That was a feint, he said, then activated blue lightning and struck at Ryak. Though Ryak didn't expect it, he still managed to dodge and immediately launched a counterattack, kicking Ojin in the stomach and slamming him to the ground. Ryak appeared in front of him, his killing intent even more intense. Let's see if your courage remains in the face of death, he said, then stabbed Ojin in the stomach. Vega shouted in panic. Ojin coughed blood, his vision faded. Then, he died. Sometime later he woke up gasping for air. He stood up, groaning in pain. Ryak looked at him. Do you realize how reckless that was? He asked. How long do you think you'll be able to endure dying? Ojin picked up his spear and stood again. Ryak was a little surprised. Still willing to fight? He said. Maybe you aren't all talk after all. He moved at an incredible speed. He struck Ojin, blood splattering, then pierced through his chest with his hand, and punched him in the ribs, sending him crashing into the ground. As Ojin woke up for the second time, Ryak told him, You're also an apostle of Ryak. You can't hurt me with that level of lightning charge. Ojin finally realized his mistake. The stigma of Lyria alone wasn't enough. So, he added another. He picked up his spear. The symbol on his chest glowed. A message appeared. The stigma of Lyria and the stigma of Noctua are resonating. As a result, he acquired the combination skill, Lightning Feather's max level. He also achieved part of the conditions required for Black Heaven's fourth awakening. He shot lightning feathers at Ryak. In the process, the stigma of Lyria was promoted to 4-star. As a result, Lightning and Thunder level 4 increased to Lightning Thunder level 5. Ryak tried to block the attack, but he didn't escape unscathed. He gritted his teeth, worried. He knew the stigma of Lyria didn't include a skill that used lightning in the form of feathers. That meant Ojin created the skill on the spot. As a child who had just awakened, Ryak wondered, how in the world did Ojin do that? Though shivering slightly, Ryak angrily struck at Ojin for being a cocky bastard. The kick sent Ojin flying. Ryak growled that a mere human like him dared to believe talent alone could change fate. But before he could attack Ojin again, Vega shouted for him to stop, and he did. She told Ryak that she understood how he felt. Since he had experienced a wall in his growth for a long time, the child may have come to him as a huge shock. However, she couldn't help but feel disappointed seeing him run wild while forgetting his position. Ryak softly replied, He have nothing to say. Vega didn't know how to scold him either, so she simply told Ryak they should wait until her child regained consciousness. But to her surprise, she saw Ojin standing up. Ojin, not fully upright, asked Ryak if they could still continue fighting. Ryak asked, What do you mean? With a grin, Ojin repeated the question, Can we continue the fight? Ryak was stunned. He asked, What the hell are you? Ojin, with a scarring expression that sent shivers down Ryak's spine, asked him, Why are you just blankly staring? He walked forward. I didn't think we were done yet. Ryak stared. What are you even saying? How are you still able to move? You're not even in a proper state of mind right now. He realized Ojin was displaying something beyond willpower. It was madness that far surpassed belief. Ojin then asked, with a determined expression, Are we going another round? But then Vega interrupted. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? She scolded. Ojin immediately snapped back to his senses. She sighed. When it comes to doing useless things, you and Ryak are the same. Ojin apologized for being overexcited. How much more are you going to make this esteemed one worry? You are quite the wicked child, she scolded. Speechless for a moment, Ojin replied that he'd be really careful going forward. Vega calmed down, then asked, "Is that a promise?" Ojin replied, "Yeah," then asked, "Where did you learn how to do the pinky promise?" Riak was speechless, watching them. He said to himself that Ojin being able to create a new skill mid-fight was already amazing, but that wasn't the scariest part. No matter how talented someone was, once they hit a wall, they could fall into despair. So watching Ojin's fearlessness after dying, that was just madness. In both talent and will, Riak admitted that he could not surpass Ojin. It was his complete loss. He then made a silent wish for Ojin, the heaven-defying star, to please protect the light of the star of the Weaver Girl from the Black Heaven. 1 month later, someone knocked at Team Leader Han's office door. Ojin entered with a smile. It's been a while. Han was surprised to see him. He laughed and said, "I'm no longer just a team leader. Thanks to you, Ojin, I got promoted." "Oh? Doesn't that mean you owe me a meal?" Ojin remarked. Han put on his jacket. "Anytime. It just so happens to be lunchtime." He asked if Ojin would care to join him. Ojin agreed. "Sounds good." At the restaurant, Han told Ojin to order as much as he wanted. Ojin didn't hold back. He told the attendant he'd like to order everything on the menu. Han was shocked at his wallet's impending doom. Anyway, he asked Ojin if he'd seen any results from his training. While eating the delicious side dish, Ojin told Han that he had entered 4-star. Han was surprised. "You entered 4-star in only 3 months?" He then asked, "Do you have the stigma of Lyria? If that's the case, the more powerful the stigma, the harder it is to raise your star rank. Not even the 7 stars advance that quickly." Ojin told him that such speed was expected. "I'm a rookie with a ton of attention on me. I need to be this fast so I'm not looked down on." Han laughed. "Recruiting you into the association was definitely a stroke of genius. And luck, on my part." Ojin then asked if anything had happened during the last 3 months. Han thought for a moment. "There was one big thing, a gate break incident near Sokcho. The problem is," he continued, "the monsters weren't normal, they were demonic beasts." Ojin was surprised. "What do you mean by demonic beasts?" Han reminded him, "Remember when I told you mutant beasts were appearing more frequently around the world? Well, there've been so many now that people started calling them by another name. Anyway, the demonic beasts were running wild through Sokcho and creating a terrible situation. It's estimated that at least 1,000 of them were out there. Because it was such a huge number, a subjugation force was being formed. The rewards were generous. For each demonic beast, depending on the star rank, $1,000 to $3,000 will be awarded, and that excludes the price of recovered star stones." Ojin was speechless. He thought to himself, it really wasn't a bad deal. He had already fixed Ha-Eun's eye. Now he wanted to eat good food with her and treat her to fun things. He asked Han if it would be possible for him to join the raid team. Han laughed. "Of course. I was going to ask you to anyway, but I missed the timing. At the latest, the raid team will leave the morning 2 days from now." Ojin smirked. "That's perfect." Han laughed. "Everyone's going to be talking about the Lightning Wolf joining the raid team now." Ojin laughed back. "I guess I'll have to eat even more. I'll be working hard." Sometime later, Ojin left Han and went home. He saw Ha-Eun outside on the veranda, training. He just watched her quietly without disturbing her. She was skillfully handling the flames with precision. Even Ojin was amazed. Back then, he'd thought her skills were flashy, but now he realized she was strong. She finished training, then asked Ojin why he was just watching her instead of saying something. Ojin told her she had gotten much better. She swallowed the compliment, saying she's still not completely recovered yet though. Ojin asked her about her eyes. With a smile, she told him it's a bit annoying to have one covered up, but it's not a big deal. Though it looks a bit creepy, she then asked if he wanted to go get food. But she was shocked as Ojin told her he had just been treated to some Korean beef barbecue. She grabbed his clothes, accusing him of daring to eat it on his own. But Ojin told her they should go get some once he finishes his job. Surprised, she asked what job. Ojin told her about Sokcho, the monster appearance, which she also knew about. He said he'd be part of the raid team for it, so he's going to be gone for a few days. She was speechless for a moment, thinking about something. Then she told Ojin she wanted to come with him too. The next day, Sokcho raid mission, day 1. Ha-Eun followed Ojin. The place was in total chaos. Ojin looked around, saying it seems like it's true, the monsters made it to the downtown area. She asked him if the civilians had all evacuated. Ojin replied yes. She then noticed a crowd ahead, and asked Ojin if he wanted to go check it out. In the crowd, a reporter was asking a member of the Star of Peace Guild about what kind of mindset they were going into the mission with. "Confident," one of the guys replied, saying they always prioritize the peace of the nation's people, and they promised to get rid of all the evil monsters. But then, the reporters immediately turned their cameras toward Ojin. They were excited to see the Lightning Wolf, so they asked him to say a few words. Ojin didn't speak for a moment, then asked them with a disgusted face what they were doing right now. "There might still be people who haven't evacuated. This shouldn't be the time or place for interviews," he said, then told them all to get out of the way. "He's busy." Instead of being angry, the press were thrilled, saying such words were exactly what they expected from the Lightning Wolf. "His words alone are good enough for 3 articles. Ha-Eun told him. "You're sure good with the press," Ojin remarked. "I lived off of verbal manipulation after all." Someone then announced that they'd be forming into groups of 3 for the raid. Seeing that they were short one person, Ha-Eun told Ojin they'd need a third. Ojin told her not to worry, they'd find one. Suddenly, someone called out Ojin's nickname, Lightning Wolf, from behind. "What a coincidence," the guy said, asking Ojin if he wanted to party up with him. Ojin asked, "Who is he?" The guy introduced himself, Park Chung-yoon, a disciple of Taurus. Ojin thought to himself, wondering if this guy was one of the awakened who was there when he infiltrated the Dark Star Society. If that's true, then his skill level is guaranteed. The guy happily shook Ojin's hand and told him he's with the Valhalla Guild. He knew about Ojin since the Seoul Station incident. Seeing this, Ojin asked how Lee Woo-yuk was doing these days. The guy replied, "He's really busy, still trying to investigate the Dark Society or whatever." Ojin thought to himself, it seems Woo-yuk has yet to find conclusive evidence. It's true that it would take more than just contact info to expose an underground organization like that. Haeun placed her hand on Ojin's shoulder and introduced herself to the new party member, saying she's Draco's disciple, and that he could talk to her casually. They shook hands, but he replied that he'd speak more casually once they got to know each other better. Suddenly someone interrupted them. "Who's this?" the man said sarcastically. "Isn't it our wonderful and great rookie?" He called Ojin a son of a bitch, then asked if he still remembered him. Ojin acted surprised and asked, "Who are you again?" The guy cursed, calling Ojin a goddamn bastard, and introduced himself, Park Jungwoo from the Pandinas Guild. Now Ojin remembered him, the egotistical testicle from the association. He laughed and asked the guy if he'd said hi to his guildmaster for him. The guy, pissed off, told Ojin, "Like hell I would." Another man came over and told Jungwoo to calm down. "What a coincidence," he remarked. Ojin was surprised to see him, Choi Jong-cheol. He wondered what the guy was doing here. Were those three in the same group? The scorpion tattoo is a symbol of the Pandinas Guild, but having it on the neck meant something happened. Ojin then asked, "What did you do with the Starlight Lake Guild?" The guy, pissed, replied, "Are you really gonna ask me about that?" Ojin thought to himself that he did snitch on him to Han Unmatched. Guess the guild found out about it. Jong-cheol laughed and told Ojin that thanks to him he was kicked out for breaking the guild's rules. "What a shame," Ojin remarked. "Not really," Jong-cheol replied. "I found a better guild. There's a lot of demand for Aquarius stigmas." He smirked. "We have more than just Aquarius now." With a grin, he waved at Ojin and told him he'd still witness something fun soon, so to look forward to their next reunion. As the guy left, Ojin thought about the fun stuff he mentioned, then grinned to himself and muttered, "Be careful what you say." He memorized Jong-cheol's scent through the stigma of the hunting dog. It's actually good they met. Ojin wanted the Aquarius stigma eventually, so he'd take care of them all. It's best to get rid of the root of evil. He wasn't scared. After all, deaths during a raid are expected. Now, somewhere nearby, Chung-yoon used his shield to block a monster's attack and told Ojin to strike. Ojin jumped forward and used Thunderbolt to hit the monster. The monster, realizing it wasn't a match, tried to run away, but Haeun told him to leave it to her. She activated her fire spell, immediately engulfing and killing it. Chung-yoon exhaled. "Each one of these monsters is a real pain in the ass. They must be at least 5-star, maybe even 6-star, Haeun replied. "They're really weak, despite being so hard to catch." Ojin was speechless. He thought to himself that while the raid itself was going smoothly, something felt off about the monsters. They were all running in the same direction, as if they were trying to lure them into something. Suddenly they heard a scream, which meant someone was in danger. Ojin immediately ran in the direction of the scream, recognizing that the voice belonged to Park Jungwoo. He saw Jungwoo lying on the ground, bleeding. Jungwoo coughed and told Ojin that a monster had attacked him. Ojin asked what kind of monster could have injured him so badly. Though Haeun had potions, his injuries were too deep. Potions weren't going to save him. It'd only be a waste. Jungwoo then silently mentioned someone's name, Choi Jong-cheol. Ojin leaned closer to hear what he was saying, but the guy kicked the bucket. He died before he could say anything more. Chung-yoon arrived at the scene and asked Ojin what was going on. Ojin told him, he's dead. Though they had once argued back at the association registration office and hadn't been on good terms since then, he didn't feel good about the guy dying. He then closed Jungwoo's eyes and told Chung-yoon they didn't have time to recover the body right now, but he'd at least give him that dignity. In truth, he was absorbing the Scorpion's stigma using Black Heavens. Scorpio's stigma allows the user to freely manipulate poison and greatly boosts agility, perfect for someone of the assassin class. Plus, thanks to the dark secret trait, no one noticed he had absorbed it, so he wouldn't have to try too hard to hide it anymore. He stood up and told them they should get going. Hours later, in another scene, Ojin and his team were busy taking down monsters. Haeun commented while fighting that the monsters were really good at running away, but she wouldn't let them. Ojin immediately told her to wait. Something was off. He said they should follow the monsters, so they followed. Haeun and Ojin began to notice what was going on. The monsters were sporadically appearing despite having taken over the city, and they ran toward the city center whenever a fight turned against them. Ojin realized they were definitely luring them towards something. Ojin wondered if that something was the reason Choi Jong-cheol had gone in that direction. He told his team to stop chasing the monsters, since they'd clearly been luring them toward the city this whole time. Chung-yoon was surprised. He asked, "Are the monsters smart enough to do something like that?" Ojin replied that while he wasn't certain, he thought it'd be best not to pursue them any further. Chung-yoon agreed and said they should return, but Ojin told them to wait. He grinned as he looked back, not wanting to miss this opportunity to obtain Aquarius's stigma. He told the team they'd inform other groups that the monsters were luring people. Chung-yoon asked if they'd all be going together. Ojin said no, he'd go on his own. He could escape the fastest if anything were to happen. Haon made him promise to run as soon as something felt off. Ojin promised, then flew off, telling her he'd get back in touch with her later. Somewhere, at the city center, Jong-cheol was ordering the monsters to continue luring the awakened toward the city center. The monsters obeyed. He grinned evilly, holding a glowing stone. He couldn't believe it. Even after seeing it many times, he was really controlling the monsters, and that was only a small portion of the stone's power. He said to himself that he had gone to the Pandinas Guild, thinking of it as his last hope. But then Arshad Khan gave him something and told him to follow orders and he'd be accepted into the guild, because once the Black Star conquers the sky, it would be the end of this unfair world. Zhang Xiao grinned. I don't give a shit about the so-called Black Star or whatever. What matters is that I got the chance to take revenge on Ojin. Given the scale of the massacre about to unfold, the death of the Lightning Wolf wouldn't even make headlines. But to avoid suspicion, he needed to ensure there was a casualty on his side too. Above the building, Ojin had found Zhang Xiao. He noticed how calm Zhang Xiao was, despite losing his colleague to a demonic beast. Ojin recalled Zhang Xiao saying he was a 6-star awakened of Aquarius. He wanted to fight him, but he knew it wouldn't be easy. Even if the guy didn't have a combat-oriented stigma, a 2-star difference was no joke. Still, Ojin was confident. He knew the guy would definitely have a secret weapon. Whatever it wasn't something he could take lightly. So he decided to prepare something solid as insurance. He called out to Vega. She appeared and asked, "Why did you call me? Didn't you say you wouldn't during the subjugation?" He told her that aside from the demonic beasts, there was someone he needed to take care of. He called him sex demon Choi Yong Cheol. In the original timeline, he was an infamous criminal who violated over 300 women. Vega asked, "Are you saying you want to eliminate the future's evil before it happens?" But she also said it wasn't right to punish someone for crimes they hadn't committed yet. Ojin insisted. According to the guy's testimony after being captured, he had already been doing such horrible things for quite some time. Vega was still thinking about it. Ojin, remembering how Vega had doubts like this before with Shinyuk, decided he'd fabricate evidence for her later if needed. He jumped down, choosing to play it safe and figure out what Zhang Xiao was planning first. Zhang Xiao saw Ojin and asked how he found the place. Ojin looked at Vega. And acted. He said, "I already know what dirty secrets you're hiding." Zhang Xiao was shocked. "How did you figure it out? I hid everything so thoroughly, it should have been impossible." Ojin was surprised too. He had no idea what the fuck the bastard was talking about. Though scared for a moment, Zhang Xiao shook his head. He grinned, telling Ojin that his appearing here alone is actually a very good thing. He told him not to be so conceited just because he was given a good constellation. It's extremely unfair to everyone else. Therefore, following the will of the Black Stars, he told Ojin he would punish him. He then summoned all the beasts to attack Ojin. As the monsters stood behind him, Zhang Xiao laughed, telling Ojin that he doesn't know how he found out he joined the Black Star organization, but he'll pay for his recklessness in coming here alone. Ojin was speechless the entire time. In his mind, he was shocked. He had no idea what kind of situation was unfolding before his eyes. He never knew Zhang Xiao was in the Black Star organization. He then told Vega that what he's about to say might come out of nowhere, but he has no choice. He decided to request a blessing, but she apologized to him. She told him that, honestly, she felt a bit reluctant about punishing evil acts before they happened, even though she should have been the one to trust and support him the most. She had been suspecting him until the very end, until she saw the moment with her own 2 eyes. She then placed her hand on Ojin's face, telling him to hurry and go. Once again, he should rewrite the pages of fate with his powers. She then gave him a blessing. A huge amount of energy coursed through Ojin's body. He was surprised. It was a completely different feeling from the blessing he received back at the Mokdong Gate. He realized it was a result of his training. Maybe it's because he's on a whole different level now, which is why he can't accumulate more of Vega's power. He then charged out to end things quickly. He took down the first monster with his spear. He stretched out his hand imbued with energy, and told the monsters they posed no threat to him. The lightning energy took down quite a number of them. He was impressed himself. Creating a lightning bolt out of thin air was something he was never able to do before. He might really get addicted to it. But suddenly, he noticed a tremor from below him, so he immediately jumped. What came from below was a really irritating monster. He grinned, saying the bastard monsters were wasting their efforts. Well, it's easier for him if they come at him like they're doing now. He then used the bracelet on his wrist to create a rope imbued with mana and took down the monster at once. Ojin exhaled. "That was rough," he remarked. Zhang Xiao panicked. He commented, "This doesn't make sense. How can a 3-star awakener do something like this?" Ojin told him to stop spewing nonsense. He's now a 4-star. Panic-driven, Zhang Xiao tried commanding the monsters to kill and tear the bastard to shreds quickly. He got so scared that he indulged in self-harm. His colleague politely told him to calm down, that their plan would fail if he continued like this. Zhang Xiao grabbed his neck and told the guy, "Fuck the plan. Can't you see I'm trying to destroy that bastard?" The guy tried to struggle, but Zhang Xiao started acting weird. His killing intent thickened, and his speech became unnatural as he shouted that they should kill the bastard Ojin. Ojin was surprised. He had no idea what the fuck was wrong with Zhang Xiao. Was it because of the star relic? He decided to get rid of the relic first, but as he looked back, he saw the monsters. A bunch of them had shown up again. Vega groaned, as if in pain, and asked Ojin if he was alright. Ojin apologized to her. He told her he thought the fight would take a bit longer than he expected. He decided to move quickly since Vega was already hitting her limit. He began taking the bugs down quickly, but their attacks were endless. Vega was already at her limit. He closed his eyes, knowing he was in danger. But then, a flame appeared out of nowhere and took down the bug that was about to attack him. He was surprised. He heard a voice. It was Heun. Heun and Chongyun had arrived at the scene. She asked if he had forgotten the promise he made not to get hurt. She then stepped in front of him and told him she had already contacted the subjugation squad. The others would be headed in their direction soon, so he shouldn't rush himself too hard. He should only focus on buying time. She then removed the patch on her eye. It glowed gold, which surprised not just the bugs, but Ojin. It was the dragon eyes. She told Ojin that she didn't want to use the dragon eyes since she was still not fully accustomed to them. Still, if he considers how long she's been an awakener, she's been doing it much longer than he has. So she can't spend too much time hiding behind her dear Ojin. Her flames surrounded her, the heat intense. She grinned, telling the bugs they would pay for touching someone else's property. As she fully charged up her flames, taking the shape of a dragon, she sent them at the bugs. They screamed within the fire as they burned to death. Ojin was surprised. He had no idea the dragon's eye power would be this strong. Though he wasn't sure about its specific effects, he noticed that after she used it, the flames started moving like a living thing. Ojin then joked that her claiming him as her property would make anyone listening think he was the one who got a chunk taken out of her shoulder instead. She laughed loudly, saying, "What's yours is mine anyway, so don't ever get hurt again without my permission." Ojin looked at her, speechless, then told her, since she charged out like that, he'll at least try not to. Changyun was busy taking down the bugs. Ojin joined in. As they all fought, people started arriving at the scene. They were shocked. They had no idea why there were so many demonic beasts, and what's more surprising was that just the Lightning Wolf and his team were holding all the beasts back. So they hurried to support them. Ojin grinned happily, saying to himself that it's great. The momentum had shifted in their favor. But as for Zhongxiu, something strange was happening. Zhongxiu, with the stone in his hand, shivered slightly, laughing like he was losing his mind. He scratched his face and shouted, "Why?" multiple times. His eyes now devoid of life, he muttered, "I did everything he ordered. I did everything I was told. So why can't I kill Ojin?" His neck twisted unnaturally, almost resembling that of the bugs. Ojin was stunned by what was going on. Haiyun asked, "What's up with that fucker?" Ojin said to himself that it looked like Zhongxiu's mind had been completely corrupted by the star relic. If they just left him be, he might make things worse, so he charged forward, determined to take care of him as soon as he got the opportunity. But just before his spear could reach him, the star relic broke, and a dark mana burst out, knocking Ojin to the ground. The energy then covered Zhongxiu's entire body and shot into the sky. As Ojin sat up, he was shocked to see that the crazy bastard was completely gone. He had transformed into one of the bugs himself. And in that moment, all he wanted was to kill Ojin. Then Zhongxiu screamed as he realized his body had transformed into that of a monster. He cried out, wondering, "Why is this happening? Why has my body transformed?" Ojin was in disbelief. A person had just turned into a demonic beast. There was no time to think. He picked up his spear and told Vega to hang in there just a little longer. But as he looked back, Vega, trembling, told him she couldn't hold on any longer. She then disappeared, along with her blessing. The transformed Zhongxiu then used his tail to pierce through a hunter's chest, turning him into a demonic beast as well. His body surged with dark power. The other hunters were stunned. Another person had turned into a demonic beast. They had no idea how it was possible. Ojin realized this was a bad situation. They needed to kill him immediately, but he had no idea how. Then he noticed something. The black energy from the orb was continuously being injected into Zhongxiu. He was certain it was being provided from somewhere else. He scanned the battlefield for the source. His expression changed. He turned to Haiyun and said, "I have a request." She was surprised. "What kind of request could you possibly have right now?" He pointed in the opposite direction, showing her a black haze-like energy. "Go to whatever is creating that haze and destroy it. Immediately." She asked, "Is it that important?" He nodded. "Yes, it's super important." She hesitated for a moment, worried. Then she said, "Don't break your promise again, or I'll be extremely angry. I'll be back as quickly as possible." Ojin thought about the promise. But since she was the one he made it to, he decided to keep it, if it was still possible, because the monster before him had completely transformed into something else. Zhongxiu asked Ojin if he finally felt like fighting him, then started asking why repeatedly. Ojin, confident, gave him the middle finger and asked, "What the fuck are you so curious about?" He taunted him, saying even his own mom wouldn't know why she had him, so how would he know? Zhongxiu, furious, struck at Ojin with his tail, but Ojin was fast enough to dodge it. He was surprised at how fast the tail was. However, he said to himself that compared to Riak, the level of speed was laughable, so he went in for another assault. But as he tried striking Zhongxiu's chest with his spear, he was shocked to see that it couldn't even penetrate the outer skin. The tail coiled around Ojin. He struggled to free himself, then activated lightning charge. The lightning coursed through Zhongxiu's body. Zhongxiu cried out saying, "That hurts," and angrily charged at Ojin. The force was intense, but Ojin dodged it. He didn't just stop there, though. He struck again. Ojin blocked with his spear, but he was having a hard time. Ojin wondered what he could do since he was lacking power. Though he had plenty of mana left, it wasn't possible to use it all at once. It was like trying to pump water from a giant tank using a very thin hose. He realized he couldn't win with the way things were going. If only he had a blessing, then he wouldn't be powerless, taking hits like this. But then he paused and said to himself, disappointed, that the first thing he thought about was relying on someone else, thinking he couldn't do it without Vega. He wondered when he developed such a weak mindset. He resolved not to expect any miracles. He should just think about what he can do now, not rely on help that isn't visible. Zhongxiu taunted him, laughing and asking Ojin if he was already reaching his limits. But Ojin decided to ignore him. He told himself that the mana he could release at once was limited. As long as he didn't increase the number of stars on his stigma, it wouldn't increase. Then something came to mind, a method to increase his mana output even in his current state. He grinned as he realized the trick, the area around his heart, where the mana pathways to the rest of his body are concentrated. He then activated lightning there. Like pinching the end of a hose, he forced out as much mana as he could. Then he got a message. "You have acquired Exceed level 1, but a warning followed. You are currently unable to properly utilize Exceed with your physical capabilities. entering a state of overload. Discontinuing skill usage is recommended. Ojin grinned. Now he could take care of the fucker. He charged out again to attack. Zhongxiel shouted, "What the hell are you scheming?" But Ojin didn't reply. As he got close, he activated lightning on his hand, then used lightning charge on Zhongxiel. "Just die," he said. Ojin smiled. The power was absolutely insane. It was a power beyond anything he had even when blessed, but he knew he couldn't maintain the state for long. Zhongxiel screamed, speaking disorientedly, telling Ojin he'd definitely get him. Ojin muttered that the question-spewing bastard's tone was fucking annoying. Then he said to himself that even though he was overpowering Zhongxiel, as long as the power of the Black Star remained connected to him, he wouldn't be able to kill him. So he wondered how much longer Heiyun was going to take. Then suddenly, her flame shot into the sky. "Speak of the devil." Changyun told Ojin they'd finished off the demonic beasts. "What a killer timing," Ojin remarked. He then stretched out his hand and shot a rope at Zhongxiel, entangling him. He told him, "Let's end this fight now." Zhongxiel shouted at Ojin not to come near him, but as he screamed, Ojin approached. He placed his spear in his mouth, pinned him down, charged up his energy, and activated lightning charge, blasting through Zhongxiel's body. He then got a message. Exceed has been released. Exceed is increased to level 2. The guy was obliterated to dust. Not even a part of him was left. Ojin cleaned his bleeding nose. He wondered if it was a side effect of being in a state of overload, but he wasn't bothered about that. What was important was to quickly take his reward. The corpse had turned to ashes, so he wondered if he'd still be able to absorb it. Either way, he decided to give it a shot. Surprisingly, it worked. He got a message that the Black Heaven was absorbing the power of the Black Star held within the Star Relic. It successfully absorbed it, and the Star Relic's trait was added to Black Heaven's traits. He was surprised to see that it wasn't a stigma, but a Star Relic. As he scrolled through the details, he saw it had a transformation feature. He could change his physical form freely. The features he saw were freaking awesome. But he wondered if that was all. He needed the stigma of Aquarius. Though the Awakeners of Aquarius rarely had battle abilities, they specialized in support, through healing and buffing. Among healing-type stigmas, they were said to be the absolute best. Just creating and selling potions could make you tons of money. That's what he wanted the most. But he guessed it was a bit unfortunate. Then, suddenly, he got a message that Black Heaven had absorbed the stigma of Aquarius. Exactly what he wanted. He decided to try using it immediately. He realized it was a bit weak right now, but about as strong as a mid-rank potion. But then, something strange happened. The stigma of Lyra and the stigma of Aquarius started connecting. With that, he acquired a synthesized skill, Water Affinity, level max. Ojin was surprised. He never expected a skill to form from the fusion of Lyra's lightning energy and Aquarius's water energy. As a result, he could heal wounds just by absorbing water. He decided to test if it could work on others, but was disappointed to see it only worked on himself. Heiyun arrived back at the scene. She screamed, saying her Ojin looked like a torn rag, and that his face looked miserable. Who dared to destroy his face like that? Ojin told her he didn't injure his face, though. Then she sarcastically asked if he always looked this ugly. "This bitch," Ojin muttered. She laughed, patted his head, and told him it was a joke. "It's a relief you're safe," she said. She then asked if he knew how worried she was. He always shoved his nose into things by himself. Ojin was surprised, then told her he was going to touch her leg briefly. She blushed as he touched it. It was unexpected. He was speechless. He said to himself that no matter how similar it was to a real one, it was still an artificial leg. Recalling that the very best Aquarius Awakeners could recreate destroyed body parts and organs, he smirked. Then told Heiyun he would be going to sleep since he was so freaking tired he might die. He told her to carry him to the car. She called him a fucker. Why did he suddenly touch her leg like that? But Ojin didn't reply. It was a secret. 4 days later, in the sanctuary, Vega worriedly asked Ojin if he was alright, if he was injured anywhere, how his body felt, if anything seemed off inside. Ojin told her not to worry. He was fine. He never expected she'd still be small even within the sanctuary. It seemed like the effects of the restriction had been extreme. He told her he had been unconscious all that time, as a side effect of a skill called Exceed. She was shocked. "You used Exceed already?" she asked. Still shocked. She told him a person must be at least 7, if not 8, stars to be able to use Exceed. Ojin never expected his feat to be that shocking, but it definitely didn't seem like a skill a 4-star noob should be using. She told him it appeared he was truly born with heaven-defying talent. But Ojin said it was something he had already done before, which was another lie, since he hadn't at all. She told him no, that isn't enough to explain all of it. Anyway, she warned him not to use Exceed again until he had surpassed 6-star. His body might not be able to endure it. He told her okay, he'd be careful. She then told him in a serious tone that if she could do as she pleased, she'd tie him up and thoroughly watch over him. With a sad expression, she said it seemed like it would take at least another 3 weeks before she could appear again. Also, the current situation wasn't one where she could just tie him up and keep him safe. She asked him to explain what had happened so far, since it seemed those apostles of Scorpio had joined hands with the Black Star organization. He confirmed it. He told her that first, there was a worldwide uproar over the shocking case of a person turning into a monster. It was such a big deal that even foreign countries were keeping a close watch. Thanks to that, the media was portraying him as a hero, so much so that he couldn't even walk around freely. Actually, even now, he was officially still unconscious. Ever since he fell asleep and Heiyun carried him home, he'd basically been in hiding, more like house arrest. Obviously, the name of the instigator behind it all, Choi Zhongxiel, had spread widely too. Vega was happy. She thought that since it had become such a big issue, even the Pandynas Guild must be finding it difficult to avoid backlash. But Ojin told her that wasn't the case. The directory the Pandinus Guild released didn't have Zhangcheol's name in it at all. They had planned on using him and throwing him away from the start. It was the typical case of cutting off their tail to escape. Because of that, there wasn't any evidence. Whether it was intentional or not, there was even a victim from the Pandinus Guild, which made it harder to prove whether they were involved. The Pandinus Guild didn't stop there. They even went further and criticized the Starlight Lake Guild, claiming that it was the Starlight Guild trying to dump the blame on them. Currently, public opinion on the Starlight Lake Guild wasn't good. Vega was angry. Those evil apostles of Scorpio. They committed a crime heaven wouldn't forgive, yet they tried to blame someone else. She was upset there wasn't a way to stop those evil people. Ojin told her not to worry, he'd handle it himself. Vega asked how he was going to do that. Didn't he say there was no evidence pointing back to the Pandinus Guild? He knew too well, there definitely wasn't any evidence to shift public opinion in favor of the Starlight Lake Guild. However, if there isn't any evidence, he'd just have to make some. He grinned evilly. He might not know everything, but one thing was certain, they shouldn't try to pull a stunt in front of him of all people. Hours later, in Ojin's house. While holding his phone, he cleared his throat and made a call. The person on the other end asked if it was Ojin. Had he regained consciousness? Ojin told him yes. Though he wasn't feeling great, he was a lot better. The man said that was a relief. He had a lot to say and asked if Ojin could come to the association right away. Ojin told him no. He had a request to make first. He wanted to be provided with some bodyguards. He hadn't fully recovered yet, after all. In truth, Ojin needed one man, an awakener who was famous even among the top ranks of the association. The man asked worriedly if something had happened for him to need a bodyguard. Ojin told him that in the past few weeks, a lot had happened. He now had critical evidence proving the connection between Choi Zhangcheol and the Pandinus Guild, so he should please prepare a press conference. Ojin ended the call. Now then, he said, deciding to organize his thoughts before beginning. First, the black haze connected to Zhangcheol. He wondered if it was related to the demonic beast hidden under Seoul Station. For now, he was pretty sure they were both tied to the power of the black stars. Vega had mentioned that the feeling she got under Seoul Station was a bit different from what she felt at the Mukdong Gate. He wondered if it could be due to different constellations of the black star being involved. Since many constellations exist, there's a high possibility that the Black Star organization also has more than one. And since there's no way to know for sure, he decided to skip over it for now. Next, he walked to his toilet mirror. Since he couldn't test Exceed, he decided to try out transformation instead. He tried it, and it worked exactly as he expected. He changed his face to whatever he desired, even transformed into Zhangcheol. He was impressed at how crazy the ability was. He deemed the transformation skill to be even more valuable than receiving the stigma of Aquarius. After going through his system panel, the bathtub finally filled with water. Using the hand with a scratch on it, he placed it into the water. The water coiled up to his hand, and the scratch healed. But he was disappointed. It used way too much water just to heal a scratch. Unless he was fighting near a river or the ocean, it would be difficult to use in a real-life scenario. Well, at the very least, he figured it'd be useful for warming his body while taking a hot bath. He put on his jacket. He was done organizing. As he stepped outside, he was surprised to see Hyun nearby. He told her she came a lot faster than usual, then asked where she had been going so often these days. She didn't reply. Instead, she asked where he was headed. He told her he was going to the association, then asked again where she was always going. She smiled and told him, "That's a secret." Ojin was surprised. "Since when were there secrets between us?" he asked. She replied, "You're not the one to be asking that. You've got more secrets than anyone I know." "Well," he said as he turned to leave, "don't miss me too much." "Bullshit," she remarked. Ojin smiled and said, "No matter what happens, don't worry too much." She asked, "What are you up to?" He looked back and said, "That's a secret." Hours later, a man welcomed Ojin. He introduced himself as Choi Woojin, an association-affiliated special officer. Ojin shook his hand, saying he had heard a lot about him. He thought to himself, this guy is known across the hunting dogs, an 8-star awakener. Once he's assigned a case, he chases it to the very end. Woojin said, "While it's a bit laughable for a special officer to act as a bodyguard for another officer, I'll overlook it since it's my mission." Ojin smiled. In his mind, he thought Woojin seemed too cold. But it was expected. From Woojin's perspective, Ojin basically got in through nepotism. Still, it was fine. As long as he didn't slack off. Woojin led Ojin to the conference room, where several reporters were waiting. One reporter asked, "Is it true that it hasn't even been half a year since you awakened?" Another added, "You've been praised as a national hero due to the recent case. Please give us your thoughts on the situation." With his head down, Ojin greeted them. "I'm Guan Ojin, an association-affiliated special officer. I won't be taking personal questions today. There's something I absolutely must tell everyone." He then said, Choi Zhangcheol was not a member of the Starlight Lake Guild. He was a member of the Pandinus Guild. For a moment there was silence. Then a reporter asked, "Do you have any evidence?" Ojin thought to himself, "There's no way I have evidence." But just as he was about to lie and say there was, he coughed up blood and collapsed. Woojin rushed over immediately. No one knew what was going on. "Call the emergency team," he shouted. He tasted Ojin's blood and realized he had been poisoned. He told his men, "Block the entrances. Starting now, everyone in this room is a suspect." The reporters were still recording. Woojin looked around. The few awakeners here are 3 stars at best, he thought. They wouldn't be able to fool my senses. I didn't sense any killing intent, and Ojin hasn't eaten or drunk anything. He activated the stigma of the hunting dogs. His senses heightened. He smelled a foreign mana. Aside from the stigma of Lyra, traces of another mana connected from outside the building. He told the guard checking on Ojin, I'll leave the crime scene to you. Investigate the reporters' identities and alibis. As Woojin stepped outside, he followed the mana trail. It led back to the car Ojin had ridden in. As expected, Ojin had been poisoned before they even met. There was a high chance the trail would lead back to Ojin's house. He needed to get there as fast as possible to find the evidence. He activated beast movements and took off, following the scent. Back inside, the reporters were stunned. What in the world is going on, they wondered. They never expected Ojin to be attacked. Unconscious, Ojin let out a gentle smile. Woojin arrived at Ojin's house. As expected, it connects to his house. Woojin tried to mirror what happened. Given the fact that Ojin was unconscious and still recovering, it made sense that the culprit was hiding near his home. Still, the culprit found himself hindered by the presence of Ojin's housemate, Song Hyun. He waited patiently for his target to step out of the house alone. He wondered how the neighborhood could not have a single CCTV. No wonder the ambush happened. But then, he saw that the eco bag had the same stench. He deduced that the person must have been holding the bag and used it to spread the poison when he bumped into Ojin. It was subtle enough that you wouldn't notice you were poisoned. He bent down and began analyzing. As long as there's some form of evidence, they can't run away. After analyzing, though it looked like the culprit tried to hide it, the mana was clearly from the stigma of Scorpio. It's a well-known fact that awakeners of the stigma of Scorpio, with almost no exceptions, are associated with the Pandinus Guild. If it was someone skilled enough to try assassinating the Lightning Wolf specifically, then Woojin couldn't think of any other guild but the Pandinus Guild. With that, Woojin deduced that the Pandinus Guild was responsible for Ojin's poisoning. Sometime later, the news about Ojin throwing up blood during a press conference left people in shock. It was also discovered that traces of the stigma of Scorpio were left behind at the crime scene. As a result, people were questioning what the relationship was between the Pandinus Guild and Choi Jong-chol, which Ojin had tried to reveal. Now Ojin was finally discharged. He complained to himself that just lazing around had him so stifled he felt like dying. Since he had nothing to do, he practiced controlling minute amounts of electricity. He usually tried to pump out as much electricity as possible, so it was rather difficult for him to decrease the output to lower levels. Still, he thought it would be helpful. Han entered the room. He asked Ojin if it was all right for him to be discharged so soon. Han apologized, telling Ojin that all the responsibility fell on him for not properly managing the situation. Ojin told him it wasn't his responsibility. It was clearly the fault of the guy who tried to poison him. Well, in truth, Ojin was the guy who had tried to poison himself. He said to himself that there's no way any evidence the Pandinus Guild feared could exist. The press conference was simply a show he put on while using his life as a trump card. It was all thanks to Woojin's excellent investigation skills. Now that he thought about it, he asked Han what happened to those Pandinus guys. Han told him they denied everything to the end, but they all scattered and ran away. The other large guilds were chasing after them. Ojin was surprised it all happened within just 10 days. He didn't expect them to break apart so fast. Han added that the Valhalla Guild had filled in the vacancy to become one of the top 10 guilds. Ojin then asked if there was any mention of the Black Star organization. Han told him he hadn't heard anything about it, but he did hear something unusual and separate from the ongoing case. Recently, in Italy, an organization of the same name was gaining momentum by using force. Ojin said to himself that the fuckers weren't just local fuckers, but global fuckers. Well, he guessed they were bastards who wanted to change the world after all. He then told Han that if he heard any more news, he should please contact him. Han asked him if he was going straight back home. Ojin told him yes, his housemate would worry if he didn't, though that was a lie, since he had already messaged her. Well, actually, Han told him that his housemate had just visited. Now at Hapjeong Station, exit number 9, Haun was standing there. Ojin asked her why she didn't pick up when she was the one who made him come to the station. She told him she did that to mess with him so he should stop complaining and follow her. Ojin, surprised, asked where they were headed. Sometime later they were riding inside an elevator. As it stopped, they entered a house. She told him it would be their new home. Ojin was surprised. He realized the thing she had been sneaking around doing was the house. She told him she earned a large bounty and also took out a loan. The bank bastards were happy to empty their vaults now that she had recovered. They didn't even look at her before. She told him there were 2 rooms, and the one in front of them now was the master bedroom. Ojin was surprised, because the one room was as big as their old house. He asked her why there were 2 beds in that room alone. She told him the other room was for storage, and the master bedroom was their room. Ojin, speechless for a moment, asked if she was saying they should share the big room when they had 2 rooms. She told him yes. Ojin pressed on, sarcastically asking her if she only drank water at an all-you-can-eat buffet or something. What's with the inefficiency? She told him it was the homeowner's decision. He could leave if he didn't like it. Anyway, she said the old place was full of mold and rust. It was really hot in the summer and fucking cold in winter. Ojin couldn't refute that. She then asked him what he thought of the amazing view. It was also close to the association and the sanctuary. There was an Awakener-exclusive training ground nearby as well. Most importantly, the house had hot water. Ojin was surprised at the mention of hot water. It was something he never imagined would be possible. He excitedly hugged her, saying he really didn't need anyone but her. Then he called her the prettiest in the world. The two were about to get in the mood. Ojin pinned her to the wall, but then someone called him. She was hella disappointed. She wondered which bastard was calling right now when they were getting in the mood. The person who called was Park Chung-yun. He asked Ojin if he could come to Valhalla Guild right away. The guild leader had been killed by the Black Star organization. A few hours later, Ojin arrived at the Valhalla Guild. He asked Chung-yun about Woo-yuk's current condition. Chung-yun shook his head. He told Ojin there was no risk to his life, but he couldn't say he was in good condition. Still, He was able to regain consciousness and personally ordered them to contact him. He pressed a button that opened a door, telling Ojin it would be best to discuss the specifics in person. Ojin told him okay, though he was surprised there was a hidden area. It was like some ancient dungeon. As they entered, Changyun told Ojin that they were restricting access so that news of the attack wouldn't become public. Ojin wondered if Khan did something. He then asked if Wu Yuk was the only one who got hurt. Changyun replied yes, there were no fatalities, but other than himself, who wasn't participating in the operation, everyone else was defeated. Ojin was surprised because Arshad Khan is a mid-rank Templar, so there was no way a mere mid-rank Templar could sweep through the Valhalla Guild by himself. Changyun knocked on a door and told the guildmaster that he had brought Ojin. The guildmaster told them to enter. As they entered, the guildmaster was coughing. He began explaining what happened. He told Ojin the place was a much larger scale facility than the one in Baeksan Mountain. At the time, they figured out that the place the Pandinus Guild used as a storage facility was actually a hideout. But they couldn't find more than that, so they decided to attack it. Of course, they intended to contact Ojin as well. After they heard he had collapsed from being poisoned, though, they proceeded with the attack themselves. The plan went pretty smoothly. The attack was a success, and they were able to capture most of the people there. At the end, though, right when they needed to capture Arshad Khan, the bastard appeared with an elderly person. The attack from the elder was overwhelming. They were unable to even fight properly and were just one-sidedly stomped. The guild leader clenched his fist disappointedly, saying honestly, just being able to escape with their lives was a miracle. At first, he thought it was a good opportunity to capture a high-ranking member of the Black Star organization, but that was too presumptuous of him. He told Ojin that the elder, Cheon Doyun, was called the King of Owls. Ojin was surprised hearing that name. He said to himself that he had the stigma of Noctua that he absorbed from Yujin, and if the elder is the one titled King of Owls, then he's definitely at the executor level. Though he knew he would be strong, he never expected he was strong enough to overwhelm the entire Valhalla Guild alone. He wondered, if they're so strong, then it doesn't make sense for the Black Star organization to be the ones ruining the world, and not him himself. He sighed and told the guild leader, it's a relief that he returned alive. But with this, the bastards would erase all the info they could have used to track them, and it will become much more difficult to find them again. But the guild leader told him that isn't the case. They still have a lead, so he told Ojin there's a job he wants to request of him. A few hours passed. Later that night, while a guy was walking, someone appeared behind him, and his mouth was sealed tight. The attacker was Ojin. He asked the frightened guy if there was anyone tailing him. The guy replied no. Ojin then tied his hands and pushed him forward, telling the guy to speak. The guy turned around and told Ojin it's not proper to greet someone in such a violent way, but Ojin told him the situation at hand doesn't warrant them to chat over a few cups of coffee, since he knows that he's a member of the Black Star organization. Earlier before, Wu Yuk stated that they still had a lead and handed Ojin a piece of paper with some contact information. It contained info on a member of the Black Star organization he'd obtained before Cheon Doyun appeared. For some reason, the man has a deep hatred for the Black Star organization, and he wants to cooperate with the Valhalla Guild. To put it simply, he's a whistleblower. The guy told Ojin his name is Jiang Suko. He was in charge of the Black Star organization's Star Relic development. Ojin introduced himself to the guy. The guy wasn't surprised since he knows Ojin. He told Ojin that he never heard the Lightning Wolf and Valhalla Guild had connections. Ojin told him with a grin that that's the only reason why he's here. Then he said to himself that everyone in the Valhalla Guild, other than Changyun, has injuries. Since the Black Star organization's focus would be gathered on the Valhalla Guild, he should have an easier time. He then asked the guy what he could tell him about the Black Star organization. The guy told Ojin he would tell him, if he listened to his request. Ojin was surprised. He asked the guy if he was requesting an exchange, and what if he didn't want to. The guy replied there would be death. But Ojin told him he's not the type of person to easily die. The guy told Ojin no, he's the one who will die. He has a star relic attached to his heart that'll explode if he releases mana into it. If it explodes, it should be enough to kill him at least. Of course, in that case, he told Ojin his opportunity to learn information on the Black Star organization disappears. Ojin was speechless. He realized the guy isn't a simple whistleblower. He has a different objective. He was tricked. He then asked the guy what his request was. The guy immediately bowed and told Ojin that his son is being held hostage by the Black Star organization, so he should please save his child. Everything became chaotic after the Valhalla Guild attacked, so this is the perfect time to move, since they'll be distracted. Ojin realized he was working for the organization because of his son. The guy told Ojin what he's about to say might be embarrassing, but he's quite skilled when it comes to Star Relic development. Since knowledge on Star Relic development is precious, they continued to hold his son hostage. And so it went for 3 years. Just like that, time passes quickly. He slammed his head on the ground harder, blood splashing, and told Ojin he'd tell him everything he knows, so he should please save his son. Ojin wondered if all parents are so passionate about their children. He then asked the guy for his son's age and name. The guy replied, Jung Hyunwoo. Ojin asked for his height and favorite food. The guy replied, 10 years old now, born March 12th, and he loves oranges. He also asked for his height and weight from 3 years ago. Not sure, the guy replied, but he should have weighed about 25 kilos. Ojin didn't know how parents should be because he never had them. He then told the guy to answer everything he asked in reverse. Weight, favorite food, birthday, age, name. The guy had no idea why Ojin was asking all this, but he answered all correctly either way. Seeing this, Ojin told him with a grin that the transaction is established. They should get moving immediately. One thing was certain, Ojin knew that the guy wasn't lying. Sometime later, another scene. Ojin was driving with Suko in the car. On the way to save Suko's son, Ojin was able to learn about the Black Star Organization's overall structure. The Black Star Organization spends most of its time hiding in the land of monsters called the Demon Realm, beyond the ultra-large gate in the North Pole. There are 7 different divisions, each secretly gaining influence in different countries. The Korean division is led by the King of Owls, Cheon Do-yoon, ranked 6th in the executor rankings. Ojin never expected the person who swept away the Valhalla Guild by himself was ranked 6th. At this rate, they really might have power comparable to the 7 stars. Suko told Ojin he's really thankful. He then gave Ojin a glowing gold relic, telling him to accept it. Ojin told him to stop messing around, he's driving. But he saw the spec. The relic is called Guardian Talisman of the 3 Virtues. It's a 5-star relic created by a master artisan. 3 times a day, it can create a powerful barrier to protect the wearer. Ojin was surprised it was a 5-star relic. Suko told him he created it with all his life and soul. Originally, he made it as a gift for Hyunwoo. He brought it with the hope that it could help save his son, even if only a little. Ojin told him that if he gave it to him now, there's no taking it back, to which the guy agreed. After driving for a while, they arrived at their destination. Ojin asked if that's the house he's being held in. Suko replied yes, from what he knows. At most, the scale of the operation is 5 people. Ojin asked again if he had seen his son once in all this time. Suko replied no, the occasional photo was all he got. Ojin was speechless. Everything going on right now was giving him a feeling of discomfort. Suddenly, they heard a voice. The person commented, laughing, saying he couldn't believe Suko really showed up. What incredible fatherly love. The person laughed again, telling his comrade that he even brought the lightning wolf. Sir Khan will love it. The guys covered in cloaks were equipped with swords and weapons. Suko, shocked, panic-stricken, asked why Khan's owls were here. Who are they? Ojin questioned. Are they Templars? He replied no, but they are all strong 6-star awakeners at the very least. Ojin was speechless. Though a normal person would have been scared shitless, Ojin wasn't. He said to himself, as expected. The relationship between me and the Valhalla Guild leaked. The men charged out viciously toward Ojin to crush him. Ojin took an offensive stance, his hand shone with thunder energy. He wondered if they intentionally created a weak point in their surveillance, so that Jang Suko would come to him. He then activated lightning charge and took down one of them in one strike, blood splattering in the air. The other guy was shocked. What the hell is this? Ojin grinned. One down, he commented. He decided to take out the trash first before going for the intended rescue. And so he took them all down within the blink of an eye and absorbed their stigmas, which increased his proficiency in the absorbed stigma by leaps and bounds. He got a message that Blue Lightning Level 3 has increased to Blue Lightning Level 4. Lightning Charge also increased to Level 4. He also acquired Lightning Shot Level 1. And as a result of Lightning and Thunder Level 6 influencing Lightning Shot, its level increased to 3. Ojin said to himself that even if they're half-baked, a 6-star is still a 6-star, so the mana he got from the guys he defeated is quite considerable. His mana circuit feels more sturdy since he used Exceed before. Fighting is much more effortless. Now it's time to search inside. He told Suko to stop standing around. They need to go save his son. They searched, but there was nothing in the warehouse, so they decided to head to the basement. Suko shouted out his son's name. While they were walking, Ojin activated the stigma of the hunting dogs, but he still didn't smell any human in there, so he wondered if they hid Suko's son somewhere else. He thought, isn't it that the bastards let Suko go on purpose to get to me? But unfortunately, he kept getting an ominous feeling. He thought about something, paused, then slightly opened a box. Immediately his expression changed. He saw something in there. Actually, he expected such a thing to happen from the beginning. Those bastards didn't let Suko meet his son a single time. After all, he wondered why. As Suko was still calling for his son, Ojin told him they should get going. They had searched the entire place. Suko asked if that's true. Then that means his son isn't here. Ojin replied yes, there's nobody here. Though his hand trembled slightly, he didn't show it. Suko scratched his head, saying it seems that they took his son somewhere else. Ojin told him that's most likely the case. Suko asked what they should do now. But then, Ojin told him to keep quiet. Someone had entered the building. Ojin went on alert mode, wondering how many came in. From his perception, he could see that there were at least 5, maybe more than 10. So he told Suko to follow him for now. Ojin decided to hide since he couldn't track them with the stigma of the hunting dogs. It was definitely not Cheon Do-yoon. Either way, he decided to run for now. But then, they felt a tremor from below. Everywhere started shaking. That was when Ojin realized that the sons of bitches never planned on coming down to the basement in the first place. They wanted to bury them alive. They needed to escape immediately, but then the place crumbled. Minutes later, as the dust faded, we see a shield. In it was Ojin, looking quite beat up. He wondered if they loaded a truck full of bombs or something. If it weren't for the lightning thunder wall and the bracelet Suko gave him, he wouldn't have been able to block it. He then called out to Suko, asking where he was. But then, he saw him under a stone, iron pierced through his body. Ojin worriedly rushed over to him. Suko, bleeding heavily, asked Ojin if he's okay. Ojin told him he's alright. He gritted his teeth. He can't save him. Though he's still barely alive, it's too late to do anything. He'll die soon. Suko laughed slowly. He gave Ojin a USB flash drive saying it's the information he promised. However, he had a final request. If he escapes from this place alive, he should please find his son. Ojin was speechless. He had no idea what to say since there was no need to look for him. He wondered if he should tell him that his son had been dead for a long time already. Suko laughed, saying his son was a bit of a troublemaker, so he might make a fuss. Still, he was a kind child, so he should please save him. Ojin gritted his teeth worriedly. He had no idea what to do. He couldn't even count all the times he had lied, but he really didn't know what to say now. But then, from behind him, someone told Sir Arshad that Ojin was still alive. It seemed the rumors about the lightning wolf were true, so he told Arshad he would take care of him. He then charged forward to attack Ojin, but before he could land, Ojin angrily pierced his spear through his throat, telling him he was noisy, he should be quiet for a bit. He was trying to think. Hearing they mentioned Arshad, Suko told Ojin to hurry and run. Arshad Khan was dangerous. Ojin told him that's enough, he shouldn't speak anymore. He then used Stigma of Aquarius, water drops of healing on him, to help him last a bit longer. He should not die. He should just wait there for a moment. He'd be right back since he still had one final lie for him. Arshad stood confident. He asked Ojin what he was thinking about. Was he perhaps wondering how he could get out of their encirclement alive? Ojin jumped up high, replied no, then said he was thinking about Arshad's mother. When she passed away, she asked him to take care of Arshad, but it seemed like he wouldn't be able to keep the promise. He shot his rope, then entangled two guys. They struggled to free themselves, but they couldn't. He then pulled them in his direction, but instead of letting Ojin kill them, Arshad killed them himself with his blade. Ojin then charged at him. Boom. The collision was intense. For a moment nothing happened. Then Ojin was forced back. He worriedly said to himself that the stigma of the hunting dog had already told him as much. But now that he had personally exchanged blows with Arshad, he could tell Arshad was far above him. Still, he attacked him with all he had, but there was no effect. Arshad, using Owl's stigma or skill, told Ojin he was quite impressive. He couldn't believe he was a 4-star. However, it wasn't enough. He then launched multiple explosive feathers at Ojin. Ojin ran, worriedly trying to dodge. He realized that the explosive feathers were how they blew up the warehouse. Ojin then counterattacked with his spear, launching multiple strikes, but Arshad blocked them all easily, not even moving an inch from his spot. He told Ojin his reflexes weren't bad. No, maybe it was purely instinct. If he had given him another half a year to grow, he might have ended up becoming a monster. But then, to Arshad's surprise, Ojin suddenly powered up. Ojin activated Exceed. Lightning Thunder level 6 increased to level 7. He also acquired Lightning Flames level 1. Lightning Thunder influenced Lightning Flames, increasing it to Lightning Flames level 2. Ojin was feeling quite a bit of pain as he leveled up. He got a warning message, informing him that the current state of his body had not met the standard required to use Lightning Flames, so the amount of mana consumed would be increased dramatically. Ojin grinned angrily, saying the shitty message and that bastard Arshad talked too much. He then launched a fierce strike at Arshad. The strike was intense. Ojin said to himself that he didn't want to use Exceed, but he had no other way. There was too big a difference in the amount of mana. Arshad then told Ojin that thinking he would only need half a year was complacency on his part. Ojin saw the guy's power up. He decided to end things quickly, since he didn't have much time. Arshad then said a chant, telling the great Noctua to grant his humble servant his blessing. Immediately he got an insane power boost. Ojin was shocked. What the fuck? He thought the bastard was a mid-rank, but now, a mere mini-boss had a second phase? Within a blink of an eye, Arshad charged at Ojin with his explosive feathers, but Ojin dodged by jumping mid-air. The shockwave was intense. He gritted his teeth worriedly. He couldn't think of any way to beat him. While still mid-air, Arshad appeared behind Ojin undetected. He told Ojin that at least he was skilled when he was running. He then launched multiple sword strikes at Ojin. He turned around. He was kind of surprised, since Arshad had definitely aimed for Ojin's neck, yet he somehow managed to barely dodge it. But Arshad told Ojin that he might as well be dead already, since he had lost his arm and weapon. So he told Ojin it was the end, but Ojin told him to stop saying bullshit. Who said he could end it as he wished? He then punched Arshad in the face. Ojin said all this while bleeding all over his face. Angered at the crazy bastard for punching him, Arshad furiously slammed Ojin to the ground. Furious, he told Ojin fine. They would do things his way. He would end things his way. He punched Ojin continuously, telling him to come on. He should stand up. He should try and put up more of a fight. After minutes of punching, he finally calmed down. He looked at Ojin, bleeding all over like a dead man. How pathetic, he remarked. He sighed, saying he thought they would be seeing each other often. How unfortunate. He then turned around, wishing Ojin goodbye. Ojin lay there, bones shattered, hand cut off. Then it began raining. As Arshad was leaving, he paused as he recalled from the news that there would be a storm today. Now, it's pouring. Anyway, he decided to tell his superior that the plan was a success. It seems he would be going to the association to meet him. Then he groaned in pain. He had overused his powers. How absurd is it for me to have so much trouble against a mere 4-star awakener, he remarked. Then he said to himself that before he had to pay the price for using the blessings, he should find a place to rest. But then, he noticed something strange. He wondered why the ground around him was dry. How can there be dry ground when it's raining this hard? He wondered if all of the water was being absorbed somehow. To his biggest shock, Ojin woke up, stood up slowly, and asked Arshad where he was going. Ojin groaned in pain as his broken bones were restructuring due to the surrounding energy filled with water. He then told Arshad that honestly he didn't intend for the water to heal him. Well, since he got to use the Black Star's blessing, or whatever it is, it should make sense for him to have a blessing of his own. Ojin then got a message that the effects of water affinity had increased dramatically. He stood up, fully healed, with an evil smile on his face. Arshad was shocked. He had no idea what was going on. He asked Ojin how he was still alive. Ojin told him he shouldn't be asking that question. He has the skill time of the owls. Then said, from now on, it's the time of the lightning wolf. He walked toward Arshad, stretching his hand. Arshad was still surprised. He hadn't made sense of what was going on. He panicked and asked Ojin how he was able to get up without injury. Ojin told him even the mini-boss he fought had a second phase, so it would be disappointing if he didn't receive the same. Bullshit, Arshad commented, as he decided to attack Ojin. But then, something happened. He felt a sharp pain and immediately fell to his knees. Ojin was surprised. He asked him what he was doing. Is that the price for your blessings? He was confused, since typically the responsible celestial pays the price for their blessings, but it seems like that knock to a bastard wasn't much. Arshad stood up, already turned into an old man. It seemed his life force was the price he paid. He angrily swung at Ojin, telling him to shut up, but Ojin walked through his attacks without defending, as he was being healed by the water energy. He grinned and told Arshad, "Now, it's the time of the lightning wolf." He then charged forward and struck at Arshad, but Arshad defended it. The force was intense. Arshad called Ojin a bastard, and told him that even if his injuries were being healed, the pain shouldn't go away. "Are you unable to feel pain or something?" Ojin imbued his fist with energy and said, "No, it still hurts, so much that I feel like I could die at any moment." "So what sort of bullshit are you spouting?" As Ojin launched the punch, his fingers broke, but then healed back. Of course it fucking hurts, but enduring the pain isn't that hard. He got a message informing him that since he maintained his mana through an extreme situation without losing focus, his lightning and thunder energy level 7 had increased to level 9. Also, his lightning flames level 2 had increased to level 4. Following that was a warning message informing him that the damage to his body had reached severe levels. Should the damage continue, an increased pain penalty would be applied. Rather than being worried, Ojin grinned. He was relieved. It wasn't a penalty that would affect his movement. He wondered if Suko's dead son would return to life if he endured, but the answer was no. He already knew that feeling of helplessness, where no matter how much you endure, you can never get back what you lost. Pain can be ignored, and pain can be endured. So he said out loud, "If it's something I can simply solve through enduring, then it's nothing." He then struck Arshad, breaking his defense. Arshad fell to the ground, engulfed in fear. He stuttered and panicked, telling Ojin to get away from him. "You demon!" But Ojin stepped on him as he tried crawling away. With a sharp tone, he told Arshad, "What the fuck? Why are you calling me a demon? I'm a normal human. It's because I'm human that I can endure the tiredness that makes me feel ready to collapse at any moment." Now, after defeating Arshad, he went to Suko. Suko, who was barely conscious, asked Ojin if he beat that bastard Arshad. "You're truly impressive," he said. Ojin told him he found his son. Suko was surprised to see his son. The boy worriedly asked what happened to his body, but Suko apologized to his son and told him, "Your dad is hurting a lot, so I'll need to sleep soon." He told his son to follow the big brother next to him and be on his best behavior. He also had to stay healthy. The son replied, "Yes." Suko told his son it would take a long while, but he'd definitely come and visit him when he returned. They hugged. Then Suko died. In truth, that child was Ojin. He transformed into his child. Ojin then groaned. He wondered if he had received too many internal injuries. Though he was healing, the pain was still there. Well, recovering to such an extent from the brink of death was pretty decent. First, he decided to go back home, but then he noticed something. The stigma of Lyra had risen from 4-star to 5-star. He wondered if it happened during the battle. It had been about 2 months since he rose to 4-star. He never imagined he'd already be a 5-star. His dear goddess would faint again if she saw it. Well, he said to himself, he still has a long way to go. If he wants to live a life without needing to lie, then he needs to get a lot stronger. But first, he needs to leave this place. And so, morning arrived. Ojin screamed as he woke up because he found himself sleeping on Vega's lap. She scolded him for being reckless since she had told him many times to be careful, but he always overdid it. She touched his head and told him they could talk about it later, so he should be sure to get plenty of rest for now. Ojin was speechless. He wondered how things had come to this. He remembered up to when he got home. Of course, he was in a bad state due to the exhaustion from the battle. Maybe it was because Haeun was in front of him, but he released all of his tension and just collapsed right then and there. He wondered how much time had passed. Also, how was Vega back to her original appearance? He then asked Vega if he could get up now. She replied no, he was not allowed to move. A few minutes later, Ojin sat up. She told him he had fainted and slept for 4 days. Haeun was worried about him and personally went to the sanctuary to find her. The restrictions ended just in time, which is why she's able to be with him here like this. Ojin realized he had been asleep for 4 whole days, then asked Vega how she was able to stay there in that form. The restrictions had previously kept her from being in her original form outside the sanctuary. Riak arrived and told him that a few days ago, the commandment's restriction weakened. It was around the day he fainted. Ojin was surprised to see Riak as well. Vega told him that thanks to that she could manifest for longer and maintain her original form, even if only for a brief moment. Riak was also able to manifest. Ojin cleared his throat. Hearing that it happened the day he fought Arshad Khan, he wondered if that meant he was the cause. At that time, he had inherited the records of Awakener Arshad Khan after absorbing his stigma, and he obtained the skills Black Feather Armor Level 3 and Black Feather Explosion Level 5. Another message appeared, informing him that due to the influence of the stigma of Lyra, the acquired skill would transform. Black Feather Armor Level 3 was now Lightning Feather Armor Level 3. Black Feather Explosion Level 5 would become Lightning Feather Explosion Level 5. He was surprised since the quality of Arshad's mana was different. He was around a 7-star Awakener. So he wondered curiously, how crazy would the mana from an 8-star be? Another message popped up, informing him that the Black Heavens conditions for the 4th Awakening had all been met. So the Black Heavens 4th Awakening was starting. After the battle with Arshad, the transmission started right when the Awakening began. He received Arshad Khan's memories. From the memory, he could see Arshad speaking with someone on the phone. The memory was from before he went to attack Ojin. The person told him that the Lightning Wolf and Valhalla were in a cooperative relationship. The president's faction had been taking him around everywhere, so it was about time for them to take care of him. And so, Arshad went out to eliminate Ojin. But before that, He asked the man if he knew what happened on Italy's side. The man asked if he was talking about the queen leeches. He told her the bitch does whatever she wants, so news of her has even reached the demon realm. Not to mention, since she's the third-rank executor, it's a bit difficult for them to directly intervene. Well, they at least prepared a plan. But then, Ojin got a message that Arshad Khan's and Lee Shin-hyuk's memories had clashed, and a portion of Lee Shin-hyuk's records had been lost. The Black Heaven would automatically recover records necessary for transmission. Depending on the progress of restoration, transmission would occur in parts. Ojin felt a sharp pain in his head. He wondered if it was because the transmission interfered with the awakening. Still, it was a relief that recovery was possible. He obtained quite a lot of information, but then, he received a quest, which was activated due to the fourth awakening. He was surprised. He never expected a quest. The quest name is Star-Devouring Devil of the Sky. The objective is to absorb star stones to open the Black Heaven. The current completion rate is 0%, and the reward would be obtaining a random ancient constellation. Ojin had no idea what they meant by ancient constellation, so he decided to ask Vega about it later. Back to the present, though that night there was a lot going on. Right now, he couldn't tell exactly what the cause was. He then curiously asked Vega, if the restrictions were weakened, does it mean she could freely grant him blessings? She told him they weren't weakened to that point. She cleared her throat, blushed a little, and told him she could provide some simple support when he's fighting. She then performed a spell for Ojin to see. Ojin was surprised. He never expected lightning to be controlled in such a way. So he wondered, how far up the peak does he need to climb if he wants to be able to do the same? Proudly, she told him he could rely on her a bit more. Ojin laughed and said he'd keep that in mind. Then he stood up to go outside since he was feeling a bit better physically, but Vega blocked his path, telling him that he needed to be careful right now since there was someone even angrier than her. Then suddenly, Haeun barged into the room and asked if Ojin had woken up. She grabbed his collar. "You son of a bitch! Do you know how worried I was?" she scolded. Ojin apologized. She cried, calling him an awful bastard. "Do you think it would be over just because you apologized?" But then Ryak called her lizard woman and told her she was noisy. All warriors must risk their lives in battle in order to grow. Pissed, she asked him what was up with the lizard woman bullshit he was saying. Then she told him she had a perfectly fine name, and it was Song Haeun. But Ryak told her he had no need to memorize a mere human female's name. Since she's an apostle of Draco, she is a lizard woman. She approached him and told him no cup ramen for a week. But Ryak immediately switched. Swinging his tail, he called her Dear Haeun, telling her she must have suffered a lot due to that ignorant human Ojin, so he completely understood. Ojin wondered what the bastard was doing. What was up with his change in behavior? Anyway, Vega told him to start telling them what happened to him that day. Just like that, he told them everything that happened to him, leaving out the parts about the Black Heaven. They were surprised that such an unfortunate thing had happened. That explains why he looked so messed up when he came back. Then, Haeun asked him if he really beat a 7-star awakener. He told her yes, though he almost died. But the truth is, if it hadn't started raining right then, he wouldn't have won, though he didn't tell them that. Haeun was surprised. She asked him if the stigma of Lyra was that powerful. It doesn't make sense, even if he's an apostle of the North Star. Vega told her she wished she could say that with her stigma, you can ignore that much of a difference. But honestly, even she finds it hard to believe he defeated an opponent 3 ranks higher. Ryak then asked Ojin, calling him by his nickname Greenhorn, if it's true that his lightning and thunder skill went up to level 9. Ojin replied yes. Ryak called Ojin a monstrous bastard. Anyway, he told him to constantly train his lightning and thunder skill. Once he reaches level 10, he can obtain the lightning flame skill. Ojin was surprised that he mentioned lightning flames. He then asked him if he was talking about his level 4 lightning flames. He told him he learned it during his last fight. Ryak was shocked. He cried in sorrow. It didn't make sense. He called Ojin a fraud. He questioned if Ojin was actually the heavenly demon bastard. He himself had barely reached the finesse needed to use it, but Ojin could use it at will. Vega told him if he had already acquired lightning flames, then it may be that when he reaches lightning and thunder level 10, he'll receive completely different rewards. Ojin told her he guessed he'd know once he raised it. Then he asked Vega if she knew what ancient constellations were. Surprised, she asked him where he heard those words from. Ojin lied. He told her he just remembered the heavenly demon said something about them in the past. Vega thought for a moment, then told him that celestials, created by the primordial giants called Titans, were made by borrowing the power of stars. The Titans managed many worlds at the same time through the use of celestials, and the thing called the commandment is a device to make sure the celestials cannot thoughtlessly wield their influence. However, in the distant past, all of the celestials went extinct due to the darkness born in the beginning of time, the Black Heaven. In other words, ancient constellations are what the celestials who were consumed by the Black Heaven are called. Ojin asked, "What about the current celestials?" She replied, "After all the celestials were consumed by the Black Heaven, new stars were born." Ojin finally understood what happened. He said to himself that the world was already ruined once by the Black Heaven, and the current celestials are all new. The quest reward is saying it will grant him one of the constellations the Black Heaven once consumed. Even if he has absolutely no thoughts of bringing the world to ruin, the Black Heaven will ruin the world again, and the Black Heaven is currently him. Though the thought of it is really driving him crazy, he decided not to worry about it now since it's meaningless. The future has already begun to change. What's important is how he moves forward in the changed future. He grinned, since his course of action was already decided. Even if he needs to fool the entire world, he won't let go of what is precious to him. Sometime later, Ojin said to himself that he could finally check the USB he received from Suko. He plugged the USB into his laptop to see the objectives of the Black Star organization. Ojin watched a video of someone saying, "Why is it that in this crazy world running rampant with monsters, only some people receive stigmas from the constellations, and others have to be defenseless? So after killing all of the current awakeners, we will make everyone an equal awakener." Ojin was shocked by the video. He deemed them completely insane. He recalled, from what he had heard back at the Mokdong Gate, that the Black Star organization is able to turn non-awakeners into awakeners. It's a scheme that tries to exploit the hatred of non-awakeners. Still, he doubted anyone was earnestly following such an insane plan. It's probably just a vague ideal they used to spread their influence. It seemed like Suko didn't know their true objectives. Well, he did know they were bastards who needed to be dealt with quickly. Besides that, the USB included some branch locations and some information regarding the Owl faction's Templars. Ojin scrolled through the file. In it, he saw a name, Cheon Wusung. He's the son of the owner king, Cheon Doyun. Called the king's delegate, he manages the Black Star organization in practice, and he's currently hidden within the organization. Ojin then said to himself that it seemed like this guy was the insider Khan had mentioned from his memories. So he decided to give Mr. Han the information. The next day, at the association, shocked, Han asked Ojin if it was really true that Cheon Wusung was part of the Black Star organization. Ojin replied yes, according to the information he received. He then asked Han if he knew what kind of person Cheon Wusung was. Han laughed and said that actually, the current association was completely split into two factions. One faction is the one he's affiliated with, the association president's faction. The other is the executive faction, and the leader of the executives is Cheon Wusung. Ojin asked Han if he recruited him into the association because of the faction issue. Han replied yes. Of course, while one of their objectives was to try to bring the association's prestige up, trying to draw the North Star's apostle into their faction was the other reason. Ojin said to himself, no wonder they went out of their way to place me in an iffy position that isn't officially affiliated with the association. If I were officially affiliated, the other faction would have the authority to order me around. Not to mention, I wouldn't know who is in which faction. They made it so that he would only meet Mr. Han, who's definitely in the president's faction. He then asked Han if there was any way he could help him. Han replied, not at all, they would handle the situation. Ojin didn't say anything further. He then brought out his broken weapon from his bag. He told Han he wanted to ask him for a new weapon again. Han sarcastically remarked that the weapon was destroyed quite spectacularly. He then suggested for him to meet the weaponsmith in person, since he might be able to create a weapon that's much more optimal for him. Ojin was surprised he could meet him. And so, they arrived at the place where all sorts of Starstone gear and weapons are researched and created, the Star Relic Center. The manager of the place is Kim Sihu. Sihu came running. He asked Han why he came to visit. Han patted his head while telling Ojin that Sihu may be young, but he's an expert in the field. Sihu excitedly greeted Ojin. He told Ojin he knew he was the lightning god. He had seen him on TV. He then asked Ojin if he was using the wire cutter he made for him well. Ojin told him it broke, which surprised Sihu. Sihu said that still, that's a good thing. He was so busy back then that he cut corners during its creation. Ojin never expected the wire cutter to be a rushed product. Sihu told him he'd make it much better since he wasn't busy now. Ojin couldn't hide his awe. He said to himself, how could such an intelligent, polite, and impressive boy exist in this world? But his expression immediately changed as Sihu told him it would cost him a lot of money. Now, Ojin deemed Sihu to be a rude rat bastard, who had perfectly adapted to this greedy goddamned world. But then Sihu told him he'd cover whatever he might need during the creation with his own personal funds, since it was fun making his weapons. Ojin excitedly told him he would start calling him Lord Sihu from now on. Ojin then told him the spear also broke, but since it wasn't fun to make, Sihu told him he'd be paying for it with his own money. He then told Ojin to come along. He had something to check. They arrived in an enclosed room. He gave Ojin an iron bar and told him to swing it around the way he would normally swing his spear. Ojin exhaled, then activated spearmanship of Pixis, and started swinging it. Sihu told him it was okay to stop. He then began analyzing as he sat in front of multiple screens. 284 jabs, 192 sweeps, 592 downstrokes. Average stride length is 1 meter, 17 centimeters, he reported. He told Ojin he seemed to take extremely long strides. He also analyzed the main area Ojin tended to grip on his spear shaft, so he believed a spear with a shorter shaft and longer blade would fit him better. Ojin asked if he could really see all that just by watching him spar. Sihu told him that taking advantage of long reach and fighting defensively isn't his style. He likes to dive right in. Therefore, having a shorter shaft and focusing more on the cutting edge is better. A spear in the shape of a half-moon blade would fit him perfectly. Ojin was speechless and surprised. It was much better than he had expected. Sihu told him he'd get started on it and the wire shooter right away. It should take about a week. Ojin thanked him. Sihu whispered in Ojin's ear and told him that instead, he should please help Mr. Han. These days, he's having a lot of difficulties because of those executive bastards. He then waved at Ojin, saying he'd get started on making his gear. Ojin smirked and told Han he's really a good kid. Han agreed, though his personality is a bit odd. He then asked Ojin what his plan was after getting his new weapon. Ojin told him he was going to gather as many starstones as possible. Ojin decided to focus on the Black Heavens quest, though he didn't tell Han about that. Han thought for a moment, then told Ojin, there's a gate that's pretty hot these days for starstone farming. The monsters in that gate drop 2 starstones instead of just 1. Ojin was surprised there was a starstone duplication glitch. He wondered if it was like a double EXP event. However, Han told him there was a bit of a problem, but Ojin excitedly said no. He was going there immediately. 1 week later, Busan. Ojin arrived at the gate. He was surprised to see it crawling with people. Well, he guessed they went crazy since 2 starstones drop from each monster. Ojin said to himself that it's quite rare to see a constellation, a star spirit, an awakener of Draco, and an apostle of the North Star all be in a single party. It's most likely that even if they searched the entire previous world, they wouldn't find a party like theirs. Not to mention he had the new wire shooter and spear Sihu made. Sihu said he could input mana to change the shape of the spear for carrying convenience. He's really looking forward to fighting inside the gate. Now, inside the dungeon, Ojin commented, saying it said the monsters in the gate would be at least 5-star. Then said it's a relief that there aren't too many deeper inside since the tougher monsters appear the deeper you go. He thought, saying if he wants to gather enough starstones to complete the quest, he'll need to farm quite a lot. He then saw someone in front of him, having defeated many monsters. The person remarked happily, saying as expected, facing 3 at once is a bit rough. Heyoon told Ojin the guy is named Jerry Kim. He's quite famous, he's a 6-star awakener of Sagittarius. Since he's unaffiliated, he hunts solo in the gates while streaming. Ojin was surprised to see a 6-star of Sagittarius unaffiliated. He then curiously asked her if streaming earns a lot of money. She replied yes, those who make money probably make a lot, but she thinks it's more about fame. Jerry turned around. He was surprised to see Ojin. He grinned, a clever thought came to his mind. He then immediately went to Ojin. He grabbed Ojin's hand, saying he never thought he'd see the lightning wolf here in person. He's a total fan. Ojin was caught off guard by the approach. Jerry looked at his recording ball, then told Ojin his appearance can either be a coincidence or fate. So he asked him why he doesn't participate as a guest on his broadcast. Ojin was surprised. He never expected such a request. He told Ojin that so many viewers are curious about him. He showed Ojin the chat. People were surprised to see him in the deeper level of the dungeon since they thought he's a 4-star. Someone asked if he's been carried. They were also curious about their party combination. Jerry then told Ojin he's a streamer specializing in dungeon clearing streams, Jerry Kim. With a pretentious expression, he told Ojin they should make a simple wager. They should see who can hunt more within a limited time or something like that. The viewers called Jerry an insane bastard for asking a 4-star for a timed clear competition. He's definitely going to brag about it for years after a single win. Jerry didn't disagree with what they said. He told them he's not that shameless. He'll obviously be giving himself a handicap. Ojin didn't say much. He now realized why Jerry suddenly asked him to make a guest appearance. He wants to defeat him in front of a lot of people to show off. He grinned evilly, said to himself that if Jerry wants it that badly, he'll have to oblige. He then told Jerry it'd be no fun if they make a wager without any stakes, so what should they bet on, he asked. Heyoon was shocked to see Ojin go with a bet. Jerry laughed out loud. He asked Ojin how many stones they should bet. Ojin replied immediately with a smile. They should each bet all of the starstones they have. Jerry was shocked. The chat went crazy. Some laughed out loud. Another asked how a 4-star could go all in against a 6-star. Jerry was still shocked. He couldn't bear to risk it all since he went through so much to gather it. He asked Ojin if he really meant it. Ojin replied yes, then brought out a small pouch from his pocket, saying in it is his entire fortune. Jerry and the viewers were in shock. The viewers laughed their ass off, saying since Ojin has nothing, it doesn't matter if he's willing to bet it all. Jerry has 1,000 starstones. If he's lucky and happens to win, then that's 1,000 free starstones. The viewers taunted, asked Jerry if he's scared. He should just go die if he's scared. The taunting hit Jerry hard. He then agreed to the bet, but said instead he won't be receiving a handicap. He calmed down, then told the viewers that the challenge was accepted. They should start betting points. He opened the point better. The viewers can choose who can win from the two of them. The viewers were excited, saying they're really gonna win big today. Ojin asked what the hell is going on. Heyoon told him they're betting points. It's like when people bet on who'll win in sporting events. They purchase points and bet on which side they think will win. It's no different from gambling. Ojin was excited. He said to himself that he'd make a huge sum if he could bet on himself. As expected, the bets for Jerry were overwhelming. 92% of the points were for Jerry to win. But then, the betting ratio for Ojin increased from 8% to 27%, which shocked everyone. The chats went crazy. How much did that person have to bet for it to increase to 27%? They did the calculation, and it came out to 460,000. Ojin wondered who just bet that huge sum. Now, Jerry told them they'll close the betting, then told Ojin the time limit is 30 minutes. The two of them will form a party to hunt monsters. Afterward, they will compare who hunted more monsters and determine the winner. Whoever delivers the killing blow will be considered to have hunted the monster. Now that he thought about it, he asked Ojin where his weapon was. Ojin told him not to worry. His weapon is with him. He brought his spear out. Jerry was speechless, said to himself that honestly, the final blow condition is more advantageous for him, who uses a long-distance weapon. So he wondered if Ojin has some sort of hidden trump card. Even still, this is an opportunity for him. It's his chance to cement himself in the minds of the 150,000 people watching him. So he must take the opportunity no matter what. Then came the monsters, looking exactly like my ex. He stretched his bow, told Ojin he'd activate the timer now. He decided to hunt with the flashiest techniques. He then shot his mana arrow at the monsters. He smiled, thinking he got them, but before his arrow could get to them, Ojin sliced all 3 of their heads off. Jerry was shocked. Even the viewers went speechless. Next, Ojin decided to go for the 2 to the right, 3 to the left, and 2 below. But then Jerry jumped forward and used Gatling shot. He was happy, thinking he had killed it, but to his surprise, Ojin shot his string through the monster's head. He smiled and told Jerry, "Whoever lands the final hit gets the point." Jerry gritted his teeth angrily, then shot arrow blast at the monsters, but the ones hidden below jumped out, which Jerry never expected. He closed his eyes to brace for impact, but lightning out of the blue struck them down. It was from Ojin. He deemed the monster's screams to be cute, and so the competition continued. 30 minutes passed. Ojin had 24 kills, while Jerry had 7. Ojin was crowned the winner. Jerry was shocked. He asked Ojin if he's truly a 4-star. Ojin told him with a smile. He never said he was a 4-star, he's a 5-star. Jerry was speechless. He said to himself that even if Ojin is actually 5-star, did he really overcome a 1-star difference, even against an awakener of the 12 zodiacs? He wondered. Ojin's strength meant that the zodiacs are no different from your average constellation in front of the North Star. Anyway, Ojin told him he'd be taking his starstones. A promise is a promise after all. Jerry was speechless, in shock and teary at the same time. Ojin added that while they're at it, they should settle the point betting. The viewers went crazy. They lost money, saying the betting was invalid. It's all a fraud. Jerry then told them he'd announce the username of the person who earned the most points. Haeun was surprised. She hurriedly approached Jerry and told him to wait. Why is he announcing their username? Jerry, surprised, asked what she meant. Why? It's part of the broadcast rules and regulations. Flustered, she told him to wait. She never knew there was a regulation like that. She panicked and told him to cancel the betting then, since the viewers made the bet not knowing Ojin's star level. Ojin held her down and told her they can't do that. He then whispered to her and asked if she's the one who made the 460,000 bet. What did she use as a username for her to be acting like this? Jerry then announced that the first place for the bet this time is Cutie Pie Ojin slurp slurp. Everywhere went silent. Ojin freed Haeun. Vega and Ryuk were both speechless. Even Jerry and the viewers were speechless. Lizard girl, is there something wrong with your head? Ryuk questioned bluntly. Haeun told him to shut up as she covered her face in embarrassment. Then, since the betting was over, Ojin told them they should end it here, but Ryuk called his name. Hey Greenhorn, Ryuk was pissed. He asked Ojin if he's planning to return already. He's the only one who did any fighting. He hadn't done anything yet. Ojin told him they should head in a bit deeper then. Suddenly, multiple monsters furiously charged at them. Jerry panicked and told Ojin the amount was really crazy. Ojin, unimpressed, asked if such an amount is what he calls crazy. He then told the monsters to come at him, but to their surprise, the monsters just ran past them. They weren't trying to attack, they were running away from something. Then suddenly, a multiple-headed monster attacked them. It was a Hydra, a boss-level monster, even among 7 stars. Haeun, shocked, asked, why is there a Hydra here? Hydras have nothing to do with mermen. Anyway, regardless, Ojin said to himself that he heard boss-level monsters drop only the highest quality starstones. Not to mention, since it's a monster that appeared in the gate, there's a chance it has 2 starstones instead of 1. Ojin smiled gently. There's no way he could ever hold back from such a big jackpot. Haeun sighed and asked Ojin if he's planning on fighting it. Ryuk asked if he can defeat it. Ojin replied, of course, and said to himself, compared to the pressure he felt from Arshad Khan, the Hydra seems totally manageable. He then jumped at the Hydra with his spear. He activated lightning flames and struck at it. To his surprise, Ryuk jumped from behind him and struck the Hydra's face. Vega also joined. She held the Hydra down and told Haeun to attack now. Haeun used her flames and attacked the Hydra's head. Jerry told them he'd join them. The flames cut off the head, but it regenerated in an instant. Jerry, shocked, told Ojin something's wrong. He had never heard of a Hydra's regeneration being this quick. Ojin, also surprised, told him, that's right. He thought the fight would be easy. However, he told the Hydra not to think it would win just because of that. Haeun asked Ojin if he had thought of something. Ojin told her it takes the bastard about 5 seconds to regrow one of its heads. That means they have to cut all of its heads off within that time frame. Vega told Ojin she'd grant him a blessing, but Ojin told her he's alright. He told her he knows she goes through pain whenever she faces the command's restrictions. With a smile, he told her he didn't want to see her in pain. She blushed at his sweet words. Actually, what Ojin said is only half true. He was only targeting her for fraud at first, but maybe she's grown on him. He then charged out, activated Exceed, then swung his spear at the Hydra and chopped off the first head. He immediately went to take down the second head, then the third. Not giving it time to catch its breath, he shot his string, then activated Lightning Charge. Now, he had taken down 5 heads, 2 seconds remaining. He decided to move faster. He increased the energy in his leg. As a result of this, Exceed level 2 increased to level 3. Now he became even faster. As a result of the continuous increase in speed, he obtained a clue regarding the lightning god physique. He moved at an abnormal speed, which even surprised him. He then chopped off 2 more heads of the Hydra. Ryuk was shocked Ojin used legs of lightning. Even Vega was surprised to see he's already learned the lightning god physique, which you can only learn as a 9-star. Ojin shouted at Haeun to attack now. Haeun charged up energy in her hand, told Ojin to leave the rest to her. But then, she felt a sharp pain in her eyes. It hurt. However, she held it in because compared to the pain Ojin must have felt so far, she deemed it as nothing. She then shot her dragon-looking flames towards the Hydra, killing it. Ojin told her good work. While she was trying to catch her breath, her stigma began to shine. Energy coursed through her body. She then excitedly hugged Ojin, saying she had become an 8-star awakener. Ojin congratulated her. Now she's just 1 step away from becoming a 9-star, which is considered high ranking. Minutes later, Jerry thanked Ojin, saying he's safe thanks to him. He also apologized about what happened in the beginning. Ojin told him it's alright, his stream was very entertaining. Then he said to himself that if he thinks about all of the starstones he obtained thanks to him, he finds him rather lovely. He then decided to check out today's loot. He poured all the magic stones on the ground and sat cross-legged. I don't know where he's sitting, but he sat cross-legged. He then used Black Heaven to start absorbing them. A message appeared, informing him that according to the Starstone absorption, the first quest star devouring Devil of the Sky will proceed. Now the completion rate is 8%, and it increased to 42.7%. He was surprised. Just to get to 42.7%, he had already consumed so many Starstones. He may have to use 1,000 to hit 100%. But to his surprise, the completion rate stopped at 50%. He was informed that the progress will no longer continue, and Starstones with higher quality are required to resume progress. He wondered if he would be able to hit 100% using the Starstone that dropped from the Hydra. He then used it, but it stopped at 72.4%. He was like, fuck. So quantity alone wasn't enough. He needed quality of the level of the Hydra at minimum. Since the Hydra was a 7-star boss tier monster, He needs to hunt 8-star elite monsters at the very least. However, Korea is a relatively monster-purged country. There aren't that many powerful monsters. Thinking about it, he checked his phone since he hasn't received his reward from Valhalla Guild. He then wondered if he should try asking them for high-quality mana stones. But then, he got a sharp headache. A system message appeared, informing him that part of Awakener Lee Shin-yuk's memory was successfully inherited. From the memories, Ojin saw a place lit up in flames. Shin-yuk's expression darkened. He commented that the entire city had already been taken over by the pseudo-star cult. He then asked Woo-yuk if it was 2 years ago, on June 30th, that incident occurred. If only on that day he had been able to meet Isabella, would things have turned out differently? If only he could have met her. The message ended. The spearmanship of Pixis level 6 increased to level 7. Ojin held his head, wondering what happened on that day. He was sure the location was probably Rome, Italy. Something like a vampire was attacking the people. He sighed, questioned what the hell is the pseudo-star cult and who the hell is Isabella? Why did some unknown people pop up? He looked at the calendar. Today is June 24th. Though he doesn't know what happened on June 30th. But he wonders if that means he needs to meet Isabella on that day to avoid tragedy. Honestly, he deemed whatever happens in Italy to be none of his business, since it's actually hard enough to protect those precious to him. However, as a regressor, he needs to stop it. A few days later, Ojin gave the Valhalla Guild leader the flash drive containing information on the Black Star organization. He was speechless. The lady beside him thanked Ojin for taking on the dangerous mission on their behalf. They would continue to track down the Black Star organization with the information he gave them. Ojin told them it wasn't a big deal. As they discussed, he asked them to please reward him with star stones of at least 7-star ranking. Also, there were some questions he wanted to ask. He asked them if they had ever heard of the pseudo-cult. Had they ever heard of such an organization? She replied no, they hadn't. He then asked if she had heard of Isabella. She asked if he was talking about the Saintess of Rome. She's an awakener who is just as famous as him on the international scene. She showed him her picture, then continued. Isabella Colagrande, she's an awakener of Ares. She was able to become a 6-star awakener within a year of awakening. She's a world-famous super rookie, and also a renowned philanthropist. She runs several centers responsible for taking care of people who lost their families in the gate incident. The Colagrande family's fortune is massive enough to support that. Also, there hasn't been any proof of it yet. But recently, there have been several assassination attempts on Isabella. They suspect that the Black Star organization is the culprit. First, forces suspected to belong to said organization have often been seen appearing near Isabella's mansion. The timing uncannily overlaps with when the assassination attempts occurred. Ojin realized they weren't the owls who are active in Korea, rather, they're a different branch. He asked the lady if there was a reason they were targeting her. She told him she wasn't really sure, but her stigma appears to be incredibly effective against demonic beasts. Ojin finally understood why, then said to himself that the existence of the Black Star is very closely related to demonic beasts. If a world-famous figure were to have a power opposed to demonic beasts, that would be more than enough reason for them to target her. Anyway, in the first timeline, Isabella died on June 30th. That means he needs to save her, because if he's unable to do so, then the disaster that would sweep through Italy in 2 years might also affect him. And if he's able to make an awakener who holds power extremely effective against demonic beasts indebted to him, he licked his lips at how sweet that would be. He then said he shall go to Italy to investigate. Hours later, in his house, he told Haeun he would be going to Italy. She asked why was he going to Italy so suddenly. He told her he received a request from the Valhalla Guild, so he needed to go there for about a week, and since it's an infiltration mission, he had to go alone, and he would be leaving today. If he went through Sanctuary, he would arrive there quickly. But the problem is, he's not sure which entrance leads to Italy, though he could just ask once he's in the Sanctuary. She told him that means he won't be returning for a whole week. Ojin asked her what's wrong. Was she lonely without him? She was speechless for a moment, then told him to call her often if he could. Ojin smiled, then told her he'd be back. 1 hour later, Italy's Sanctuary entrance. Ojin came through a portal. He was surprised since it only took an hour to arrive in Italy. He put on his interpreter and checked the map through his phone. For now, he decided to go find the Valhalla Guild's informant. They told him he was near Rabibia Station. He jogged to the location but paused, sweating slightly. Though he knew he was in the Romani village somewhere, the place was like a maze. He checked his phone to look for the place, but then someone appeared behind him. He looked back. The girl smelled his body. She told him he had a pleasant smell. Ojin was confused himself. The girl immediately closed her eyes in embarrassment. She told him she didn't know why she did that, and apologized, asking him to please forget all about it. Ojin still had no idea what she meant by scent. She told him she was here on volunteer work, but she became curious when she saw someone she hadn't seen before. She then asked him if he was perhaps the Lightning Wolf. Ojin was surprised that even people in Italy knew him. It seems like being a North Star's apostle is quite incredible. She told him yes, he was the Lightning Wolf. She was amazed. She told him she saw him hunt a Hydra on a live stream. She couldn't believe he was just a 5-star. Ojin said to himself that the viewers were in the hundreds of thousands, so it made sense there could have been some foreigners there as well. She then asked if she could be of help to him, since the streets around were actually really complicated. Ojin told her yes, he would be grateful for that. Ojin took a pause as he realized something, then approached the girl. She blushed, tried covering her face, then asked if he knew who she was. Ojin was shocked. He deemed the situation didn't make sense at all. She pulled her cap down and said she thought he wouldn't know since he was from Asia. She then told him, she's Isabella Colagrande. He was surprised to see her. He wondered if it really was a coincidence. He never imagined he would meet her here. Anyway, she asked what brought him here. He told her he was supposed to meet someone, but he got lost due to all the complicated streets. I see, she remarked. Then told him to follow her. She'd guide him. He then asked if she knew where he was going. Of course I don't. Minutes later they walked through the street. She paused and said they'd been looking for a while, but his acquaintance was nowhere to be found. He told her he couldn't seem to contact him either. Something must have happened. He grinned slightly and said to himself, they were never supposed to meet here anyway, so if he wanted to utilize Isabella, he needed to build rapport with her. Anyway, he asked her if she wanted to have a meal with him. It would feel bad to just send her off. She thought for a moment, then told him they should go to the eatery over there. They bought a sandwich. She chuckled and said it almost feels like a date, but it seems like the place isn't the ideal spot for a date. Her expression darkened. Then she told Ojin that in Italy, the Roma are discriminated against from birth. Every time she comes here to help them, she inadvertently thinks to herself, what a relief. She feels relieved about not being born a Roma. She feels relieved to have a powerful stigma. She even feels relieved to be talented. She's no different from those who discriminate against them. She may even be worse, since she only helps for those wicked feelings of satisfaction sometimes. She laughed and told him she thinks she's oversharing. Ojin commented, are we not allowed to do that? Whether the reward is physical or psychological, a good deed is a good deed, regardless of whether it was done with the expectation of a reward. Whether you help others for a sense of superiority, or avoid helping because of those same feelings. In the end, her choice ends up improving others' lives. Selfless care for others is foolish, but only caring about the process is even more so. She was speechless, then smiled. She blushed slightly and told Ojin he's quite a peculiar person. Ojin smiled slightly, though he only told her what she wanted to hear. She then stood up and told him she wished they could talk longer, but she had other business to attend to. Also, it would be great to have an opportunity to speak with him again sometime. She then said something in a low tone, sembra delicioso, meaning, seems delicious. She then bid him farewell. Ojin was lost there for a moment. He wondered what the thing she whispered was. She spoke so quietly that the translation didn't go through. Well, he stood up to go and find the informant for real now. Hours later, he arrived at a building. The informant gave him the information he had on the Black Star organization. The man was Paolo Lanzoni, Valhalla Guild's Italian informant. Ojin read it. From it, he could see that the Black Star organization pushed the Marco family from their territory and are cultivating their influence in the underworld. But he had no idea who the Marco family were. First, Paolo told him he'd explain the Marco family in more detail. They're the mafia organization that used to completely rule Italy's underworld. They were infamous for being very cruel. The family would even kill normal civilians if they weren't deemed valuable. Their leader, Marco Giorno, was the foundation of their power. Before the Black Star organization appeared, he ruled Italy like a king. Ojin remembered. The guy was named as one of the 5 worst awakeners of all time. It was in the news. He never expected the guy to lead a mafia family even though he was a 9-star. Paolo continued. Truthfully, the Black Star organization's reputation in Italy is very different from its reputation in South Korea. Everyone and their mother praises the Black Star organization. It's a very different situation. Ojin was surprised. He asked if they were the ones trying to assassinate the Saintess. Paolo told him they couldn't confirm it yet, but that's their guess. The times and places the Black Star organization shows up often coincide with the assassination attempts. Ojin said to himself that it seems like they hide behind a mask of altruism and secretly eliminate those who get in their way. This time, he may have to use Vega's power. It's a good thing he asked her not to manifest herself if she could avoid it. And since they have no grasp on the Black Star organization's forces, if he were to receive her blessing, even though winning might not be possible, he should at least be able to run away. He then told Paolo he understood and thanked him. Paolo told him it's nothing, since it's for the Valhalla Guild. Ojin bid him farewell to go do what he had to do. Just like that, 6 days passed. Isabella was running in an unknown area, being chased by a group of men. She hid somewhere to escape from the men who were after her. Her mana wasn't working, and her communication device was messed up. She was totally caught off guard. Though she knew they were after him, she never imagined that the owls would also get involved. She decided to run away, but she didn't know how. Then she was shocked as someone appeared behind her. He grabbed her tightly and called for his teammates. One of them commented that chasing her was a pain in the ass, but it was quite easy. The other guy said such should be expected since she received the curse of the purple forbidden enclosure. It's a stigma seal of a different level, so there's no way she could release it. She bit the guy's hand, but he slapped her. He grabbed her throat to knock her out before she caused more trouble. At that moment, her life flashed before her eyes. She didn't want to die since she had so much to do. She couldn't die without accomplishing anything. But then, suddenly, from above, lightning bolts took down some of the guys. It was Ojin. He came like thunder, sweeping the place clean, chopping their heads off. Surprised, she asked him how is he here. With a grin, he told her he smelled something good. That's why he came. While they were talking, the pursuers came rushing at them. They had no idea who the hell the bastard with her was. Ojin looked back. He could feel the energy of the Black Stars all over the place. As expected, he realized the Black Star organization was behind the attack. First, he carried Isabella to escape from the place. He told her they should start by getting out of Rome. Moving along the Tiber River toward the sea would be best. Actually, he had already prepared a boat. He used his rope and easily moved through the terrain. While the pursuers were still chasing them, he told her if they were to go toward the mountains instead, the assassins would chase after them more blatantly, so they needed to go downtown. The assassins furiously charged at them, killing anyone in their path. Ojin was surprised. He thought the Black Star organization here was trying to maintain a good public image. But why were they going wild like this? He noticed something was off. He wondered what it was. What went wrong? The assassins surrounded Ojin. He decided to think after he dealt with them first. He swung his spear with one hand while carrying Isabella with the other. The pursuit was endless. From behind, someone sneaked an attack, but Ojin blocked it with his hand, then used his lightning energy to electrocute the guy. He then used his spear to take the guy down. After walking for a while, they arrived at the boat's location. Ojin, blood all over his body, told Isabella to take the boat and that he'd buy some time. She worriedly told him no, she couldn't leave him behind. He shouted at her to hurry and go. While on his knees, she asked why he was doing so much to help her. Speechless for a moment, he touched her face and told her he just wished she would be safe right next to him. Just like now. So she should run quickly. Then he fainted. She cried, not wanting to leave him. But then, the stupid boy smirked. He said to himself that he really nailed the acting. He looked so fucking cool. And now, right when she would be falling into mortal danger, he'd act as if he received a blessing and kill all the assassins. The assassins then arrived. The boss told Isabella she was like a rat. Unfortunately for her, there was nowhere else to run. Immediately, she was engulfed in fear. Ojin peeked with one eye. He wondered if the guy was the boss. He looked rugged as fuck, as expected of a 9-star. Now then, he decided to awaken Vega. He heard the guy telling someone to toss the awkward acting aside. He thought his act had been discovered, but realized he was talking to Isabella. He called her a bitch, told her the expression she was making wouldn't trick them. Ojin had no idea what was going on. He wondered why the guy was talking to her. Isabella then stood up. Her expression changed. She told the guy it seemed he hadn't changed, still saying such crass words to a beautiful lady like herself. The guy grinned and told her to stop acting all relaxed. The curse was stopping her from using mana, so they'd just kill her here. She chuckled evilly and told him the curse was certainly quite persistent. However, he should know that her stigma is many times stronger at night. The guy, shocked, told her that's not possible. It's the curse of the purple forbidden enclosure. They were barely able to complete the curse thanks to the owl's support. So even if she was a 7-star, she shouldn't be able to escape the curse. She laughed and told him that would be the case for a mere 7-star. You crazy bitch, you're just bluffing, the guy angrily voiced out. Ojin on the other side had no idea what the hell was going on. Not to mention Isabella just said a mere 7-star, so he wondered if that meant she had been acting. He then got a message, informing him that part of Awakener Lee Shinhyuk's memories had been successfully inherited. From the memory, Shinhyuk stood in front of a burning flame atop a building, saying, if he had been able to meet Isabella, would things have turned out differently? If only they could have met her and killed the bitch. If only he had killed the crazy bitch when she was weakened by the curse, he could have stopped the disaster. Ojin questioned why the system was telling him this now. Seriously, the situation was no joke. Isabella was not the gentle girl he knew, but the queen of leeches. She was the third-rank executor of the Black Star organization. From what had occurred so far, the way the assassins ferociously swung their weapons without caring about civilians, he realized they were the Marco family. They had the Black Star's energy because they allied with the Owls. On top of that, Isabella was part of the Black Star organization. Isabella then remarked happily, saying the rich taste that perfectly matched its sweet fragrance was really the best. It was such a relief that Ojin was still alive, since it had been a long time since she found such a top-tier snack. She almost lost him because of those folks. Her expression then changed. She said to them, it seems like you children don't know the value of life, then activated a spell with her finger and shot it at them. Though their boss blocked it, it was still able to kill some of them. The rest who survived started running in fear, saying there was no way they could beat the Queen of Leeches. He shouted at them to come back. Anyone who ran would die by his hand. He gritted his teeth angrily, then charged out to attack by himself. He imbued his weapon with mana, determined to kill her, but she stopped his weapon with a single finger and disarmed him with just a wave of her fingertip mana. The guy knelt down, groaning in pain. She licked his blood, then spat it out because of how awful it tasted. She told him that compared to Ojin's blood, his tasted like decomposable waste. She had purposely taken on the curse to lure them into her trap since he was a 9-star. But it seemed it was all a waste of effort. She glared at him, grabbed his throat, and borrowed his head from his neck. She threw it away, saying, regardless, with this, the annoying Marco family is done for. Ojin was speechless. He was dumbfounded. Since the Valhalla Guild was trashed by Cheon Do-yoon, he thought it would be a long shot. As he thought, the third executor was on a different dimension. Not to mention, Lee Shin-hyuk stated that 2 years from now, the pseudo-star cult took over Italy. He wondered if it could be that the Black Star organization somehow became the pseudo-star cult in 2 years. Anyway, he thought, what's certain is that moving forward, he needs to avoid everything related to Isabella. No matter what happens in 2 years, it's already dangerous. Now she turned to Ojin and said truthfully, that was risky. In that regard, she told the unconscious Ojin that he's considered her savior. My Ojin, she remarked, touching his face, who is cooler than a prince and sweeter than honey. I'll never, ever let him go. Ojin was sweating hard. He hoped dearly he was dreaming. But then, he found himself waking up in the hospital. Isabella was beside him and worriedly asked Ojin if he was finally awake. Ojin realized he was fucked. It wasn't a dream. He asked her where he was. She told him he was in the Colagrande family's hospital. After he passed out, her family had been able to send support, and the assassins ran away the moment they saw backup arrive. He knew she was lying, but he composed himself. He said to himself that it wasn't too late. He needed to cut ties as quickly as possible and make a break for it. He said to her with a worried tone, in the end, I wasn't able to protect you. She told him no. I would have died if you weren't there. He said to her that he found himself pathetic, that he couldn't bear to see her anymore. Immediately, her tone changed. She asked, what do you mean by that? Ojin flustered. She told him he was the one who said that he hoped she would be by his side, so he'd have to be with her from now on while he was in Italy. Ojin immediately told her that wasn't what he meant. He gulped, grabbed her hands, and asked if she could give him a little bit of time. When he finally believed he was good enough to stand by her side, he'd definitely return to Italy, he promised. She was touched by his words, then told him with a smile, promise it is, then. And so, she escorted him to the gate. She asked when he would come back. He told her he'd return when he became strong enough to be with her. Speechless for a moment, she then kissed his cheek and waved at him, saying she'd contact him later. Ojin was surprised. He finally arrived at the sanctuary. Vega worriedly went to him. My child, do you know how worried I was since you didn't contact me? She asked what happened. Did he save the saintess? Ojin told her, I think I'm fucked. Minutes later, he explained all that happened to Vega. He told her he saved the Saintess, but the situation became really annoying. In his past life, he didn't know the Saintess's identity because she had died, but he couldn't have guessed Isabella is an executor of the Black Star organization. Vega told him, doesn't that mean things have become worse compared to his last life? He replied no. Isabella doesn't know that he's aware of her identity. If he can use the situation to his advantage, he should be able to dig up information on the Black Star organization. If he can even go further and control the situation well, she'll make for a perfect weapon. More importantly, he told her he's sorry. He moved recklessly. He kept thinking that he had to change the future, so he ended up making a mistake. Vega was speechless. She then went on and hugged him, saying he shouldn't be sad. It's all right to take his time. From the moment he and she met, the pages of fate were rewritten. He hugged her back, saying he'll definitely change it. She was confident he would. Ojin smirked slightly. His operation-induced empathy had been successful. He then told her Haun will start to worry, so he should be headed home. Before that, he was planning on visiting the association, but the most urgent matter is over, so he told her she can continue to manifest herself as usual. She told him okay, she'll wait until he calls for her since Haun also needs some time to enjoy his reunion. Ojin was clueless about what she meant, and so, a few hours later, Ojin asked Han what the association's internal situation is like these days. He replied, for now, Cheon Wusung is quiet. All he's done recently is increase the number of unawakened safety management centers. Ojin asked what that's for. He told him they were made to support and protect the unawakened living in regions susceptible to monsters. Ojin was surprised. He had never heard of it before. Han told him it's expected, since they haven't gone out of their way to promote it, saying it's for public welfare. Ojin said to himself that they would definitely create policies that are pro-unawakener, but what's surprising is they aren't promoting it. He wondered if they're copying Isabella. He can't tell whether the absurd plan reflects their true aims or not. He stood up and said he'll be going for now. Han agreed and told Ojin he'll let him know if they make any other movements. As Ojin was walking, he said to himself that there isn't much happening in the association, so he should focus on the quest. But then, as he was about to enter the elevator, someone stopped him and asked if he's Guan Ojin. He introduced himself as the executive Cheon Wusung. He told Ojin he wanted to meet him at some point, but he guessed this is a good chance encounter. Ojin was surprised. The guy in front of him is the King of Owls, Cheon Doyun's son, and the one who controls the Black Star organization's owl faction. Also, he's the rat who snuck into the association. He took his card. With a composed expression, he told Wusung that he's quite young for an executive. Wusung laughed, saying he had a lot of people supporting him. More importantly, his expression changed. He asked Ojin what his business was coming to the association. With a smile, Ojin told him he has plans to leave Korea soon, so he came to discuss his schedule. Of course, he had no such plan. Wusung thought for a moment, then asked Ojin if he's going back to Italy. He's getting a bit jealous to be invited by the Saintess. As expected, he knew Ojin went to Italy. Ojin then told him it seems like Isabella likes him very much. This surprised Wusung. Just like Ojin thought, he's wary of Isabella, especially since his scheme to eliminate her failed. He's sure he can't mess with someone Isabella likes too much. Though speechless for a moment, he shook Ojin's hand and told him he hopes they can build some friendly ties before he returns. If he's able to become friends with a famous person like the Saintess of Rome, it'll be of great help to the association. He then waved at Ojin as he entered the elevator. Immediately after Ojin left, he brought out his phone. He asked his father if he's able to take a call now. His father replied yes. What is it? He told him it seems the Queen of Leeches has some interest in Lightning Wolf. He thinks it'll be difficult to take care of the Lightning Wolf for now. His father was speechless for a moment, then told him he's a bit too cautious. Hope he hasn't forgotten about what happened to his mother. His father's words triggered him. He then said angrily he hasn't forgotten for a moment since that day. His father laughed, told him it's great to be prudent. But if Ojin becomes an obstacle to their plans, he shouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. He replied of course, then hung up the phone. He went speechless for a moment, placed his hand on the glass and asked his mom if she's watching. He grinned evilly, saying he'll definitely avenge her. Ojin looked up as he left the building, saying to himself he'd have to fight the guy someday. For now, only a few people know, but soon their infamy will spread. He grinned. It wouldn't happen that way. Soon, he'll make it so their infamy spreads. But that'll be for later. It'll be time for dinner soon. So he decided to go buy something to eat and head home. He went and bought a takeout. As he was walking with the bag, he recalled that the first thing he bought when he awakened was hamburgers. It seems the food is quite nostalgic. He laughed, saying he wants to bring them back to Haeun quickly. But then, he got a message. Part of Awakener Lee Shin-hyuk's memories was successfully inherited. He was surprised. There's a third fragment. From the memories Shin-hyuk was running, saying they should speed up. Those pseudo-star bastards might catch up. Ojin noticed Shin-hyuk grew a lot in 2 years. For him to keep up with Lee Woo-hyuk proves that. He then asked what about Big Sis? He replied, she should be by the shore guarding the boat. Ojin was surprised. He had no idea who the Big Sis they were talking about was. Then, the Big Sis arrived. You bastards are hella late, she scolded. Ojin was surprised. The Big Sis is Haeun. He wondered what Haeun was doing here. Then, she immediately opened her eye patch and worriedly shouted at Shin-hyuk and Woo-hyuk to duck. She then shot her flames at the people behind her, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her eye. Shin-hyuk ran to her, worried, and asked if her eye was all right. He apologized, saying he didn't think they'd catch up to them. She told him it was somewhat manageable. He used a ton of money to buy it for her, so she needed to at least make it worth it. Shin-hyuk blushed and told her he didn't buy the dragon's cursed eye for her with that in mind. She poked his head and told him it didn't matter. She'd definitely repay the debt someday, though it'd be difficult for now. Right now there was a guy he needed to take care of, but first, they should hurry and leave Italy. And so, the memory ended. All the memories that had been lost were now recovered. Ojin was speechless. He never expected Shinyuk to be the one who bought the dragon's cursed eye for Haeun. But what about him, he wondered. What the hell was he doing at that time? Was the guy Shinyuk needed to take care of actually himself? Haeun was alive. Then why did he bring the world to ruin? His head ached thinking about it. There wasn't enough information. He arrived home. Haeun worriedly rushed to the door. You son of a bitch, why didn't you contact me? I told you to call me often. Without saying much, Ojin hugged her, saying, I'm home. She was surprised. She asked, what's wrong? Did you miss me that much? He then asked her if she believed she was indebted to him. She was surprised by the sudden question, then told him she used to think that way, but these days she didn't, since she had already paid him back just by staying with him as she was doing now. Ojin was speechless, then said, what a relief. She was a bit shocked, then said, if you just ignore my statement like that, it'll only make it more embarrassing for me. Ojin didn't reply. Instead, he gave her the hamburgers he bought. She took them happily and told him they should eat some right away, since it had been so long since they last had any. She then paused when she saw Ojin's saddened expression. Seeing this, she told him to go get the car keys. They should go on a drive. After driving for a while, they arrived at a beach. They sat at a spot. She told him to bring out the burgers. Ojin took a bite, told her the burger is cold as expected. She agreed, saying it hasn't been that long since they ate only frozen burgers. Ojin's expression darkened, then said, if they were going outside, should they have invited Vega and Riak? Annoyed, she asked if he didn't like being with just her. He told her, that's not it. While eating the burger, he said to himself that it had become natural for him to think about Vega. He recalled the hug and was speechless. He knew the Vega right now completely trusted him. But the more trust one builds up, the greater the feeling of betrayal. So he had become more and more scared of Vega discovering his identity. It was a warmth he barely managed to obtain. He wasn't the regressor she believed him to be. And if Vega ever discovered the truth, he would have to watch that warmth shatter into pieces. He wondered if he would be able to endure such a thing. He wanted to give up the regressor act. However, if he collapsed here, he might not be able to protect Haeun. He may have to live without knowing who's aiming to be next to her. And he absolutely hated that. If he were to lose Haeun as well, he wondered how ruined he'd become, because Haeun was so precious to him. Then, she interrupted his thoughts and told him to raise his head. She told him that, though she might not know what happened, he could lean on her when he was troubled. She was always by his side after all. He was touched. He smirked, then rested on her shoulder. She was surprised, then asked how he was going to live without her. He told her yes. I wouldn't be able to live. She was speechless by what he said. Then she hugged him, saying she also needed him to be with her. He blushed, touched her face, then kissed her. Though he may not be a real regressor, he decided to protect the world. Finally they kissed, after 55 chapters. This story covered all 55 chapters of Season 1, and it's been 9 months since it ended. Season 2 has yet to come out. If you liked this story, don't forget to support us by liking and commenting.